Hello everyone, welcome to the 2017 U.S. Junior and U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship, held right here at the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, and we'll be bringing you all the action from today.
An exciting first 6 rounds we had here in both tournaments, and leaders have emerged a full point ahead in both tournaments, but a tough path until the end. The tournament is very far from over, and I think today is going to be a crucial round, especially in the junior section.
Yes, yesterday we had a very exciting game where Nicolas Checa was so close to winning that game and being only half a point behind leader Kaden Truff, who's completely dominating the event. But after a 5.5 hour game, he didn't manage to convert the point. We felt like he played too fast at the critical moment.
Yes,
so now it puts him still a point behind the leader. And in the girls section, we had Akshita Gordy, who won that very important round where she was, we thought, in a tough position, but she managed to outplay her opponent. And once again, we see time management is such a crucial part of the game. We see several people struggle with it. Annie had a great position. We felt like it was just a great version of a King's Indian, but in time trouble, her opponent Akshita managed to outplay her and just win the game. And we see Akshat Chandra, who's been really struggling with time trouble, who could have at least half a point more. And half a point could have been against Kaden and would have really changed the tournament.
It would have changed the standings completely of what we have right now. It would have been a much closer tournament. We wouldn't see the domination that Kaden has right now with so many points, really, for such a short event so far, only 6 rounds. But let's see if he can keep it up. Let's see if Akshat can solve some of his problems and score 3 important victories near the end of the event.
Right, and yesterday he was playing with the white pieces against the Wonder, and we're wondering what his strategy was going to be, and we saw he started to play more solid. So it's going to be interesting to see how his approach is going to be for the rest of the tournament. And we only have 3 rounds left, so that 1 point is becoming more and more significant.
Absolutely, 1 point difference in the middle of the tournament. And not the biggest deals, it can be surmounted, but with only 3 rounds left, it's up to Kaden to see if he can just finish strong and take the tournament for himself.
So let's take a look at the standings to see exactly what we have going on before start the 7 rounds. So as we mentioned, Kaden Truff leading the tournament with 5 out of 6 points. We have Avander Liang and Akshat Chandra with 4 points, and unfortunately for them, they both have played Kaden, so it's really out of their hands to catch Kaden at this point. And Nicolas Checa also with 4 points, chasing Kaden. Rifeng Lee finally recovering from his bad start at +1 with 3.5. Michael Brown, Andrew Tang, and Mika Bratton with 2.5 each. Bobby Liu with 2 points, and Joshua Colas, who still hasn't been able to score any points, with 0 points. And in the girls section, we also have a player with 5 points leading, Akshita Gordy. After defeating Emily Nguyen and Amy Wang back-to-back, she's now leading. She has Maggie Fang and Emily Nguyen chasing her by a point with 4 points each. Apurva Verkut, Rachel Ulrich, and Annie Wang 3 points. Dalia Cervantes 2.5 points. Ashrita Eswaran, Agata Bukovta 2 points, and Carissa finally scored her first victory of the tournament yesterday and now has 1.5 points.
I think a disappointing event for some of these players, especially Carissa, even though she won her game yesterday finally. I think she came with the idea of winning the event, not being winless after 5 rounds and finally converting in the 6th. It's been a really tough tournament for her. In the junior section, I think Michael Brown has been completely luckless. He's had wonderful positions in this tournament. He's shown very solid, very good chess, good understanding, but at crucial moments, he's just failing to convert. And that hallucination that he had against Kaden Truff might have been the most important moment in the tournament, in which Michael Brown could have taken the lead for himself. And instead of that, he just completely blunders in the position. And it's Kaden that wins the game and increases his lead. And
we can say Kaden has been a little lucky, and like I said, I think you have to be a little lucky to win a tournament. Like, things have to go your way. Things have to line up for you to win a tournament. I mean, you still have to play the chess. You still have to play the good moves, but I feel like things have to line up. And Carissa, as we mentioned, had a bad tournament, but like she said yesterday, she's going to keep doing whatever it is she's doing, even though she doesn't know what it is. And we're going to see how it's going to turn out. And we do have a very exciting round ahead of us. We have some very important matchups. And we have Cristian Chirila with us once again, and he's going to tell us all about the key matchups of the day.
Thanks, guys, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Day 7 of the 2017 U.S. Juniors and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls. What an exciting Day 6 we had in store yesterday for you, but today is going to be as explosive as ever. Caden Trough is playing one of his main rivals, one of his main chasers, who is standing 1 point behind him, Nicolas Cheka, in what will be a very, very exciting matchup. In the girls section, we have Akshita Gordy, who's been playing some incredible chess. Yesterday, she found herself in a bit of trouble early on in the opening, but managed to outclass her opponent in a brilliant game. Let's look at the key matchups of today. In the junior section, we have Nicolas Cheka versus Caden Trough. This is it. This is the most important game of the round, at least in the junior section. In the girls section, we have Akshita Gorty versus Agatha Bikovtsev. Agatha, she's been struggling with her form, but she's a very, very powerful, explosive, dynamic player, and she's definitely going to try to stop Akshita in her claim for the title. This is going to be a very exciting round, and we're happy to give you all the action here from the St. Louis Chess Club.
It's a key moment for the leaders to show their class, especially I think Akshita Gordy being with the white pieces, higher rated player, playing against Agata, who, even though she's a great player, I've seen her win medals in international competitions, in the World Youth, for example. She hasn't found her form here. She's been a little bit lackluster when she's been strafed away from her preparation. It doesn't really work very well for her, at least not here. And if Akshita wins this game, she has the opportunity to increase the lead or at least put more pressure on her opponents as less and less rounds we have in the tournament. While Caden Trough, with the black pieces, needs to be able to show good defensive skills at the very least to hold an important draw. I think a draw is something that he'll be very happy with. But of course, if he's able to outplay and win against Nicolas Cheka, I mean, saying that that clinches the tournament might be just a little bit of an exaggeration, but not too much.
I feel like today's round can really determine not just the course of the rest of the tournament, basically the rest of the tournament itself. And I agree about Akshita Gordy. She hasn't played Maggie Fang yet, and that match is coming up. But the more points you have before you play your closest rival, like the more of a cushion you have. Because if you have an accident, you lose, you have a bad game, at least you're not falling behind. At least you're still tight, and then still a race going on. But besides our key matchup, we have the rest of the tournament going on. So let's take a look and see what else we have in store for us today. So in the junior section, in the pairings, we are going to have Michael Brown playing versus Andrew Tang. We have Bobby Liu against Akshat Chandra, Evander Liang against Rufeng Li, Nicolas Cheka versus Caden Trough, and Joshua Colas versus Mika Bratton. In the girls section, we have the key matchup Akshita Gordy versus Agata Bikovtsev, Maggie Fang against Annie Wang, Apurva Virkut versus Emily Nguyen, Rachel Ulrich versus Talia Cervantes, and Carissa Yu versus Ashrita Esfaran. And there are several matchups that I would say, if it weren't for the tournament situation, I would think that'd be the most exciting. Like Evander versus Rufeng Li, I think it's going to be really interesting game, regardless of how it's going to affect the tournament. Evander being one of the more up-and-coming chess players in the U.S., just getting his GM title, not official yet, but he got his GM title. And Rufeng Li already an established grandmaster, but still the highest-rated player in the tournament. And in the girls section, I'm actually really looking forward to Rachel versus Talia. I feel like the two most prepared tournaments, I think it may be in both sections, both playing a lot of theory, blitzing out a lot of moves, lacking in experience, but making up for it in the opening part of the game. So I think that game, I'm really curious to see if it's going to be something really theoretical, it's just something really offbeat.
I have to agree completely with what you were saying about Evander versus Rufeng. They're two of the members of the Young Stars Chess Program, a collaboration here between the St. Louis Chess Club and the Kasparov Chess Foundation, where they receive training by some of the top trainers in the world, including Garry Kasparov himself. And it shows. It really shows. Evander becomes the youngest grandmaster in American history very, very recently. Rufeng has been a grandmaster for quite a while now, and they are two of the biggest talents, not only in America, but in the world. Everybody's talking about them at their age group. I mean, Evander Liang was only 14 years old. He's almost a 25-50 player. And I would have expected before this tournament started, if I just had the list of pairings of every single round, that in the 7th round, Evander Liang facing against Rufeng Li might determine the title. But that's not even going to be the close.
Yeah, it's really funny how this tournament has worked out actually, and we do see and I think it makes the tournament more interesting. We see
Absolutely,
because it's kind of boring when you see the favorites every time they come and they just win the tournament, and like the standings and the results every day don't really tell the story of the tournament.
Yeah.
Because we had so many close games. We see Caden Trupp just dominating. But if you look at the games, if you look at the other games, his rivals, we see it tells a completely different story.
No, absolutely, and I think we are finally underway here in the 7th round of the U.S. Junior and U.S. Girls Championship. As well, we have to just get started with the key matchup.
Definitely.
Of course, we're going to keep an eye on Wonder Liang versus Ri Feng Li, but
Well, we're going to keep an eye on every game.
But
we don't have any moves from this game, actually.
yeah, perhaps we can get a shot of what's going on, because I don't have any moves. I have moves everywhere, but not in the Nicholas Cheka
Maybe someone's late.
versus Caden Trupp game. That would be a bad day to be late. You definitely want to have every single resource available to you when you're playing against. The player has been dominating 5 out of 6 points.
Well, there he is, yeah.
And there he is, getting just a little bit late there.
And, he's not the one struggling with time trouble, so I think him being a few seconds or a few minutes late, it's not.
We're not a zero
Nicholas
tolerance.
was yesterday late as well, so maybe it's part of the strategy.
And we have one knight f3.
I'm not terribly surprised about this choice. Caden has an extremely solid repertoire, and it's kind of hard to break. He prefers the Groomfield defense with black, but I've always felt he's a little bit vulnerable to anti-Groomfields, and I'm not surprised that knight f3 is the choice of Nicholas Cheka here, because against Groomfield players, and my fellow grandmaster here, Christian, can attest to that, they really hate anti-Groomfields. I mean, they always want to go into these theoretical positions. They want to establish that counter-attack against the center, and if you start giving them no center to attack, they kind of go crazy.
It's the same thing when I was saying playing the G3 line versus the King's Indian.
Yeah,
King's Indian
just,
players don't
yeah.
like facing it. But I mean, okay, this game going kind of slow. Let's go to the girls section. Let's see if we have anything interesting going on there.
Let's see if they played a little bit faster in that
Well,
section.
I see some, as you're scrolling, I see some theoretical position. I see like a lot of moves in a lot of games.
All right,
But
we
let's
have to
see.
start with our key matchup,
course.
which is, of course, Akshita
versus-
Gordy versus Agata Vyhovtsev. It is going to be a King's Indian with a very quick h3, so this needs a little bit of explanation. d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, a very standard classical King's Indian. And now, of course, the main line here is the move knight to f3, although the moves bishop e2 have been seen, and h3 is also quite a common idea. After castle, white has the choice of transposing into the knight f3, h3 variations, but she also has the option of going for a different type of King's Indian setups. Bishop e3 and bishop g5 are the more common ways of trying to utilize the move h3. So she does decide to go for bishop e3. This resembles a lot the same-ish ideas with f3 instead of h3, where white is spending one tempo on development but avoiding certain ideas from black. For example, the setups with e5 and d5 are usually slightly worse than the normal King's Indian, because white has a very quick g4, preventing black's pretty much only break f5, well, not fully preventing it, but making it a little bit worse.
Because white has the flexibility of castling queenside, which
Exactly.
makes playing f5, and actually f5 becomes the main break anyways, but
Yeah.
makes it a lot scarier when your king is there and you're playing on the king side. Basically playing where your king is, which is something we teach, like you don't play where your king is, you play on the other side of the board.
I'm not exactly sure who Akshita's current coach is, but I think this is a good option, because Agata has been very reliant on her preparations, and I think that just giving a little bit of a wrinkle, this h3 bishop e3, not a normal variation but still within the confines of the known ideas, is a good setup against a player like Agata.
Yeah, and King's Indian is definitely her pet line against d4,
yeah, definitely.
and her coaches too.
Yeah.
I mean, I know her coach well, yeah, so I know this is something that he also plays, so I think she follows his repertoire to an extent, or at least they work very closely together on her opening. So I do think throwing her off in opening is a good approach. But we saw that game she had, I think, against Emily, right, when in the opening.
Akshita?
No.
Oh, Agata. Yes.
When she again, I think she wasn't well aware of the opening, but
in the King's Indian and Fianchetto variation.
Right, but she still managed to outplay her opponent. But I feel like King's Indian is one of those openings. Like if you have a good feel for it, you can outplay your opponents even if you don't know the opening really well.
Well, let's see if she's able to do so, because right now she is thinking. We've mentioned many times, when she's not very familiar with what exactly to do, she starts consuming a lot of time on the clock. So let's see what she comes up with. There's a lot of ideas here.
Let's take a look at Maggie's game. So Maggie and Emily are her closest rivals. So those are the 3 games that are very, very important for the standings that we have to keep an eye on. And okay,
Something's already a little off here. I'm not sure for who. Knight f3, knight f6, g3, and b5. This is a possibility here. B5 is probably the best way you can do this, is when white already has committed the move g3 and bishop g2. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the move e3 and taking on b5. Although, to be fair, the move e3 is actually a perfectly valid move in this position, trying to make black waste the tempo, saying that e3 is a better move than a6. Whether it's true or not, that's very questionable. But the main line is, of course, bishop g2. And we go into this type of systems where white here decided not to play d4, which is perfectly playable to play d3.
So this is like a King's Indian attack kind of positions, where black basically save a tempo. Instead of going b6, b5, you commit to b5. But on the downside, a lot of times you cannot castle queenside because, I mean you can,
it
but
isn't the biggest of the downsides. But it's true that you are pretty much committed to castling on the kingside in this kind of positions.
Actually, I have seen games where black still castles queenside.
A lot of craziness can happen in this kind of scenarios.
Yeah, but I feel like d5 had to be played. Like, I'm not aware of just allowing this.
I don't see this as being too much of an issue. White is playing a very quick e4, e5, which doesn't usually net very much, even if black is forced to play the move knight e8, which I'm not saying she is. She can definitely consider the move knight d5 instead.
I think she should.
But if she just plays knight e8 and plays d6 on the next move...
What if I go like queen e2 and d4? Or
that's okay. D4. Remember that this always costs a tempo, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you put a knight on the 8, so...
I mean, I really don't think it's the end of the world. You do have to be very careful with your structure. Once they play a very quick c5, I'm not hanging the pawn because bishop a6 is secure, so I don't have to worry about queen takes.
So c3?
So now you have to play c3. Then I'm going to take, and this kind of structures are usually not very scary for black. I can always go knight c7, knight d5 if I need to at some point.
Which tells me maybe you should have just put your knight on d5, right?
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying this is not very scary. But if black is trying to be more ambitious, she can just play the move knight d5, encourage white to play c4, and then we have a very big change in the structure, because this pawn will be traded for this one, which is very unusual.
And we have to mention in the structures we were talking about, it's not as scary because the bishop's on g2. Because if you put the bishop on d3, then it becomes, I think, significantly scarier.
But it is.
I do have attacking chances.
But it isn't. Bishop's on g2, and even this kind of scenario is, I think, strategically strange. But I don't think black has a big problem. You can always follow up with d6, knight d7, and it should be something at least playable. I don't see the big problem here for black.
But I wonder if it was necessary to allow e5, or I don't know, like.
Yeah, you would
like
think.
Like if I play knight d2, I'm assuming you're going to go d5.
Well, at some point you might have wanted to play d5 instead, just to prevent d4 to be played so quickly. But a lot of black players don't like to commit to d5. They like playing the more flexible Sicilian-style positions with just c5 and d6. So for this reason, I think we are not going to see this particular variation.
But Annie was a French player, so I think against King's Indian, she would go for the structure with d5, c5.
That is a good point. I can't say anything about that, yeah.
But also yesterday we saw her made an inaccuracy in the opening, right?
Yeah.
When she went in the Queen's Indian, she didn't play bishop f6 and allowed the d5 break.
I think it was the other way around.
Yeah, it was
Annie
the
was
other
the one.
Yes, you're right.
So, strategical game, she does go knight d5. Still kind of out of theory. As far as I'm concerned, it is not a theoretical position. But we'll have to wait and see, because it will not be an attacking game. It'll be a more controlling game here in the center.
Right, and we're going to continue looking at the games. In the meantime, Christian has some updates for us.
in the key matchup of the day between Nicolas Cheka and Caden Truff. We're having an explosive theoretical battle, and I'm very, very excited to see what these players are going to bring to the table, because this is part of my repertoire, and I'm really curious when new ideas come on board. After knight to d5, the usual, this is the anti-Grunfeld, as Alejandro was mentioning. The usual move nowadays is the move queen b3, knight to b6. Now I'm going to try to grab the center, but the trick is the knight still remains on b8, and very often black is going to try to challenge the center immediately with c5. The theory here is extremely extensive, 30 moves of theory in most of the lines, very, very dangerous. Either side can get checkmated quite easily, but Nicolas tries this very, very interesting move that was in fashion a few years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Topalov was one of his main proponents that started the trend. It only lasted for maybe a year. After that, it went into the abyss. Queen b3 replaced it. But queen c2, very, very nice, interesting idea. If you play bishop to d7, now I'm going to start with e4. And whenever you take on c3, I'm going to take with the d pawn. Now the queen is not on d1. We're not going to exchange the queens. And this structure just favors white, because I have the space in the center, and also your bishop on g7 is not optimally placed because of this small pawn chain b2 and c3. h4, h5 might be a possibility. White just enjoys a very, very stable long-term advantage. After queen to c2, knight c6 is the move. Recently, queen b3 actually was tried by one of Alejandro's maybe future students, Alexander Ipatov, in the Spring Invitational. And he played against one of his current students, Darius Wiertz. Big theoretical battle. Queen c2, queen b3, we lost the tempo, but we forced black to bring his knight to c6, and c5 is not going to come as easily. This knight on c6 is not as well placed as it looks like. But after knight c6, he didn't play queen b3. He went into the former main line back in the days, d4, knight to b4. This is the position we have on the board. And the main line goes queen a4, bishop to d7, queen to d1, and now e5 for black. Very, very important move. D takes e5, bishop f5, which leads to a fairly balanced endgame. But after the move knight c6, d4, knight b4, Nicolas played this move queen d1, which is a little bit of a rarity. But once again, you're having some difficulties dealing with these knights. And I'm sure white knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, I think you don't get the...
Oh, yes, he did play queen a4, bishop d7, queen d1. We have this position on the board. I expect e5. Caden is very, very knowledgeable in the Grunfeld, in the anti-Grunfeld as well. But let's not forget, this is theory from 3 years ago. So he might have forgotten some details. And if Nicolas knows what he's doing, he might put black in real danger.
Well, e5 has been put on the board, as we can see. So Caden definitely aware of the theory. He has to be a little bit worried about what Nicolas has prepared specifically in this position, because I mean, the move queen c2, Caden, I know, has already faced it in the classic matchup, Ramirez versus Truff of 2011.
I still don't know my classics.
Which of course favored me. And
Of course, of course.
That was
Just by
2011.
Yeah,
That's when the trend started. It lasted for only 1 year, and then everybody shifted to queen b3.
Yeah,
This is going to be quite interesting.
Garbage. But okay, that was. I remember.
Actually, if we can't go back a few moves and show white d5 didn't win a piece in that position.
Absolutely. So we have this position, queen a4, bishop d7. You're talking about the move
Yeah,
d5.
because d5 looks like it's winning a piece, but
Unfortunately, the move
yes.
knight d4 comes into the game, and if you take on d4, I have this nice check on c2, winning the queen, and of course the queen is under attack, so I don't have time to remove your knight. So the move knight d4 is already quite a threat, and that's the reason the queen retreats. Of course, the move d5 here is now a very strong threat because the knight doesn't have any good squares, and neither does this one. So that's the reason that e5 comes into the game. Very explosive type of positions. For example, the move d5 already is met again with the move knight d4, taking advantage of the strong knight on b4. Takes, and again, the pawn on d4 is poisoned. It's absolutely taboo, as knight on c2 is going to win the queen. So This is the reason you should take on e5.
Which was played bishop
was
f5.
played on
last
bishop
time.
f5.
And black should play dynamically here, right? Because black is ahead in development, and if they don't, then e4, and you give up the center, and all of a sudden you're gonna find yourself suffering in a bad position.
This is all a very forced theoretical line that I have to admit, same as Christian, I haven't looked at this in years. I mean, I remember, this is one of those things that, you know, the older you get, the less well your memory works. I mean, I remember that I have had this position literally on a board in front of me, but I cannot remember for the life of me how this continues.
So knight c2, I'm assuming? This is Christian said an endgame. So.
No, knight c2 in general is not considered as good as bishop e7. I think bishop e7 is the main line.
I think so as well, but...
Once again, I'm a Grunfeld player, and I haven't analyzed this position in forever.
Yeah,
2, 3, 4 years. I don't even remember. I probably wouldn't even remember till e5, bishop f5. But let's not forget, the computers have evolved. Stockfish is much stronger now than it was 4 years ago. So a lot of novelties might be on tap in this one.
I agree completely. I mean, this is something to watch out for. It seems like Nicolas has something up his sleeve. I mean, I can't imagine that the only thing he's banking on is his opponent not remembering. I'm sure that he has some kind of idea, some kind of novelty.
Bluffing.
Sometimes it happens, you know. I remember a famous game between Hikaru Nakamura and Sergei Karyakin in this super sharp variation of the English. And, well, Karyakin needed to remember his preparation to find a perpetual, and he didn't.
Yeah, because those lines are so crazy.
The lines were so crazy.
And they like kind of merged together, because
Yeah.
I know those lines, and like the positions, they look the same.
So bishop e7 was played on the board, and perhaps Christian can update us a little bit on what the specific theory is, that we don't need to rely on our poor human memories. We actually can just consult the database.
I will have to get updated myself also, but I think after bishop e7, e4 is the main line. And I did check the database. There are 4 games played since 2014. 2014, it was in trend, then it stopped. 2016, 2 games. 2017, 2 games. So very, very little material to study. But e4 is one of the main moves. I think bishop takes g5, or bishop g4, bishop takes e7, queen e7. This is a crazy position. I mean, I'm going to play a3, but I think rook d8 is going to come on board. White is going to have to deal with the pressure on the queen on the d file. Knight to d3 might potentially come. This is going to be quite an interesting battle. I'm really, really curious to see what Nicolas has in store, because I'm sure he analyzed it at home. Knight c6 is the main line, so he was surely expecting Caden to go into this, and he's playing fast.
Yeah,
so
and e4 has been played.
We'll see when it ends. We'll see when his theory ends. I'm very curious.
Yeah, e4, and then as Christian was mentioning, bishop g4 definitely looks like a logical move to be. But also taking on g5 makes a lot of sense. Now you might be wondering, in this position, what black has as compensation for the pawn, and the truth is that he has tempi. He has tempi that he can use either to regain the pawn or to put pressure on white's uncastled king. So this is what black is playing for. He has a small initiative that he can use to either equalize the game by taking the pawn in an appropriate manner, or to establish some kind of strong attack on the opponent's king.
So if you take on g5, what do you do if I take on f5?
Take on g5, taking on f5. All right, now unfortunately, since I remember nothing, I will have to come up with some with the moves.
I think you have to go knight d4, and then knight d4.
Whoa.
Knight d4 here, knight takes d4 is a possibility, but also bishop c4, knight takes f3, queen f3, and now, okay, you can take an exchange, but that's probably not a very good idea. Actually, you're gaining a rook, but that's not a good idea, because after f takes g6, your square on f7 is under siege, and this is just going to be game over. You can go castle, but I'm going to take on f7. This knight is going to be trapped at the right moment, and that's just going to be decisive advantage for white. But yeah, there are crazy things happening. So we'll see. I expect Caden to know the theory. He's one of the best theoretically prepared player, and his Grunfeld is his specialty. So we'll see exactly what he comes up with. Once again, I think keeping the light square bishop with bishop g4 is the optimal way to counter this. And we'll see after bishop e7, queen takes e7. A lot of games. We'll see. We'll see how they fare.
So this was your game against Caden?
No, not even close. Are you kidding me? Back in 2011, queen c2 was like met with things like bishop g7, and you just played d3. and you developed your pieces like normal human beings, and then I eventually beat him. This craziness is not exactly my style, and not something that...
that's what I was wondering.
No,
it doesn't
no.
look like one of your games.
No. You see any Fianchetto bishops? No Fianchetto bishops. This is not something I play with white.
No. Okay, but Kaden is thinking, so he's either trying to remember the theory, or trying to figure out what his opponent has on mind.
Sometimes
or trying
you do
to figure
that.
out the position.
I remember I was playing a game against a grandmaster from Bangladesh in the World Open, and we transposed into a line a solid 17 or 18 moves of theory. And I remember that I had seen that specific position, and I couldn't for the life of me remember. So I sat there thinking for like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and I was just trying to remember everything, like which room I was in, or the time of the day it was.
That's a good trick to try to remember.
Yeah, until I was trying to remember what I analyzed on the board, and I was like, oh yeah, I remembered who I was working with. It was Daniel Ludwig, and finally I remembered the variation, and after 20 minutes, it seems like I came up with it on the board, but actually I was just remembering my lines. Sometimes you just take time, not so much to figure out what's going on the board, but to make sure that the lines that you look at, first of all, are not being confused, and second, that you actually remember the lines properly.
Well, first of all, that's a good memory trick, like trying to put yourself in a situation where you analyze, not just for chess, just in general. It's like a psychology thing. But like second of all, I feel like it's kind of a tricky situation, that line where you should try to remember and just be like, okay, I don't remember, let me figure this position out. Because if you spend 10 minutes trying to figure out something, and then you just trying to remember, rather, and then you can't remember at all, so you wasted 10 minutes. So now you don't want to sit there for another 20 minutes and calculate, and then like 30 minutes just on one situation. So I always find that balance to be kind of difficult when... And then when you don't remember something, it's best to just completely let go and try to figure out. It's like a new position rather than rely on the sort of like the ghosts of the position. That's when you get really messed up and play something. Like in that Emily game where she thought, oh, I thought it was the position, and then after the game she told me, no, I was castle. And I was like, that's a big difference. You're not getting checkmated once you're castle. But so this position I'm expecting Kaden to spend some time. Let's go to a Wonders game, even though it's not very... relevant to the standings as of right now, but
it is if Checo wins, right? If Checo wins and a Wonder wins, a Wonder catches both Checo and Kaden.
That's true.
So we are going to have a Sicilian.
So it's with Bishop B5
with Bishop
again.
B5 check. This is the trend, and the trend has been to answer the check with Knight D7. And we have this trendy line with Bishop D3.
This is the Topalov game, right?
This is more or less a Topalov game with Fabi. With Carlsen.
Where Carlsen flagged?
No.
This actually, yeah.
This one was the one he actually
here.
straight up beat him. Yeah, that was here. Knight takes G5, Knight E5, and I remember Giri's comment about the move G5, which is perhaps best not repeated on here. Knight takes G5,
okay, I think
Knight
I know
E5.
what you're talking about. When he meant to insult someone, then he insulted someone completely differently.
Yes. B takes C4 and Knight A3. I actually don't remember the move B takes C4, but I guess...
I think this was the game, no?
I don't think Knight A3 was the game.
I want to say it was, but I have no memory.
Well,
so
thankfully we have Cristian Chirila with us that will tell us whether that was the game or not.
But so let's see what's going on in this position. So perhaps you can explain the point of G5 in a less offensive way than others.
So the point of G5 is that Black would love to put the pawn on G4 because this knight is begging to go to the square E5 where it's hitting the bishop on D3, where it's attacking the pawn on C4. It's a very difficult knight to remove, but of course I can't because this knight on F3 is on the way. So G5 is the most powerful and direct way of removing this knight on F3. It kind of forces White to take the pawn, otherwise G4 is coming in with a tempo. And after knight takes G5, well, it doesn't actually force it. You can play rook F1, but that's a different business. Knight takes G5, knight E5, and now you're regaining the pawn because you take on F1 and C4. It is still kind of a pawn sacrifice because after you can see bishop F1, pawn takes C4, White will eventually regain this pawn. Actually, he can gain the pawn immediately if he wanted with bishop takes to C4. But after the move knight takes C4, either before or after rook G8, queen a4 check, both bishop d7 and, or I think more precisely, queen d7, queen takes c4, e6. Is supposed to give black a lot of compensation because rook g8 is coming, bishop b7 is coming on the position, and white is severely underdeveloped. It becomes a little bit crazy.
So actually, I always like moves like queen d7 because we always teach like you have to block with the lesser valuable piece, but you know the bishop wants to go in the diagonal.
Correct.
And yesterday we were really critical. You mentioned this rook f1 move, right?
Yeah.
After g5. So yesterday we were very critical of Purva's game, saying she like repeated the moves she didn't achieve anything. So, but this is a completely different scenario.
This is a completely different scenario because g5 is such a committal move.
Right.
Weakens your position. Your king, everything is weakened for the rest of the game. So let's take a look at what actually happened. Knight g5 and rook g8 was met with d4. White decides that he doesn't want to accept the sacrifice, allows black to take en passant here on d3. Of course, this allows quicker development for white's pieces, and now the bishop on c1 is defending the knight on g5. It's considered to be relatively sharp variation where even one wrong move by either side can lead them to a huge amount of trouble. I don't know the theory of this position because even though I do play the bishop b5 check line myself, as I mentioned, I play it with a quick c3 rather than a quick castle. So I haven't taken a look at this. I know that there is some Robin van Kampen video somewhere where he deals specifically with this position, but I haven't watched them fully, so I don't actually know.
What do you mean? You don't watch Robin van Kampen's videos to prepare? And as we were mentioning in one game when Rufeng played a theoretical line, he got in a lot of trouble. And of course, Wonder is probably better prepared in theory and doesn't shy away from variations.
I think as far as theoretical battles, A Wonder is far scarier than Rufeng. Like, I would shy away for certain variations against A Wonder. I would not be afraid to play them against Rufeng because knowing the style of both players.
Right. Someone who plays 1b3 most of the games.
Most of the
games I think it's a good move they played.
But let's stop guessing about the position because we do have our Grandmaster Cristian Chirila with insights.
And your assessment on A Wonder is extremely accurate because he's a monster in theory. And in this game, he's proving it. The game you were mentioning, Carlsen versus Topalov, went with bishop e2. So this is a very, very small nuance that we will see. It matters a lot in the future. B takes d4, knight takes a3, rook g8, d4, and now c takes d3 can come on the board, and the bishop is on e2. Keep that in mind. Bishop f1 was played, b takes c4, knight a3, rook g8, d4, c takes d3. And now I don't have to retake immediately because my bishop is not on e2, is not under attack. I can play this move f4, and this is going to keep the bishop pair on the board for white. Huge, huge improvement. Compared to bishop e2, white scores much better in bishop f1. Very few games, very novel games, and A Wonder is aware of them. This is huge, huge theoretical monster we have in this tournament.
I like the approach that he's having. Rufeng's weakness sometimes, especially with the black pieces, is this kind of theoretical battles in which he has a faint idea but not a specific idea. And in this scenarios where I wonder, I mean, he's spent a minute on the clock, which is pretty much nothing. He's mainly spent it because while Rufeng played, he was probably up from the board and didn't notice.
Like he is right now.
Like he is right now. So it's up to Rufeng to come up with some kind of solid idea over the board. Pawn takes e3 is obviously the most natural move, but of course the move f4 scares me. I really don't want to take on d4.
No, because you're going to lose that c4 pawn.
You're going to lose the c4 pawn eventually. I mean, after I simply take on d4, I'm going to threaten to take on c4 the next move, and this looks already kind of ugly. I really, really don't want to move the knight back.
No, then I just take on c5 and, or maybe even e5.
I think the only thing I have to worry about is if I take the move h6. Because here I cannot move the knight anywhere because it's, well, first of all, it's actually somehow trapped. But even if it wasn't trapped, for example, here the move knight f3 wins a queen.
I think you have f4 here.
You have f4 and then the game becomes a little nuts. But
and then if you're Rufeng with white, you just take on f7.
You take on f7.
Because that's how chess works.
But it's a complicated position. I think that after pawn takes d3, f4, craziness happens, I mean, black has to be very careful here. I wouldn't be surprised to move like rook g5 into somebody's radar just to keep the strong knight on e5 alive, even not necessarily this move, but at some point just to play for the compensation.
I can ignore and just take on e5 anyways.
Yeah, it's possible actually to take here. I don't know, it's crazy.
That move is actually proposed by the engine. Rook takes
Really?
g5, f takes g5, knight g4.
Oh, there you go.
But check it out. After h3,
Knight
the
G4.
knight is trapped. No worries. I'm just going to develop my bishop. Now, if you take, I'm going to take with the bishop, and apparently I have full compensation for the rook.
But this is not...
This is going to be an incredible game, guys. Queen b6 is coming. Take control potentially of this diagonal. Maybe c4. How many pawns do I have? 2, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 7.
Not enough.
2 pawns for the rook. That should be more than enough compensation for Rui Feng.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
Feng,
you
maybe,
should
yeah.
really just give it for free.
But I would love to say that I have all these creative ideas, but actually I'm just remembering the ideas of a game that was Carlsen versus Grischuk from the London Chess Classic of 2015, I want to say, in which, in a crucial game, in the last round, the world champion plays against Alexander Grischuk, this absolutely crazy variation.
And he was completely lost.
And he was
They somehow won, right?
completely lost. Grischuk is just annihilating
I want to
him
say
on
it
the
was
king
last
side.
year.
No, last year London Classic Magnus didn't play.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, 2015.
2015. And he won basically because of Grischuk's time trouble and inability to win a position. And somehow he won that game. He won the London Chess Classic. He won the Grand Chess Tour, all because of that game. But that being said,
I don't remember the game, but I remember the circumstances. I remember he was lost. But
yeah, and
you
I
said your
remember-
memory is bad, and mine is like 10 times worse than yours.
I remember that there was some kind of maneuvers around the king side in which black kept leaving his pieces on precisely because of the weakness of the king and the power of the pawn on d3. Like sometimes this pawn, if protected, can hem in a white's pieces. So it becomes kind of crazy. And the problem with this kind of crazy positions is it doesn't matter what the objective evaluation is.
Right.
If one side knows the computer evaluation in several lines and the other one doesn't, well, you can guess who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, and we saw an example where Caden played Rui Feng, and it seems like Caden knew computer evaluation and Rui Feng didn't. And
Yeah.
I think that's like one problem that Rui Feng has. He, like with white, he plays b3 and he says, it's a position. Then, you know, like with white, you can't really get in trouble so much, but with black, like, you cannot get away with not knowing theory.
This kind of things happen when you're
Like
with
you
black.
cannot just play like I mean you can, but then you're just gonna suffer. Whereas with white, you're just gonna get some kind of position. You're just gonna play chess.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the matchup of the day because I think that there's a
Oh, we have a lot
lot
of
of updates.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yes. There
Wait,
are a
what?
lot of updates, guys, and the players are actually following theory, which
Wow.
is
The classic game of Cristian Chirila.
no, I didn't play this. I never played this Queen C2. That's Alejandro versus Caden. We have a lot of classics in this building, that's for sure. But look at this line. Bishop G4 was played. Caden is actually walking a very thin line, but he is walking it and he's keeping the balance. Bishop, Queen takes E7, A3, Bishop takes F3, G takes F3, Rook to D8. This is all main line theory. Queen A4, Knight D3, Bishop D3, Rook takes D3, Queen to B5. This is the position we currently have on the board. And he plays the move Rook to D4. Rook to F3 was played in the most recent game, a very obscure game from the Danish championship between like some 2300s. Queen takes B7, Knight to D8, Queen to B4, Queen to E5 was played. And check this cute little trick. Rook A D1 was played, A5, Queen A4, C6, Rook takes D8, and black simply resigned.
Oh, Queen D1.
After king takes d8, queen to d1, the rook is lost. So Nicolas is definitely aware of that game, but Caden deviated, and after
Full
queen
force.
d5, he plays the move rook to d4, which I will have to do some digging to understand this position and see exactly what all the nuances offer.
Well,
Okay, so
it
what's the
is-
material?
The material is currently Caden is down a pawn. We could have recovered it on f3. Decides not to do so.
But we said that forcing line, completely forcing line where white wins a rook.
The move rook d4 is a little bit mysterious to me because the rook is blocking the possibility of the knight to come to d4.
Yeah, I think rook f3 looked much more natural to me.
Yeah, and we can see that finally Nicolas starts to think because
Now we know he's out of book.
now he must be out of book. Not saying the move rook d4 is good or bad. It's just a little unnatural to me. One of the big advantages is, of course, that after queen takes b7, I have sometimes the ability to actually take on e5, something that I didn't necessarily want to do with the rook on f3.
And if you check, I can always block with the rook.
You can now block with the rook against any check, and also the knight is threatening to go to d3 and to f3. So perhaps that's a big advantage. On the other hand, if Nicolas decides to just hold on to the pawn with f4, the ultra greediest of the greedy, well, Kaden has to prove the compensation. I mean, this pawn on f4 is pretty weak for the rest of the game,
Can I
though.
just castle?
You can just probably castle. I don't know. Optically, black has enough compensation for the pawn. The variations might be, taking on b7 might be a little too much.
No, you have to prove it.
Yeah, that is the thing. I do have to prove it, and it's not so easy all the time. I mean, knight a5.
But I was thinking take on a7 now.
Oh my god. All my pawns. And I
Knight
can
b3.
play knight b3. I don't know. The thing is, the position is very sharp, because even though white is up a pawn, this king on e1 is going to be permanently weak. And it doesn't matter how many pawns you munch, as long as I am able to keep your king at bay and unsafe, it might force your rooks to be passive or your knights to be passive, and it's always going to be a dangerous situation.
Because you cannot connect the rooks.
That doesn't do anything. But
right, because the king is just, I feel like the king has to stay in the center, because castling you're always going to run into queen g5, queen h5 perpetuals, so I think it's safer.
At least perpetuals, yeah.
Right.
So in this kind of scenario, the king is on e1 is very, very, very weak. This is a very risky decision that Nicolas has decided to go for. Black should have enough compensation for the pawn, at least that's what I think. But there are scenarios in which white can advantageously transpose into endgames. So for example, if I remove the queens, and I quickly castle, play rook c1, knight d5, you can imagine that white's pressure on the queen side is also something to be considered. A very double-edged approach here by Nicolas Checa. I like it, but I think he is now out of book after the move rook d4, and he has to be careful on how he treads.
I still want to take on b7.
Here in this position?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
No, you don't have knight a5, I can just check you. Like, what do you do after queen b7?
I was going to take on e5.
Oh. Oh, sorry, we played f4 first.
f4 is what we're looking at.
Right.
And in this position, I don't know. I have to consider a lot of things. Queen h4, for example, castle. I don't know. I still think that your castle here has to be suicidal somehow, but I'm not sure how.
Queen e6, maybe?
Queen e6.
Are you trying to...
I want to play f6. If I manage to play f6, then I'll be quite good. Also, castle is always met with queen g4 now that the queen is on a6.
The perpetual.
At least a perpetual. At least a perpetual.
I don't know. I mean, it's a nice approach here to the position, but I do have to say that risks are being taken. Kaden is definitely aware of the position because he's gotten it to be so far. And I have the feeling that he played rook d4 still a little bit quickly. He didn't take a huge amount of time thinking about it.
Maybe it's something he knows.
I think it's something that he either has prepared or has a vague recollection that he prepared, even if it was a long time ago.
Yeah, because he didn't spend a lot of time. I mean, 15, if you take the increment into account, so it's like 20-something minutes for 17 moves. He still has a lot of time for
relatively, considering that this obviously came as a surprise and that it's such a sharp line, he did play rook d4 relatively quickly.
Okay, so... I mean, there's so many options here for white. Well, so main moves are going to consider knight d5. No, knight d5 doesn't work. I just can't take on e5. So f4 and queen b7, I think, main moves. Maybe f4 even.
f4 is what seems most natural.
Right, you don't want to lose e5
it's
because if you lose e5, the knight gets in. Like once you take knight e5, that f3 pawn, since like it's not going to live very long, right?
Knight d5 is actually the main line in this position.
Oh, there's a main line here.
There's a main line.
Apparently, out of 10 games.
Has anyone good played or?
Yeah, quite some good players. I think the most recent one is from 2016, a game between a Hungarian grandmaster Gonda and a Serbian international master around 2400, and the game was a draw. Yes, knight d5 in that position I think is going to be met with queen takes e5, queen takes b7, and now we're probably going to see a rook sacrifice on e4, which will probably lead to a perpetual. But we'll just wait and see. This is going to be quite an interesting line if we're going to follow this, because most probably we're going to get this on the board. And after queen c4, we'll see if the white king can escape. If black okay, let's say I go to king g1, probably castle is going to be played.
This looks very scary for white.
I agree. It's an exchange up for white, but you have a lot of strategical weaknesses. Your king is definitely out in the open. The rook on h1 is not playing. Knight e6, knight f4, the combination between the queen and the knight is going to be very potent. So this could potentially lead to some trouble. The computer still assess it as equal, as balanced, but practically, I mean, this is very difficult for white, I would say.
We're talking about these positions like it's a normal way of playing chess. Yeah, I take the rook, you don't take it back.
You like that?
Yeah, it's like normal chess. This is what happens when you play chess. But I mean, let's come back to this game. Was 95 played or was it 7?
No.
So let's give Nicholas some time to try to figure out this position, and then because we can't just talk about this forever. Let's see if we have any developments in the a wonder game, which is Rufang. Did he take on d3?
He actually took on d4.
Oh, so it's a move we weren't so approving of.
Well, now things get a little scary for both sides. I already mentioned that against queen takes d4, the idea h6 might be on the board. This pawn on c4 is pretty much dead. Wow, I don't know how that happened. This pawn on c4 is pretty much dead, but it's up to white what he wants to do in this position. The most natural moves are obviously to take on d4, take on c4, or to play the immediate move f4.
A lot of options.
A lot of options here. After f4, I would expect...
Bishop g4.
Yeah, well, there's ideas here. Bishop g4 is an idea. d3 is an idea as well. Just sacrificing the knight, hoping that some idea of queen b6 works.
I don't think it...
But I don't think it does.
Yeah, because you're losing c4.
Takes knight g4. And I think knight takes c4 is just winning because I cover I cover the b6 square.
Forgetting how the pieces move.
Yeah, and I don't think this is enough.
No, even for Rufang, it's
even
not
for
enough.
Rufang.
No, I mean, we're joking about Rufang's sacrifices, but his sacrifices have been absolutely brilliant in this tournament.
So far, they have been absolutely great.
Like very educational. Like if you want to learn what it's like to sacrifice for a long-term advantage, like yesterday's games, which is great.
No, it was, but I am kind of curious on what you do in this position. I mean, the move.
Wait, what did you do after Bishop g4?
Bishop g4 seems almost forced, but I'm a little scared about a couple things.
Scared about a lot of things. So you cannot check, I'll just repeat.
I mean, I can just take on d4, honestly.
I forgot about that pawn hanging.
I mean, this bishop on g4 is actually not very well placed.
Yeah, because I want to put a knight there.
You want to put a knight, also the rook on g8 sometimes wants to have the file open for some kind of knight of 3 trick.
This bishop f1 was quite clever, I have to say.
It was analyzed, though. I mean, it's not exactly a new idea. There was a publication that dealt with the difference between bishop e2 and bishop f1, and black is supposed to take different approaches between against both moves. I don't remember, because I don't play this line with either color, which one is which, but I am aware of the publication and that it is an idea.
I think it's kind of like if you play too fast in opening, you just overlook it, and then you realize, wait a minute.
Yeah, there are different moves. Bishop e2 and bishop f1 are definitely different moves. f4 looks...
but it looks like a wonder is out of book, because he's not the kind of player who just...
stayed and think.
Just no, like fake think or anything like that. I think if he knew, it just... Like, he's been blitzing this whole time. So
but after f4, I am curious what he's going to do. I mean, the sacrifice.
Can I take on g5 here?
That seems very, very...
well, we tried in the other position. Wait, what's the difference between... Isn't this the line we're talking about? No, there was a pawn on d3 in the line.
We're talking about c takes d3 instead of c takes d4.
Okay, but I can transpose, right?
Only if I go h3.
Yeah.
If I go h3, then you
then
transpose.
I'll go d3.
But here I have the option of, instead of playing h3, just taking on c4. And...
can I go d3 or take on d3? Or no, take on d3 doesn't make sense, because you just take...
Well, d3 I can just take on e5, I was thinking.
I don't think you can. I can check you.
I think I can. Queen b6 check, bishop e3.
Are you going to queen a4 and checkmate me?
Yeah, and I have actually a counter-attack that looks to me to be quite dangerous. There's no easy way to defend against the check. You have to go here, takes here. Remember that I am up the exchange. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to move out of the way. And on knight g4, I have simply h3, and I don't see where your compensation is. I mean, both sides seem to be on the verge of defeat, but this king on c7 doesn't strike me as particularly good.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to happen.
No, but I think f4 is critical in this position.
Right. I mean, you do have 3 candidate moves.
No, you have 3 candidate
so
moves
I think
that
he
are
has.
difficult.
He's
Because
gonna
knight
take
takes
time.
c4 is also very tempting, actually. If you take with the knight, I'm going to take on c4. I'm already threatening the pawn on f7. e6, I can take on d4.
Pawn, right?
And as far as I know, this seems like a free pawn to me. I
mean,
don't see
like,
any
you can
compensation.
you
So
do,
black has to come up with something more clever than knight takes c4 in this position. Something like h6.
I would assume h6.
I would assume something along the lines of h6, yeah. Taking advantage that h6, for example, knight f3, bishop g4, I guess. And I don't know what's going on. I really just don't know. I can take on e5 actually here. No, I can't. There is no bishop
is
e5.
black.
All right, I'm going to defer this to the computer for a second. Perhaps Christian has an insight on what the evaluation of the position is. For me, it's just a huge mess, and I think f4 is critical.
Yeah, it's a huge mess. Knight takes e5, d takes, knight f3 is the line, bishop to g4, and then the computer just wants to play a slow game, something like h3. Now, if you take on h3, the pawn on e5 is going to hang, and your whole structure is damaged. The problem is also your pieces on the king side are not yet developed. This bishop on f8 is still a few moves away from development. The king on e8 is a little bit restricted there, and this position just seems to be slightly better for white. With that being said, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I mean, knight c4 is one of the ways to play this position. f4 is definitely another one. Maybe even queen takes d4 in this. No, queen takes d4 in the position is an option as well. This is going to be a three result game for a very long time.
As we were saying, yeah, the candidate moves that we were thinking about is precisely what the computer is also suggesting. So, not a big surprise there. It is a sharp position, but...
so it looks like in both key matchups, there's going to be a deep thing for both Evander and Nicholas. And I do think Evander's going to take his time here. Like, you cannot just rush with the decision here.
Definitely.
It looks like he is out of book, or he would have played by now.
Yeah, I
He's
agree.
too young now to remember his lines. So now we have the time to go around and look at the other games. So let's just go game by game. Let's take a look at the Michael Brown's game against Andrew Tang.
This is a Catalan that I've seen, but it's been a long time also since I saw this variation. On bishop d2, knight d5, there are certain lines here. Actually, the move a3 has been attempted. The move queen b5 is a known pawn sacrifice. White is trying to simply take on c4. But black can retain the pawn by taking and playing c3. The idea is that white actually enjoys a huge amount of initiative on the queen side, and it's not trivial to defend or to develop certain pieces. For example, this bishop on ca needs to find a way to get out, but the move b6 sometimes leaves the pawn on c7 too weak. You can imagine a very quick queen c3 takes can exploit this. C6 leaves this knight completely out of play. Usually black actually retreats the knight to b6 to cover the b file. But I see that Andrew has decided to go instead for this setup, which I'm not actually as familiar with up through the move knight e5. It's a pawn sacrifice. It's a known pawn sacrifice. It's just a game in which white is trying to prove the compensation. It's a very long-term compensation, so it's not something you can prove in 1 or 2 moves. It's just a long-lasting initiative. And Andrew is on the defensive side, but trying to consolidate what would eventually be a strong advantage in the extra pawn.
And I feel like this is the kind of position Michael would really enjoy playing. He does like playing this kind of long strategic games, and especially, like, he lost very badly yesterday. Just I think that was his worst game of the tournament. Just really one-sided, never made a real threat in the position. Just lost the a pawn, like got a worse position, lost the a pawn, and then his opponent queen. Like,
it was very
pretty much what happened in the game. And so I think this is a nice way for him to play in his comfort zone, play like a long game, and try to recover. I mean,
bounce back.
Not having such a great tournament, but he's, as we said, like even he said it himself, his results don't reflect his games, and he said he thinks he's playing well, it's just the results are not there, which is such a great attitude to have, because it's so easy to get frustrated when you're playing well and your results aren't there. You just feel like you're wasting your time.
Absolutely, I have to agree. Well, this is going to be a long game.
Let's look at Akshat's game. So Akshat has 4 points, so if he wins and Kaden loses, or Kaden draws even, that puts
Actually,
him
he's
in
playing
good
a very
position.
important game right now. If he manages to win, then he's going to be in a very, very positive situation going into the last 2 rounds with real chances of actually catching the leader.
But
Yeah.
the problem is he already played Caden. No,
He
yeah,
already
he
played
played
Caden,
Yeah,
but
so
it
that's
does,
a big.
it's
but
also important. It all depends on the Caden game, really. We're gonna.
I feel like I've seen this position like in every game.
We have an Italian, which is
The
something.
new trend.
But with knight f6 move order. All right.
What transposes?
I like knight f6. That's actually what I play as well. I like to entice my opponents to play knight g5 in that position.
All right. Sure.
Tempting.
A4, and we have an Italian with A4, of which all the subtleties of the difference between playing A4 before castling, before C3, before D3, or castling before D3, or castling before C3 are so obscure for some players, but important for grandmasters that it takes forever to like really understand what the big difference is
And
between the variations.
Like we've seen this at the higher level,
Yeah.
like every turn. Like I feel like every high level tournament I've looked at, I've seen the same position over and over. And I feel like we're going to be seeing this position in our upcoming event and the Sinquefield Cup
I hope not. 'Cause
over
I
and over and over.
hate this
Well,
variation.
it's either this or the Berlin, so you have to pick your poison.
Or the Neidorf. All right.
Well, we do
A5.
have MVL playing, so.
MVL will be here at the Sinquefield Cup. H3, H6. H6 should be fine. Knight A3, Knight E7, and we have this boring setup, which is just a very typical Italian. White's wasted a couple of tempi with the idea of taking on E3 with the knight instead of the pawn, which is the usual recapture. That allows the knight to control D5 and F5. Black here has the option of retreating the bishop or taking on E3. You don't really want to allow this shattering of the structure on C5 because eventually the E5 pawn might be a little bit weak. Relative to most Italians, though, feels like Black's okay. I mean, this knight e3, knight c2, bishop e3 line is not supposed to be the most dangerous of ideas. Usually, I'm more scared with the black side when white tries to play a very early d4, and that's not going to be easy to do here as long as the e4 pawn is undefended.
I think one of the main ideas behind this knight a3, knight c2, bishop e3 is leaving the rook on f1. And now if you take on f3, I'm going to take with the f pawn, and my rook on f1 is going to be ideally placed. In general, you can you can prepare this bishop e3 by moving rook e1, knight d2, knight f1, and then bishop e3. But then the rook has to move from f1 to e1. So I think that's one of the key nuances that maybe favors this knight e3, knight c2.
But question, why did you put your knight on c2 if you're going to take with the pawn?
Well, maybe I'm going to support b4 in the future.
Well, I mean, it would make more sense if the knight was on d2 in this position.
Definitely a difference of opinions there between grandmasters, because I have to agree with Tatev. I don't have any idea why you would put your knight on c2 if you're going to take with on e3 with the pawn. I mean, the knight is very misplaced on c2. As far as I understand, the idea is to take with the knight. But we'll see what happens, because here Akshat is thinking taking on e3 is probably the most natural move. It's definitely not forced. He could try to be a little more enterprising and just let white take on c5, say, I need to start taking some risks in the position.
Yeah, but this is a long-term, like a very long game. I'm not sure if it's necessary to take risks early on.
I mean, if you take with the knight on e3, which I completely understand is a very normal move, I feel
knight
like
f4, right?
yeah, I feel black is just faster with reaching the ideal squares for his pieces. Knight f4, then I'm going to play c6, preparing d5, and it just doesn't seem like white obtained absolutely anything. I think he would like to unbalance the position a little bit and try to take with the pawn, but that's just obviously my opinion.
But I have to agree with Christian in this, that something already kind of went wrong for white.
So you just agree with everyone?
Well, I agree that something went wrong for white, because actually this kind of ideas of knight a3, knight c2 against knight g6, so usually when black plays this maneuver.
You want to play d4.
You want to play d4. I mean, it's the way of obtaining some kind
It's
of
like
advantage.
the general, when a piece moves away from the center, you play in the center.
You play in the center, and then normally you play d4 in this position,
Okay,
and then you hold
so-
on to this pawn on e3.
Oh, but
E4.
you cannot play d4 because you're losing the e4 pawn. So something's... If you
I
go
mean, I
back...
can play it with a tempo.
Oh, no, but the knight's on... I thought you meant after 97.
No, here's fine.
Yeah, but here I just moved back.
You can move back. I play bishop d3. This kind of structures are well known. I play rook e1.
And then I
next
play
move.
c6. I mean, okay, this is...
I mean, I want to say that there's a Karyakin game here after c6 and b4. This kind of ideas. Actually, the pawn was on a6, not on a5.
Isn't that Carlson Karyakin?
Yeah,
or
but the
something
pawn
like
was on
that?
a6.
Right, there's so many nuances in these positions that nobody actually remembers everything.
But I remember that there's a Carlsen Karyakin game very similar to this one with the pawn on a6, and then you have the option of going b4. But with the pawn on a5, I really don't quite remember.
No, but I think we can all agree something feels off about this position, right?
The move bishop e3 feels off to me, actually, just straight up. There's something wrong with the move bishop e3.
And in general, White plays this type of positions when he's certain that he can outplay his opponent. Bove Liu, the lowest rated seed in the tournament, playing against one of the top seeds and a very, very experienced grandmaster, this doesn't seem like the right approach, because it's going to be very, very difficult to outplay Black here, and you can actually outplay yourself if you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I played grandmasters in the Italian.
I've outplayed myself in the Italian. And I've definitely outplayed myself in the Italian. I remember I was playing against Filgar in the National Open. And I was playing all the natural moves, knight e7, knight g6, put my bishop back on a7. Then I looked at the board and I was like, why am I clearly worse? I'm like, my opponent got a huge center, developed all his pieces, I had no counterplay, couldn't put a knight on f4. I was just thinking, what did I do wrong? I mean, don't get me.
That's the worst.
I hate the Italian with both white and black.
Oh,
But
that's good to know.
yeah, there you go.
Okay, so we looked at 4 out of 5 games in the juniors. Let's look at Joshua's game against Mika Bertain. Again, not too relevant to the standings, but we definitely want to make sure we look at all the games.
Feels like it was a King's Indian. Let's take a look. With a little bit of a strange move order, but no big deal here. Nothing out of the
Oh
ordinary.
yeah, this is the line at ace. Okay, not this line.
E5. Well,
I
when
thought this early 5 was not supposed to be good.
I'm gonna be straight up. E5 is a mistake. E5 is a known mistake. There are some new ideas with an E5 that make the move a little bit more playable than it used to be. Because after D5, I've seen this recent idea of going knight b8, a5, knight a6, knight d7, and then controlling c5, which I'm still a little suspicious of, but it has its idea. But playing d5 with knight e7, for example, is just complete suicide. This variation of the King's Indian is just about the worst queenside against kingside attack that you can get, because the bishop on fianchetto position is so safe.
Yeah, we already saw several examples, and I haven't committed my pawn to e4, so you're f5.
But actually,
Break.
you play e4 in this position. I played this
Oh, right
variation
away,
several times. You play e4. You play a very quick knight e1, knight d3, and black even has to be worried that when they play f5, white doesn't counter with f4 and actually takes full control of the center. So
Yeah, because you're not supporting your
Yeah.
e5 pawn with my knight on d3.
So d5 is critical, and the move d takes e5, as usual in the King's Indian, is not one of the ways to emphasize the problems in black's position. After d takes e5, I don't really see the problem with black. You have to go for a very quick knight e5 if you're going to take advantage of this. Bishop g5, and bishop e6 looks normal. Queen c1 keeps the bind here on this position.
So
Queen
queen
c8
on the way.
is done very similarly. I'm assuming also I cannot take on c4 for reasons.
Knight e4.
I think knight e4 is uncomfortable.
But then you have queen is. Oh, I mean, you can never play it. Well, I mean, you can play h6, but you're going to lose a pawn.
Well, also, I'm not sure where the bishop goes.
e6. Oh, you always have knight c5.
e6, knight c5, and you can see the blacks
Right.
being pushed back, perhaps a little bit too much. So Mika decides not to take. Rook d1. Now the pawn is truly poisoned, because if you take on c4, I take on f6.
Knight
Mouse a little bit
e4.
slow today. Knight e4, and now you have a double attack against the bishops. Knight d7 instead. Okay. Knight d5. I always hate the move f6, but if you have to play it, you have to play it. All right, bishop e3.
Well, you play f6, hoping in the future you're going to be able to play f5, but here it's going to be a little more challenging.
Yeah, because of the knight g5 move, and I don't have h6 to cover this square. I would say that white is a little bit better because I like his chances on the queen side. It's not a huge advantage, but it feels more natural to play white here, for example. I like the idea of just playing rook b1 or in b4 immediately. I like b4 immediately. I'm not really sure that you want to take that pawn on b4. You can do it, for example, takes, 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 but you're already scared that a move like bishop h3, and you can compare this to the Catalan, in which Michael Brown sacrificed a pawn against Andrew Tang. That white obviously has a lot of compensation here. The move queen c4 might even just
queen c4 d6
might even just win the game. I'm not saying it that.
Yes.
My computer is quite slow today. Queen c4. Knight a6 is almost forced, and you can see this knight's off plays. I have d6 ideas. Bishop on g7 is quite bad, and your light squares are weak.
I feel like I want to play a5 first, though.
Well, yeah, a5 first. Okay, it doesn't change the character.
No,
of the
but I
position.
can check and take a pawn. On
Yeah, but
they
now
have knight c6. Okay.
Well, I can play maybe rook c1. I mean, you can start seeing how the pressure accumulates. I'd much rather be white.
This is very uncomfortable.
This is very uncomfortable. Even
Actually, I think the position that's on the board seems very comfortable for white.
Yeah, something has gone wrong here for Mika. I think that Joshua is definitely putting on the pressure today. I like his position.
And I want to go back to our matchup of today because I see queen b7. Oh no, knight d5, queen e5.
Oh, queen b7 and then
knight d5 first.
But this is the game between Hungarian
and
Grandmaster
and Serbian
international master.
Oh, so rook e4.
Rook e4 here is the move, right?
It's all theory, guys.
Yeah, it's embarrassing we don't know this. 20 moves of some obscure line.
But rook e4 is the move, right?
Yeah, it has to be the move, yeah.
At least remember that.
No, yeah, because anything else almost loses, I think.
Yeah, because rook d5 I take on queen c6 and then you lose.
And if you move the knight,
you don't have a square.
I'm gonna checkmate you on c8. Like knight a5 is actually checkmate in 1, if I can remember how the pieces move. Knight d8 doesn't really help you very much. I can even on a really
cannot take queen c7, so you have that going for you.
There you go. You cannot take queen c7 because the rook takes. But I mean,
I can take with the knight probably.
You can take with the knight, but you can probably just retreat the queen and.
But you might run into rook e4 again. Oh no, because I have
queen e3. So this is probably just winning. I mean, you probably do have to take on e4. I think. I mean, that's what I feel in the position.
So how did we get that position? So rook e4, king f1, right? That's
rook
how
e4,
we got
king
that
f1. You cannot take immediately. I think this is quite clear, because the only way you don't lose this rook with check is to play the ridiculous-looking move king d2. But after I check you, I mean, you don't
even have king c2.
You don't have king c2. You have to play king c3. And I think it's a miracle that you are not even losing. I mean, I have a perpetual at the very least, but after castle, I mean, I don't really care.
This is not serious.
No, this is not serious chess. Here, queen f3 is surely winning. Surely winning.
Yeah.
So you cannot really take immediately, because as I said, you're going to take on h1 with a check. And then I'm going to capture your other rook, and then I have nothing to worry about.
And you cannot go knight e3 also, because I just keep capturing.
Yeah.
It's like the crazy...
Yeah, I keep capturing on A1. I'm going to have to reset my computer on the
I wouldn't want to capture on A1 because now...
But I do. But also knight d2 for is a better move. Just winning the queen. But if king d2, which is a better move, then I do want to just capture.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Take on c6?
Yeah, I hide.
Oh, you're hiding on g8.
I hide on g8 or g7 or whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Queen c3?
Huh?
Queen c3?
I don't care.
You should.
I don't care.
You should. Okay, make a move.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, I think you're going to start carrying right about now.
No,
but I mean, you could have just played queen e4 like this. It's so unnecessary. I mean, just... No, queen king d2, queen e4, no? What's the problem? You have a king on d2, I'm going to castle next move.
It's hard to argue with that logic, especially because black's up a pawn. I don't see a lot of compensation here. I mean, this king is going to be very weak.
So king f1 feels like an only move.
Well, yeah, king f1 after rook takes e4 looks forced. I mean, knight e3, I'm just going to just take that knight off the board. So king f1 looks forced.
So now I want to take your rook without a check, so you have to take on d5.
No, you have to take on d5.
Everything is hanging.
Wait, no, that was not the line.
That was the line.
Yeah,
and then queen c8.
d5.
Queen c8 check. I'm not sure why you threw in that check, but let's just do that.
Well, where do you want to throw it then? If you go on a8, then I go king d7.
Why am I throwing in a check at all?
Okay, so he wants to take.
You want to take on e4?
Yeah, but I'm gonna check you.
Where?
c4, I'm assuming.
All right, king g1.
Well, it's because my knight is going to be on a better score.
Yeah,
on
and then I
c6.
castle.
And then I just castle.
Queen c8, then knight d8 is forced.
And then you take.
Then I take, and then I can have to check you here.
Because we don't want to lose our queen to queen e4.
Yeah, so
Otherwise,
king
we're
g1.
great. Now I can either take or castle, right? I mean, I want to castle, and I don't know. This position looks very scary for white.
It's scary, but okay, maybe it's something like queen g4. Then I'm going to try to play king g2. If I manage to get that rook out of h1, maybe with king g2, rook d1, or h4, rook h3.
Okay, so
I'm gonna punish you severely.
do I have f5 here?
Yeah, not even.
No, next move. Yeah, keep king g2, f5. This looks.
Maybe h4. Maybe h4 instead of.
Wow.
King g2. Why not?
I don't know. I guess you've come this far, so why not seems like the appropriate.
I mean, f5 anyway. I think
my God.
it's very scary for white.
I agree, it's very scary.
Well,
but I'm not. I don't believe it. Black is winning or anything.
No, we're not saying winning, we're
nobody's
just
saying that black is winning. It just looks scary. I mean, objectively, I wouldn't be surprised. The evaluation of the position is just equal.
As it always annoyingly is in this position,
As
because
it
it's always a
is.
forcing line that ends in a draw somehow.
But practically speaking, already I would like to be black.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, rook e4, I do still consider to be almost forced here for Caden. Anything else seems to be too slow. I think you have to start opening up lines against that king on e1.
Yeah, so, and we expect him to find this move. I mean, I think it's impossible he's not going to find it before.
Well, impossible is a strong word, but it is very likely that a grandmaster of Caden's strength, even without any knowledge of the position, not to mention that he might have it because we are following a game, finds the move rook e4 just over the board.
No,
Yeah.
he must know it. He must know this position. He must have had this position in his analysis board in recent times.
I agree. This looks very likely to still be prep. He might still be remembering. I mean, rook e4 is a move that you just calculate a little bit, even if you're gonna, you have to play it.
Right, unless you just looked at it this morning, right before the game, you're not going to blitz out rook e4.
And that seems very unlikely.
And I think even if he doesn't know it, like finding rook e4, I don't think it's very difficult, especially for a grandmaster. But I mean, we do expect him to think for a little bit, and we do expect some calculation. Or
a lot of calculation to go into this position.
Right, so we do have a lot of interesting games going on. We have a lot of developments in this game. Wonderland's game is very interesting, and we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will continue when we're back, so don't go anywhere.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I couldn't do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is the round 7 of the 2017 U.S. Junior and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. We're just coming back from a break. When we left off, we were looking at the junior games, and the players, I think, still thinking. We had some really interesting theoretical battles. So let's lift them for a little bit, let them figure it out, and let's go to the girls section and see what we have going on here.
I think we have to go back to the key matchup of the day, which is Akshita Gordy here with the white pieces facing against Agata Vyhovtsev. Akshita with a clear point lead over the field could really use the win, get that security before she plays Maggie Feng. So we left the game off, around here, playing a King's Indian. Agata chooses the very traditional setup with e5 and a very early a5, which is with the idea of establishing a knight here. And Akshita's having none of that. She played the very immediate c5, which already puts a little bit of a cloud, in my view, this setup of that Agata has chosen, because allowing c5 without any fight and weakening your queen side with the move a5 seems to not really work out unless you really are able to establish a knight on c5, which is not the easiest thing to do. Knight a6, takes, the knight develops to f3, that seems very natural. Bishop d7, and the knight quickly returns from d2 to go to its powerful location on c4. Knight c5, and of course this knight is not going to survive. It must be taken because in order to get an advantage. Take on c5, and a4. a4 is done with the idea of controlling the light squares on this side of the board. Knight e8 was played, bishop b5, and now an extremely curious move. Now, white's dream scenario involves the following. If, for example, knight d6 takes, and now I cannot play this move immediately, but I'm going to give you the example that if knight b5 takes happens somehow, and this pawn is defended, it isn't right now, and I establish a knight on c4, this knight is just absolutely monstrous compared to this terrible bishop on g7.
Very classical good knight versus bad bishop, where all of the black pawns, well, most of them are on dark squares blocking the bishop.
So it is a strong strategical threat, after bishop b5, that if you play the move knight d6, which is probably what everybody would think of at first, that even the move knight c4 immediately in this position, unless I'm blundering anything.
And then forcing the trade of bishops.
And forcing the trade of bishops. So for example, queen e7, just as an example, takes. This position is nearly hopeless for black, who has to face a passed pawn. This knight is just monster going to be on c4.
Which explains why white gave up that e3 bishop for a c5 knight, because we know, like, against fianchettoed bishop, you want to trade the fianchettoed bishop, but since black has committed
to
pawn on e5,
it's
basically a long-term weakness, and black's main idea is to break in with e5 and open up the position, eventually open up that bishop. But I cannot say I'm very impressed by black's next move in this position. Bishop c8.
Bishop c8 has the idea that at least you have the pair of bishops fighting against the pair of knights, and even though it's probably not going to be a pleasant situation, at least the pair of bishops has some hope against the two knights, unlike the bishop on g7 against one knight on c4.
Right, and I cannot it's harder to force an exchange of a knight for a bishop than the other way around, because the bishop can just pin the knight and take it, whereas the knight cannot so easily attack the bishop.
So this is the current position, and to me it is clear that white is better. I don't actually like white's last move. I actually don't like the move castle. I think retaining the flexibility of castling one side of the other would have put a little bit more pressure on black's position. I liked the move, for example, queen b3 followed by knight c4, and you can, because you've established a knight on c4 and a knight on b5, you are completely certain that the queen side is never going to blow up, and you can just castle on that side. Put the king on a2.
I don't think she considered that, actually, honestly. Just feels to me.
Don't know if she considered it or not, but I mean, this is what I would immediately have done, would be to hide my king on the queen side rather than on the king side, because the king side has some potential for black. You can see that the bishop on c8 is attacking h3. You can imagine the queen's going to go to g5. The bishop could even go to h6, and perhaps on a good day on f4 it's actually attacking something. Who knows? But
and to, like, okay, so let's go into get to castle f5.
Yeah.
So let's say if you go f3 and I close... Well, if you go f3, I can start bringing my bishop to f6. And usually in this kind of position, to have hopes of attacking, you need to have the c8 bishop.
Right.
That's why so many times in the classical variation of the King's Indian, white tries really hard to get rid of the 7 bishop, because without that bishop, you basically don't have an attack.
And that's why I think Agata has played this move, bishop c8. Castle is probably fine, and I still like white by a fair margin. I mean, the knights are so strong. But I would have preferred not having to deal with black's counterplay, because now I can imagine that if I play knight c4, on a good day, black's going to play rook a6, she's going to play g5, she's going to play g4. Whether it actually works or not,
it's a different question.
It's a good question. But having the possibility is something that I feel was completely unnecessary. With the queen on b3, with the knight on b5, and my king on a2, black could have done absolutely nothing against the king. And I think here, at least Agata has some more ideas.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it's always in the air, so white always have to be looking out for. So let's go back, not go back, but let's continue in the girls section. So we have our clear leader, and we have 2 players with 4 points each, and one of the players is going to be facing Akshita tomorrow. So either way, she's going to be leading the tournament. So the question is, she's going to be in clear lead or she's going to be tied. So let's look at Maggie's game.
Well, Maggie's game, okay, so we have a position with hanging pawns.
Typical g3, b3 that she likes to play.
Yeah, but this looks wrong for black. It feels like a lot of tempi have been wasted somehow. So we lifted off here on e5. She decided to go for the knight on d5. She took and played knight b6. And then I really cannot approve of the next move.
d5?
Actually, d5 is probably okay. Yeah, but d6 makes a lot more sense to me. I don't know why you would want to trade this pawn when you can trade the more powerful and advanced central pawn on e5. And we're just going to follow up with knight d7. And you're going to start running out of defenders, because I can always consider taking on f3.
So basically you're saying white is going to have to take on d6?
At some point. And I think I take back with the pawn, and I don't see a big issue. Then I play d5 at some point.
So you don't want to end up with the hanging pawns.
Right. d5 ending up with the hanging pawns, I don't think it's a big idea. It's a great idea. But here, actually, I think you should take with the knight.
Yeah, I thought you would say that. Again, because the bishop on g2.
Right.
Like if the bishop was on d3, I would always be scared of that, the pawn on e5 and the bishop on the diagonal.
Pawn takes d5, I don't know. I think already here in this position, Maggie has established a little bit of an initiative. She is running the move knight c3. This pawn on d5 is not so trivially defended. Knight c6 was played, and I expect that after knight c3, white's position is slightly better. I have to watch out for things like g6, but...
6 is not an easy move to play. Well,
yeah.
You're going to put a bishop on g7, so it's not that hard to play, but...
Well, I mean, I have to calculate a couple of things, but I don't know. I like Maggie's position a little bit better. Not huge advantage. The pawns do establish some play. I will at some point play the move d4 and take advantage of some weaknesses on e3 and c3. But I do prefer white's position. Maybe the move knight d2 is more accurate, just to develop all of your pieces. Because after knight c3, after g6, I'm not really sure what I can play.
Yeah, because you don't have knight d3.
Because of d4, yeah. A slight edge for white, but not clear how big it is.
I guess we'll find out in a few moves. And if you look at the time, I mean, the time looks also pretty even.
Pretty even, yeah.
And Basayani got into some time trouble yesterday, so we'll see if that's going to be play a role in today's game. And in the meantime, I think Cristian has some more updates for us.
We do have some very interesting developments in one of the main games in the junior section, the game between Awander and Rui Feng, which is poised to explode at any moment. And in this position, we were mentioning white has a lot of options. He can play f4, knight takes c4, queen takes d4. He chose the move f4, bishop to g4 was played, immediately challenging the queen. Queen takes d4, knight d3, and this is the position we currently have on the board. At first, I thought, what is he thinking? Why is he not just simply taking on d3, take on d3, and then queen takes d3? This is a very normal position, but after h6, knight f3, d5, if you go e5, I'm going to plant a knight on e5, and due to the lack of the light square bishop, black still has a lot of compensation. Instead of that, what I think he's calculating is actually sacrificing the rook with queen takes c4, knight takes c1, queen takes f7, king goes to d7, and right now you have to be very, very careful. If you play a move such as bishop e3 trying to target the knight on e1, you're going to run into rook takes g5, f takes g5, and bishop e6. The queen on f7 is going to be lost. So what I think he spotted is queen goes back to b3. Now, it's very important you put it on b3 so that you not allow black to go to b6 with a check and disrupt your king's position. Next, you're going to play bishop e3, try to target the knight on e1. If you manage to recover one of the pieces, then you're going to have full compensation for the exchange. And with this king on d7, this could potentially turn very, very dangerous for black. So I'm sure a wonder is deciding whether to sacrifice or to just play it safe with bishop takes d3 and allow some compensation for black. This is going to be quite interesting.
Amazing variations there that Cristian is giving us. Definitely something that I wonder has to keep in mind. All the time we are being taught, you got to look at captures, you got to make that king weak. I think queen takes c4 is definitely something that would enter my consideration. But it's a tough move to play. I mean, it is a full rook.
Queen b3 is a tough move to play.
Also, it's a tough move to play queen b3 because it's a backwards move. It's not always easy to find this kind of ideas. I wonder is obviously a tactical genius, but
it's kind of counterintuitive because the queen is so close to the king, but now it's no longer doing anything because the king is out. So like the king's on d7, so you have to target the king there.
It's a very unclear position. I mean, I'm not even sure that white has a real threat. So
what is the pawn count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 2 pawns. So if you get the knight,
if you get the knight, of course, white's better. But I mean, it does take a couple of tempi, and I will at some point either sacrifice it on f3 or on g2, which opens up my rook. So I mean, for example, you immediately have to wonder what happens on the move h6.
I want to say queen a4 is a threat, but
queen a4 might be a threat because I am assuming that the king on c8 is just too weak. I probably have something like bishop d2 and rook c1, probably bishop a6 at some point is winning.
So you have to play king c7.
Yeah, okay, that actually does look kind of ugly. Queen c4 is definitely something that would enter my mind, but finding them with queen b3 is tough.
Right, without queen b3 I don't think you can, like you have to find queen b3 to play for. But
I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is tough. It's a tough move to play.
But of course, actually when I first looked at the position I also thought queen c4, but I didn't see that whole queen b3 line. But I mean, like you want to look at it, right? Because it takes c4, you take f7, king's on d7.
Yeah, the tough thing is sometimes you get scared that after rook g5, I mean, your queen's getting trapped. So this is, I think, one of the tough parts of the calculation, that you don't get frightened from delving into the position because you think the queen's already very active. I would like to bring other pieces into the attack, but you notice that the queen's trapped, and you're like, well, I don't really want to retreat it. Let's look at something else.
Right, and this is something that actually Rufang excels in long-term sacrifices, just playing for the long term and not just for the checkmate.
Oh, Rufang would have taken on c4 immediately, but
okay. Yeah, I don't know about that.
But
do we have any updates in the Caden game before we go back to the girls section?
Seems like we do.
So he took on e4.
He took on e4, and that's pretty much what we've analyzed for like 10 minutes. So
yeah, so I mean, we're gonna come back to this game because I mean, the line we analyzed looks very forced. Yes. I don't think we can come up with anything more. So let's go back to Annie's game because she's also. I'm sorry, to Emily's game because she's also a point behind. So she's black against Apurva. And Apurva yesterday
played a terrible game.
Her game was not the most impressive.
But we haven't looked at all at this game, so let's take a look from the beginning.
Semislav.
All right. Let's say Semislav with knight bd7. White has two good options, taking on d5. More or less forcing a Queen's Gambit client orthodox variation with an exchange. e3, Queen a5 is a Cambridge Springs, something that I haven't seen in a long time.
I thought we had one in this tournament.
We had a similar thing, but not exactly. Bishop b4.
Which game was it?
I forgot. Queen c2, as far as I know, this is all known, very well known, and e5.
Wow.
I can't say I remember this move. I mean, I have seen it, but that was a long time ago. Bishop takes f6, knight takes. I'm assuming this is all some kind of theory. And we got this pawn structure after a bunch of trades.
We were up a pawn for a second.
In which black here has solved basically all of her problems. I mean, the structure is fine. The bishop is superior to the knight. She's going to castle next move, but that finishes her development issues. I think that Emily has played a very nice opening. And after queen e4, she declines the trade of queens, and she goes for this kind of structure. in which she hopes to put the pawn on c4, bishop on f6, start targeting the pawns on white's queen side. And it's actually white that doesn't have a lot of plans available to her. I mean, even the idea of c5, c4 is very difficult to avoid. I would have to give the edge to black in this position.
And we saw yesterday when the Purple was in the position when she didn't know what to do, she just completely collapsed. But I think the moves will be easier to find here rather than yesterday when she was just suffocating.
No, I mean, she does have ideas here, but they're not so easy, they're not so critical. Whereas black's play is just much more natural. I have to agree that Apurva's game yesterday was more difficult than this one, but still she needs to come up with some sort of idea.
Yeah, because c5, c4 very natural. You have 3 against 2, like you create a pass pawn. It's not very sophisticated kind of ideas, right? It's just something we know how to do.
Yeah, this is how Capablanca made a living. Bishop against knight, pass pawn on the queen side, and then you just win.
And I think we have some more updates from Cristian.
I think it's time to come back to the main game of the day, the one between Cheka and Nicolas, because a lot of things have happened. F takes e4 was played surprisingly enough. He rejected the move king to f1 after a very, very long calculation, so he's definitely not in his preparation anymore. F takes e4 is already a novelty. Queen takes e4, knight to e3, queen h1, king d2, queen takes a1, queen takes c6. I think we already discussed this position in one of your analyses, guys, and you were mentioning the move king to f8, queen to c3, and I think Tatev was feeling very, very happy about this position and thinking that she's going to checkmate. But in fact, she's not going to checkmate. I'm going to go king to g8, knight to g4, h5. I'm going to make some space for my king, and I think this is just going to patter into a draw after a move such as knight f6, king to f8, maybe queen to e5, try to secure the perpetual, but I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to put my queen on the king side, try to attack the pawn on f2, and this is just most probably going to end up in a perpetual after something like this. Knight f6, king to f8, and so on.
So what's the position on the board, Cristian?
This is the current position we have on the board. Queen to c6 was played.
Right.
I think king e5 should lose. King d7 should lose.
I'm not really sure what he's thinking about. King d8 just blunders a rook, and king e7 obviously loses.
Yes, it just loses a rook. If you go on the e file, I'm going to go queen to e5. If you go on the d file, I'm going to go queen d4. The rook on h8 is simply hanging. So after queen takes c6, king f8 is forced. He's probably realizing that there are some ideas, some checkmating patterns, as you guys were mentioning, after queen c3. It's not going to be a trivial defense, but for Caden's level, that this shouldn't be very, very difficult.
So can we go back a few moves? Could black play for more with queen e4? Because I didn't want to take on e1. I think I wanted to stay on the diagonal.
In this position, queen to e4.
Or f3.
Well,
Oh, I'm
there
losing.
There goes for that.
Well, queen to a8, because if you stay on this diagonal, queen to a8, you no longer have the move knight to d8, and
what
you're
about
just
queen f3 instead of that?
I think it's the same thing.
No, but if I I cannot.
But I'm gonna go
because
king
you have
d3 at the end. So if you go
this is
king to f3, then just check king, and then you take
I don't
here,
have
but
a
I go
check.
king d3,
I
no more
don't have a
checks.
single check.
No
It's
more
amazing.
checks on the board. Yeah.
Oh wow! So this is not. I mean, that's funny. We left that game. I thought it's gonna be a while, and then we have this position.
I mean, king f8 has to be played. I'm really not sure what Caden is thinking.
Well,
He's
because
obviously
the other ones lose obviously.
maybe
I mean, king e7 is very obviously losing.
What if I go queen f6 though?
I mean, it doesn't matter. The other moves lose in two. In one move, you have to play king f8 immediately and hope for the best.
So right now, after king to g8, I think knight to g4
I thought you were going knight to d5.
or knight to d5, and once again
Wait,
to
what?
b1. How do you checkmate me? The question
I
is,
didn't say I'm going to.
because if you go knight to e7, I'm going to go king to f8, and okay, if you take my rook, then that's just going to be a draw. If you take my pawn on g6, I'm going to take with the h pawn, and then
Materials
you take
even.
my rook, but king e7, that's just equal position. So I think this is just going to be a draw in a matter of moves, ending in a perpetual. But once again, the players are going to think, are going to try to figure out their way through this simplistic maze, and we'll see what was going to lead.
I have to agree with some of these variations. They seem very forcing. I mean, as long as you're not blundering checkmate, it seems like black's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it seems to be easier to play for white, right? I mean, I always kind of have a bailout with a perpetual. It seems like.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, if black doesn't allow checkmate in two, I don't see too many tricks happening in the position.
But I mean, the whole thing is white is like playing for 2 results. It seems to me.
I
No?
don't think so. I think it's just a draw. I mean, there's really not that much to play for because you're assuming that you're creating some sort of attack, but you're not. I mean, you're creating a couple
Well,
of
you
threats.
scared you.
Scared me. But you create a couple of threats, and once you,
Wow. You're not impressed.
I'm not impressed. I think that this is going to be a draw. I have to agree with Christian.
Okay. I mean, definitely. I mean, there are different kinds of draws, and we don't mind seeing this kind of draws because first, very theoretically very important game, and second of all, very interesting game and very
definitely.
tactical game.
Very tactical.
And actually, it's very disappointing how these tactical games just end like this.
In a
right?
draw, sometimes like a perpetual, yeah, that is sometimes disappointing. You want to see blood over the board, and there's like jabs and stabs, but at the end, it's just a peaceful result.
Especially when you're looking at a computer, like you're looking at this position that's crazy, and the computer just says like every line is a 0, so there's like no way to do anything. It's very frustrating. Okay, so King F8.
No,
was
King
played.
F8 is no, but he has to play.
I mean,
it.
okay, he's gonna play it. I mean,
the only legal
he's
move.
not gonna blunder. a rook.
Is he?
No, come on. How can you possibly play King E7? Nobody would ever play King
It's
E7.
going to be the biggest blunder of the event, that's for sure.
I mean, King S7 just runs the 95 and looks scary.
I think 95 is still okay for black.
Okay, but like, why would you do that? Like, why would you invite a knight into the game like
Well,
that?
good question.
No, he played King F8. Come
He
on,
played
let's be
King
serious.
F8.
No, let's be serious.
And we have another development. A wonder took on d3. Didn't go for the challenging queen takes c4 and queen takes f7. That was just some crazy calculation necessary in order to make that work, and he just trusted his gut instinct. Bishop takes d3 is objectively the best move in the position. I'm just going to grab your pawn, and then I'm going to ask you, how are you going to prove your compensation? d5 is an option, h6 is another option. We'll see how this game is going to fare, but I think this has the potential of becoming very, very explosive if the bishop pair opens up. This knight on a3 is a little bit misplaced, but it's going to go back, knight c2, knight to d4 potentially. And I'm very happy we have Ruifeng on the black side of this game because he's such a tactical player. He's such a dynamic player. This is going to be quite a fun game.
So when we get a wonder, we'll scold him for not sacrificing a rook. How dare he? So we have actually another move in the Caden game. So I guess this is why he was thinking it just places out his next move.
He played Queen F6, and I think Christian was mentioning the scary-looking King G8 as the computer move, but the move
Or Rook G8.
Rook G8 was played instead.
Oh,
and
it's
that
nice
looks
that.
but Rook G8 looks much, much more natural to me. Since
Okay, so now I can already force a draw with Queen D8 if I am desperate, right?
Can you?
Mm,
I'm
not
not
sure.
sure. Queen D8
I
check,
have knight
King
F5.
G7,
Knight F5.
Knight F5, and yes, you can. That's it.
But it's nice then with both of your only legal moves in the position are draw, so you don't have to worry about it. But I mean, it makes sense if you're gonna blitz out your next move that you spend some time on King F8.
Yeah, I mean, if White has to try to find some kind of advantage, he's not going to find any because there's no way to construct a mate that I can possibly find in this position.
But if I cannot put a knight on e5 because then Queen B2.
Yeah, well, the knight coming to e5 just takes a little bit too long of a time, and even if when you get it to e5, I just play the move Queen a2, even when I don't have anything better, and I just defend f7, and that's the end of your attack.
But let's remember, guys, Nicolas is not happy with your draw. He
well,
cannot be happy with your draw.
I
No.
think that unfortunately for him, it doesn't matter.
He has to take it at this moment, but he's definitely not happy.
Does he have to take it at this moment?
I think so.
Like if I
Really?
just play knight d5, for example.
I'm going to move my queen
Where?
into
Queen
f1, let's say. Maybe queen b1, because I want to go queen f5.
And now I think you actually do have to take the draw.
You wanna go what? Queen F5? Okay.
Give me one more move. I'm going to put my queen on f5. The king goes back to g7, and then I'm going to be winning.
Yeah,
completely.
I agree. You have to.
But I'm not
he
gonna
has-
give you one more move then.
He has a time. He has a timer on him. He has a couple of moves to really force the perpetual before the queen rejoins the defense. The king is in safety, and the material advantage is just way too big. He needs to take the draw, either playing knight f5 or queen d8 immediately, or he can play. We can probably play almost every move here.
Yeah.
And you should have a perpetual on the
Right.
next one.
Right.
But that's it. You have two more moves, and then you have to give a perpetual. And I don't see how you create anything special in two moves. This is what I was talking about. You've prevented the immediate and obvious threats, and now White's out of fuel. So you have to force a perpetual.
Well, as yesterday Grandmaster said, as long as you're not getting mated, you're okay.
Yes, exactly right. And Black is not getting mated, so he is definitely okay in this position. Caden with the theoretical knowledge, this idea of rook d4, I'm sure that he's going to come downstairs and say that he at least had a faint recollection of the variation. And I think that he is going to be very happy with obtaining a tactical but relatively easy draw.
But I feel like if he draws this game and Wonder wins, like, he's gonna have to start winning again. He cannot just keep drawing.
Even so, let's remember who he has in the last 2 games. He has Baveliu
And
Joshua Kolos. Wonder has Akshay Chandra, if I'm not mistaken, and Michael Brown. That's a very, very difficult road ahead for
Yeah,
him.
I mean, that's a net difference of almost 200 points of average rating.
And he has to recover a half a point, even if he wins today.
Yeah,
Well,
that's it's a tough
It's a lot of
ordeal.
ifs,
Yeah.
but you know, when Kais is on your side, then all things can happen.
Well, we'll see who she blesses in this tournament.
I have to say, I'm extremely, extremely impressed with Caden's
With Kais.
Grunfeld knowledge. Obscure lines, and he knows 15, 16 moves of theory
Okay,
and
we'll see a
novelties.
move. Queen
There we go.
d8.
That's going to end in a draw because after Queen d8, King g7, you are actually forced to play Knight f5.
Like, can you play Queen d4 and
You can play
lose?
Queen d4 and
lose?
start to thinking about how to lose, because I mean f6, I think you're actually already lost.
Yeah.
Because I mean Queen d7, you're going to play King h8.
Okay, so King d7.
No,
Oh yeah,
this
we
looks-
see Knight f5, so this is gonna be a draw.
So we are going to have a draw. First result of the day, the most important game of the day, will finish in a draw between Nicolas Cheka and Caden Trove. Magnificent theoretical knowledge here by the player from Utah. I think he's going to be very happy with this result. It's exactly what he came for. He knows
Right.
the path is in his hands to finish the tournament with a victory if he does well against 2 of the players that have scored the least amount of points in this event so far.
And I feel like all of Caden's games, with the exception with Akshat game, have been so,
Oh yeah,
I don't want to say easy, but they didn't go into 5-6 hours of
they have been
play.
relatively.
Yeah, yesterday he finished very quickly. He finished in like hour and a half or something, and today, like, okay, less than 2 hours. And I cannot wait to hear from both of the players. I want to hear everything about their preparation. And
Yeah.
we do see the game is over, and
a fighting draw, but it was
exactly on move 32.
I gotta say that Caden's theoretical knowledge was simply superior, and he pulls out a draw. That's it. He was better prepped. He was better prepped in a sharp variation.
So it felt like Nicholas took kind of a gamble, or maybe he didn't, or wasn't as well prepared.
Yeah, I have to agree that he either wasn't better as well prepared. He underestimated Caden's preparation. He thought his line was maybe too obscure for his opponent, but none of those were true. Caden proved that he was well versed. He found a nice sacrifice on e4, which I am curious to see if he found over the board, which is not the most difficult sacrifice to find over the board, or if he just knew it ahead of time.
Yeah, I really cannot wait to hear from both of them, and I hope they'll be honest about their preparation and give us exactly what they had prepared coming into this round. And we will hear from them very shortly. Let's go to Carissa's game, actually. Even though she's not doing well, but she's still a very interesting player to follow.
It's some kind of end game. Let's see how we got here. This was a
E5, knight f3. What? You have to play bishop b5 here, no? Like, this is the whole point of the knight, or if you play a6 to prevent bishop b5, so when your opponent allows, you should play. I mean, knight f2 looks kind of. I mean, okay. The rest of the moves look very strange.
Nothing here made any sense. Here, the move bishop b5 check is obviously correct.
So you can't put a knight on a light square.
Yeah, knight f3 is incorrect. This is fine. h6 is incorrect as well. It's a little too slow. There's no reason to fear the move bishop g5. But
Just
okay.
play bishop b7 here.
h3 makes no sense in this position. I mean, I don't want to play bishop g4. And give up,
I mean, once I
my
give up the
bishop.
d5 square,
I mean, I'm never going to play bishop g4 to attack this knight because my knight on d5. But I mean, my whole problem is the bishop.
this is the second
square.
time I'm seeing Carissa play the knight or face this kind of structure and not do well. And actually, Ashrita has played this line before, so I cannot imagine Carissa prepared this because I've seen her play this before.
This is a very strange play for white. I mean, obviously, black's already doing great. d5, okay. Black achieves the
Just
move
like the
d5.
best knight orf in the history of knight orfs.
It's probably not the best, but it's fine.
No, I mean, you haven't wasted time with a6 and you got d5 in. What more can you ask
That's
for?
true. I mean, black's fine in this position. It's not more than that, but it's definitely
Yeah,
fine.
you're playing black. I mean, what more can
Yeah,
you
what
ask
more
for?
can you ask for? No, this is a fine position for black. I'm not sure about a lot of the decisions she's made up to this point, but no, Ashritha.
Oh, okay.
But it's an equal position. I have no doubt about that.
No, I mean, I agree, but I mean, black should be happy with how the opening turned out.
Yeah, the simple move rook d8 I think is completely fine. You cannot really push b5 because you're always going to have to be worried about the a3 pawn.
Well, now
Looks
b5
fine.
looks like it's trapping. No, it's not, because c4 is hanging.
c4 is hanging. So this looks fine for black. I mean, honestly, I think Ashritha just played the opening better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, white just completely misplayed it. And we have one more game we haven't looked at in the girls section, and we'll come back to that. But for now, we do have Kate and Trav after that fascinating draw
yeah. Mhm.
in the studio with Christian, and we cannot wait to hear his thoughts about his game.
With the leader in the junior section, Caden Trough. Caden, you've been playing an almost perfect tournament so far.
Thank you.
But in this game, theoretically, it seemed like you are under pressure. He played this obscure line with Queen C2, which went out of fashion maybe 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
And yet, somehow you uncored a novelty with Rook takes Rook D4. Actually, that's not a novelty, but still a very, very powerful move. Tell us, were you prepared?
So I haven't actually looked at this line in probably months. And when he first played it, like it's just like everything escaped me. I'm like, Queen C2, like what am I supposed to do here? And then like it slowly started coming back to me, and I remembered. So I started to remember this kind of key move, E5. Which already is like, you don't want to play this way unless you can play e5. It's a very important move. And then I just had to kind of take it move by move, both go with what made sense and what I somewhere in the back of my mind remembered.
This is the next juncture where you have to make a decision. You can either play bishop g4 or you can take the bishop on g5. I think bishop g4 is the most accurate according to theory.
Yeah, and really all I remembered was, like this e5 idea that I already talked about, and then rook d4, not rook takes f3. Like I couldn't say why. I didn't, I just knew that somewhere I didn't really like rook takes f3 and rook d4. And the only other I thought really important was bishop takes f3 first. I think
instead of rook d8.
Yeah, if I play rook d8 first, I don't know how exactly it goes, but white can, maybe it's queen a4. Yeah,
I think bishop f3, but then maybe
yeah, I think there's some I
no.
don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it's been a while since
there
I
must
looked
be
at this line.
something. There definitely must be something.
Yeah, I know there was some ideas if you play rook d8 first.
If you know specifically that that's the case, then for sure there is something.
Maybe it's rook d8 first. I mean, it's been so long since I looked at it, but I mean, still, this is definitely the main line with rook d8, knight d3. Yeah, and then I remembered rook d4. And then I kind of remembered some lines, but it was like there was spaces in between, so I'm like, okay, rook d4, then just take it move by move, try and figure out what's going on. And I actually was a little worried with what he played. At first I was...
you thought you were better, or?
No, I thought... I don't know, maybe I have to play pretty accurately here.
Knight d5 is one of the main moves, but after
Yeah.
queen e5, it kind of patterns into a draw. Okay, you can go king f1 as white here, but there are a lot of challenges, and you might actually risk losing this after queen c4, king g1 with the knight and the queen. You go castle, and the king is a bit unsafe.
Right. But in the game variation, so take knight e3, and then kind of double, letting me take both rooks. At first, this doesn't look very good for black. It looks like white has a lot of free time because this queen's just stuck, and about this position.
Is this a variation you were calculating when you decided to play rook takes c4?
Yeah, this so I mean I kind of looked at king f1, but like this was mostly what I was looking at because of knight g4 here. I thought I still have to be careful, and of course, you know, I move my queen somewhere. He always has check, check, check. So it's not like he's risking anything. And here, just you know, if I play some nothing move, okay, all of a sudden he has some ideas with this. Also, just ideas of you know, some nothing move. Playing knight f6, and I don't think it's as scary as I thought.
Right.
But you know, during the game, you just kind of feel like he's kind of deciding, right? He has a draw anytime, but maybe he can find something. So yeah, when I just kind of sat down and actually like calculated it, I'm like, okay, I think I'm fine. And then of course I think he just kind of went for repetition right away. Yeah, went for repetition right away. It makes sense. I think it is just a draw, but you always see those ghosts.
Well, a very good result for you, Caden. Congratulations. And
Thank
you're
you.
going into the last two games as the clear favorite. What is your strategy for the last two games?
I mean, I still just want to play good chess. I think, especially in a tournament like this, you know, in the situation I will be, I mean, I'm playing Joshua Colas and Mika the last round, or last two rounds. So, you know, knowing they're kind of, you know, still strong, but some of the lower rated players, and Joshua Colas especially is not doing well, I think it's easy to say I have to win these, but I still just want to take it game at a time, play really well, and even if I can't win, you know, just say, be able to say, okay, I played a really good game, and you know, not go crazy because I feel like I have to win these games.
So no unnecessary risks from the leader. He's going into the last two rounds as the clear favorite to win the title here at the 2017 U.S. Juniors. Guys?
I think a very strong theoretical showing here from Caden, the class that you need to see from somebody that's attempting to win the U.S. Junior Championship.
Yeah, then his strategy so far has paid off. I mean, he took some risks today, so to say, but he knew, like, he could back it up with his homework that he's done, so that was completely justified. And we're going to hear from Nicholas very shortly and see how his preparation was and where his preparation ended, and if about this rook d4 move that we're also surprised by.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do one game we haven't looked at actually is Rachel's games against Talia.
Okay,
I think.
we'll take a quick look at that game. Not the most thrilling of games, but white is definitely better in this position. I mean, you can see the space advantage is significant. Let's see how this happened. It seems to be some kind of D3 anti-Berlin. A very popular way of playing chess nowadays. Not a theoretical duel, so more or less the way we were expecting between these two players. And white's slight space advantage is giving her somewhat of an edge here, but not too much. Kind of curious. Okay, so eventually the bishop decided that this knight on f5 was way too strong.
I agree with that.
But okay, it's obviously white that has is pulling the strings here. Rook d1 is coming, this pawn on d6 is weak, h4, h5, and rook g3 is going to be a threat, trying to attack here on the king side. This bishop is always threatening a sacrifice on f6.
You can always play bishop a3, force you to like fix your pawn structure maybe if you want to.
No, I think white is, I would even say clearly better, because you can't force the trade of queens with queen d7. I can just retreat the queen and keep playing for a million moves without committing to doing anything. And you're always scared about bishop f6, about rook g3, about h4, about rook d1. I think that black is misplayed this somehow. Created a little bit too many weaknesses on the king side. Bit too passive, the position of the pawns, and that white is currently much better.
Oh, that was slightly better now.
No,
By the end of your sentence, you're like...
No, I was thinking about it, and I changed my mind. White is much better here.
And we can come back and figure out exactly what happened, but we do have Nicholas with us in the studio with Christian to talk about the game we spent our whole time talking about, the game with Caden. So he's here with Christian.
with one of the main rivals of Kaden Trough in the title hunt, Nicolas Cheka. Nicolas, your opening choice seemed very, very inspired to us, and it seemed as Kaden was spending more and more time for you as well. But he started remembering his opening, and slowly he started blitzing out his moves, and he just knew everything. Take us through the emotions at the beginning and then in the middle when you realized he actually knew the line.
Caden's obviously a very well-prepared player in almost all of his repertoire, and I was hoping to do something that he didn't have a lot of games in the past and wasn't so common, but apparently he knew this one too.
Well, there is a very important game, Ramirez versus Trough. I don't know if you know, a classic from 2011.
Sure, it's classic.
So take us through the game. Queen c2, knight to c6 was played. This is all mainline theory after e5. You obviously knew. I would say, when did you feel like he was on the right track? He knew what he said.
Well, I had anticipated in move 17 instead of rook d4, then rook f3, and then queen takes b7, knight d8, I think queen b4, and then queen takes rook d1. That's the sort of unbalanced position I was going for, considering the circumstances. But
I assume you saw the last 2017 game when a5 came and then queen a4, c6,
right,
rook takes d8.
Yeah.
Nice little trick on the board. But he blitzed this move, rook to d4.
Yeah, and that was, I hadn't looked at before the game, so I took a long time, I think almost like 20 minutes after this. And I wasn't really sure how to proceed, and knight d5, queen b7 was the best I could come up with. But I think he just has a forced draw.
And objectively, it is probably the best. But rook d4 is just such a powerful move. It just equalizes on the spot. And if you take unnecessary risk, you risk actually getting into a worse position. So you're 1 point behind. Who do you have left in the last?
I'm playing Rufeng tomorrow and Akshat the day after.
Very, very difficult road ahead, but I'm sure you'll do good. Guys, Nicolas Cheka.
Definitely not the result he wanted. Fighting for the title here, he needed a win. He didn't get it. He still has 2 strong grandmasters to finish the event. A tough situation here if he wants to fight for first place, but still a very good tournament from Nico Cheka, a player from New York, who, well, it's true that perhaps his path to the title is very complicated, but he has to be happy with his performance so far. And
once again, we see Kaden's prepreparation pays off, and he is the most, he's the well-prepared player in this tournament by far.
Yeah, he's shown it time and time again. I think that
you want to go back to Gordy's game?
Yeah, I think that we should go back to Akshita's game, because it is the key game here in the other section.
And I see a rook lift in the game, so that makes me very happy.
Let's see what happened. We left it off right around here where she castled, which I didn't particularly like. And she puts the knight on c4, puts the pawn on d6, and this is a little bit of a commitment. She does kill any ideas of transferring to the king side, so it makes king side attacks harder and allows the knight to come to d5.
But d6 is kind of a move you have to play at some point. Like, you can put your knights on all pretty squares, but eventually you have to somehow advance your position. And even if you put the knight on b5, even if you castled queen sides and you did everything you wanted, eventually it's
you have to play
d6 that has to be played. And it's a very well supported because the knight on c4. And I feel like even if the bishop comes and takes it, vice position is still going to be
pretty miserable.
Fine.
I agree. Bishop e6, knight e5, and queen g5 we have in the position. Rook a3
was played.
Defense.
Favorite move.
Defends everything on the third rank. Still
and threatens rook b3 in some positions.
Threatens rook b3 in some positions. I don't think Agata is out of the game just yet.
No.
I mean, the move rook d8
far from it.
Looks very logical. You want to put pressure on the d6 pawn at some point, and this knight's still defending it, but it also challenges white to find a good continuation, because you mentioned the move rook b3, which looks logical, but the rook can't take things and defend the king side at the same time. It has to be a little bit careful about what it does. That being said, if I play just very slowly, play something like king h1, even at some point rook g1, rook d8. And at some point, I don't know, I play queen f3.
Yeah, you have to be careful with queen f3. That was my first move, but a lot of bishop takes and e4, and I think you're going to regret that move very, very quickly.
Takes and e4?
Yeah.
I might regret that move, yeah. So you still have some ideas here for black. I think that white is definitely better, but it needs care. It needs definitely care.
I can try queen h4, g5. I think black is just committed to...
No, black is totally committed to the attack on the king side, so she needs to make it work somehow. The move queen h4 and g5, as Tatev is mentioning, I think is definitely in the in the ballpark of what black wants to do. Unfortunately, without the rooks, all these attacks are a little strange because they don't necessarily net that much. I'm not saying that she shouldn't go for it. She probably should. But it would be unlikely that black crashes through. I think white should have enough defensive resources in this position to handle the pressure.
Yeah, but you at least have to scare your opponent.
You have to scare your opponent at this point. You're committed to the attack on the king side. If you don't, you're just going to positionally suffocate.
Yeah, rook b3 and queen d3, I think, instead of queen f3 looks stronger to me. So I can take on d5 with a check.
You can even put the rook on d3 and actually put the queen on b3. I like that idea. And I think that, I mean, once the queen reaches b5, all your pawns are going to hang. So...
And she has huge time advantage, 30-something minutes.
I'm surprising. I mean, Agata, the Akshat of the girls section, I mean, has shown us...
Maybe Akshat is the Agata of the junior section.
Perhaps that is the case. I mean, she's shown us absolutely terrible time management throughout the tournament. And I don't attribute any of her losses to that, but it didn't help. I don't think any game turned around, is what I'm trying to say, just because of time pressure. But
it's always indicative of how her position is, because when we see her, I mean, her time management is, I think, usually is poor, but I think in certain situations gives away that she's really uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, yeah.
Yes.
And I have to say that this position is uncomfortable for black. It's just flat out uncomfortable.
I think it's just flat out terrible. Uncomfortable.
It might be bad.
It
might be that bad. Yeah, I have to agree.
Like if we exchange, if I exchange the d6 pawn pretty much with any pawn, except for the e5 pawn, my position is still good. So even if you play rook d8, come and take it. If I play in time and take on b7, your position. I think if I take the pawn on b7, your position is just collapsing. Actually, you don't have rook d8. Can I just start taking on a5?
Perhaps rook d8, and you can just take on a5, take on b7. I don't know. I mean,
I'll just push my pawn and win my pawn. I mean, this looks bad. So I mean, we can just sit here. And
Agata's position is bad. I mean, I have to agree.
So she has to find. Was rook d8? No, it's your move. So I mean, she has 20 minutes, and she has a very difficult task ahead.
No, I agree.
And I feel like Akshat is not going to let go of this advantage.
No, I actually did want to take a look at the Maggie Feng game because we had an important update. The move knight c3 was played g6, and now Maggie took a very committal decision to play the move knight d6. Looks like a pawn sacrifice, and I'm actually not sure what's going on. So bishop takes d6.
But that looks like you don't want to put a knight on. Your other option was to put a knight on h4, right?
Yeah, but I mean it's something that you committed once you played knight c3. So you cannot take on d6 because after knight e4, your position basically collapses. I'm taking advantage of the pin. So I'm threatening knight f6, and I'm threatening your queen, and you have to sacrifice the exchange, but there's no way that this is enough compensation. I mean, the bishop's still monstrous. This doesn't work.
Actually, that did work. Knight, queen takes d6, taking the exchange would have been the best way, because I think I can just go after queen takes d6, knight e4, rook takes c4, bishop takes e4. Maybe I can just close up your bishop with c4. No, that's not a good move. C4 is the computer's choice in this position.
Oh, because you cannot take.
You're trying to activate this knight to go to c4, and you're also threatening the move c3.
C3 is unstoppable.
C3 with the idea that whenever you take with the bishop, I'm going to have this check on c5. And the problem is your bishop on e4 is under attack because queen c4 is a threat. Queen c4 and take the bishop on e4. So you go back, then I'm going to go c3. And you have to put your bishop on c1, which is just
changes the character.
Disastrous.
Queen c5 is a big threat.
There's a huge. I'm sure that they missed this. I mean, it's
very easy to miss.
Right. This is the kind of thing you just stop calculating after 94. You're just like, oh, this looks bad. And I mean, I cannot blame them because it's just.
No, because c4 looks like. I mean, if the knight wasn't here, you just put queen on d4 and you resign.
Alejandro? If the knight was where?
Oh, not on c6.
If the knight wasn't on c6.
No. In this position, after queen d6, we're saying if knight e4, rook takes, bishop takes.
I mean, your mind sometimes doesn't look at moves like c4 because
queen d4.
Queen d4.
The first thing I'm looking at is d4 to try to block the bishop like this. But as you were mentioning, rook c1, bishop a3, attacking the pawn on c5. My bishop on e4 is still opened up, and whenever you move this knight, I'm going to exchange the bishops, simplify the material, and that's just going to be a very, very good position for white. I also have ideas of b4 and trying to attack your strong pawn structure in the center. But yeah, she did play a different move, and she did play knight d4. This
Yeah.
knight is very, very powerful in the center, and it's blocking this bishop from creating any sort of mating attacks.
I really like this move actually, knight d4.
Yeah, and let's remember
agree.
that actually after bishop d6, even though this is incredibly dangerous, this move knight e4 takes c4, brilliant computer-esque move. Actually, Maggie wasn't completely forced to play knight e4. She might also perhaps have seen this idea, but you could also just take on d5 if you felt like it. And then that's completely different version of a double-edged position.
Because I still have knight d4.
Yeah.
So.
Instead, knight d4 was played immediately, and now we definitely have a double-edged position. This pawn on d6 will eventually die, but in the meantime, what can white create is the question.
I mean, the knight on d4 is so strong because ideally you want to move your knight and challenge it and open diagram, but your knight doesn't have any squares to go.
Doesn't have
because
any
my
squares
knight
to
is
go.
controlling it.
But the question is, then you have basically one move to do something. What is Maggie going to do?
Bishop a3. I think that's her
Oh,
plan.
then I cannot take on this.
You
can
can.
take on d6,
You can
yeah.
take
Yeah,
on
take-
d6.
Oh, because c3 hangs.
Queen takes d4, c takes d4, bishop takes d6, d takes c3, and now I'm just going to simply attack your pawn on c3. If I manage to grab it, then okay, I'm going to have the bishop pair. Your structure is going to be worse. This knight on b6 is a little bit restricted because of the pawn on b3. So I definitely prefer white's position here. Even after like some rook ac8, I'm going to go rook ac1. This is not going to be a trivial defense for black, that's for sure.
Well, we do have a move that I was also looking at, the move b4, which I personally really liked. It's a straight-up pawn sacrifice, and the idea is that
I
after...
thought you didn't like the sacrifices.
Well, when they're not my pawns, they're the
Okay,
best
so
sacrifices.
what's the...
The point is this: you take, and just go king h1, and you're saying this bishop is brutal.
long-term.
I will eventually open it up. Perhaps the move king h1 is not the best. Perhaps I'm rushing b takes c5. I can also play rook c1 first, as the knight is not going anywhere. I am going to take on c5 at some point. I think this is a lot of compensation. The bishop is a very, very dangerous piece long term. I like the move b4. It's one of those sacrifices that is just very long term, difficult to explain immediately, but that bishop on b2 already smells like a very dangerous piece. The only thing that worries me is a very quick
that's what I was thinking.
knight c4. So if there's a knight c4 in the air, then this is what scares me the most about playing the pawn on b4. It's not so much that fact that I'm losing a pawn.
Knight c4, I think b takes c5 needs to be considered, and I don't know if your knight is going to leave on b2.
Or knight a4 after that, I think that's might be problematic.
What is?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're saying after queen takes d6,
Yes.
right? Here, rook c1, or which one?
Somehow I had my knight on c4 and the queen on d6 in my calculation.
Ah, okay, I see. So in this position, I mean, both king h1 and rook c1 are
Then
things
I
I would
can try
consider.
knight c4.
You can, but I'm not sure what
Oh, you
the,
want to put a bishop on a1, huh? No, you
Alejandro.
cannot.
Yes.
I thought you were greedier than that. Just take the pawn and accept the compensation that the bishop on b2 gives white. But this is a pretty good position for black because this knight on d4, it's going to have a very nice outpost on f5, defending this square on g7 and potentially trying to bring it to e3 and create some havoc in white's position. So after queen takes e6, actually the position is not bad at all for black. Knight to f5, knight to c4 is coming. If you don't manage to activate this bishop and actually create some very, very dangerous threats with it, then you're just going to be a pawn down in the long run.
Well, an interesting strategical fight we have here between Maggie Feng and Annie Wang. We do have this pawn sacrifice basically with the move b4, and we're going to have to see if it pays off for Maggie or not. It's going to be a double-edged game.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see if this was out of necessity or something she considered.
Beforehand.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a
We'll
feeling
see.
it's out of necessity.
We'll have to.
But
see what they
of
tell
course
us.
I cannot speculate this kind of thing. Do we have anything in the Wonder game?
We do have some interesting stuff going on in the Wonders game. That's for
All
sure.
right. Let's see what's going on.
Whoa.
E6 was played instead of the move that Christian was suggesting. I think
Which
it was the
was-
immediate d5.
h6.
H6 and then d5. Sorry,
right,
H6 and then d5. E6 looks okay. Logical at least. F5. And I wonder is trying to just open up the position. Very importantly, there are some variations in which after H3, the bishop is no longer going to be able to defend this pawn on E6. So H6 is almost required, I think, to be played in this position. Knight F3 was the juncture, and then D5. And now we have this crazy, crazy position. E5 is no longer an idea.
That we shouldn't try to figure out.
Because, yeah, bishop takes f5 looks...
I don't have check with my queen.
No, you don't. So...
Wait. Queen takes f5 in that position?
Ooh.
What?
No, I mean, I'm trying to make something happen.
You know, it scares me because Christian has an engine and then he says queen takes f5 and I'm like, what?
95?
95.
I haven't put this on the engine, to my defense.
This is the Chris engine.
I do feel that the king on b7 is relatively safe.
I agree.
Yeah, the king on b7
I
is
agree.
pretty safe. So this doesn't quite work. I don't think e5 is possible. I think you either take on e6 or take on d5. Take on e6 is far more logical.
Which was played.
But it was played?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this looks very logical to me
So I have
because
to take on
e6.
Oh, I have to, wait, how?
Well, if you take on e4, I'm sorry, you can actually take on e4, but it looks super scary. If you take on e4 with a pawn, for example.
But I cannot take with a knight. Because take a knight e5.
Well, I can just take on f7 and knight e5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that's
this
what I
looks
was
ridiculous.
saying.
But out here, I mean, you get kind of the similar thing, right? Take.
Oh, you want to take? I thought you might want to keep the queens on.
I think I want to
knight
keep the
e5.
queens on knight e5.
Knight e5?
Yeah.
I mean, this also looks scary for both sides, but mainly for black.
Well, if you go king g7, I even have bishop takes h6 as an idea.
Oh, look at you.
No, that's too fancy. Sorry.
No, it's too fancy,
Yeah,
but
because
it's an
that's
idea. I mean, you can play it later. You can play queen g3, for example, and I
don't know who's attacking here anymore.
I mean, I really do think it's white. You have a check on c5. I'm just going to move away, or bishop
Oh,
e3.
really? I thought you don't respect my check.
I don't respect your check at all. So I don't see much. I don't think you can take on e6.
So I have to take on e6.
Take on e6 though. I'm still worried about taking on d5,
So
right?
what's the material? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're
So
up.
I'm going to be up a pawn, but we do have the two bishops and g file.
I feel white's better.
If white doesn't get checkmated, white is fine.
That's always the case. I don't know. Crazy variations here after f takes e6. We're going to have to analyze this deeply because I have the feeling white's just up a pawn.
I think we're just going to let them figure this out. So it's Rufang's move, and actually they both have spent quite a bit of time. So this game is going to really be fascinating. And we do have a lot of critical games going on right now, and the players are trying to figure out what's going on as we are. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we'll come back, we'll continue the coverage of the round 7 of the U.S. Junior Championship.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer. I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and Chess Fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is round 7 of the 2017 U.S. Junior and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls Championship. We're just coming back from a break, and as we are coming back from break, we have huge developments in so many of our important games. So one game we're looking at is Maggie Fang versus Annie Wang, and when we left off with that white sacrificed the pawn, it was going to be very interesting, but we're coming back to a completely different position where it seems like the matters have been resolved, and we're going to go back and take a look and see what happens. Even though looking at the position that's now on the board, I feel like black is just a pawn up.
Well, it's more than that. Let's take a look at what happened. After queen takes d6, pawn takes c5, queen takes c5.
And this is a move you didn't want to play right away.
I didn't want to play this right away because of the ideas of moving the knight, and you can see the king is quite weak. She plays the move knight a4. Now, if black takes on a4, it's very clear that after bishop takes d4, white has sufficient compensation. The knight's very badly placed, the bishop's on an excellent diagonal. I'm going to win a couple of tempi. The pair of bishops is very strong. However, after the move intermezzo, knight e2 check, which absolutely forces the only legal move, king h1, now I can take on a4, queen takes a4, and this is currently the position we have on the board. Now, the scary thing is that this knight on e2 is actually really, really powerful. It controls the square c1, which does not allow a rook to come to this square, and this easily allows me to put the bishop on c6. Once the bishop reaches c6, I'm going to simply be threatening to push the pawn to d4. Let's, just for example, put the queen on d1. I pushed my pawn to d4, and I'm with an extra pass pawn on d4 square, which can continue pressing forward, blocking the bishop out of the diagonal, and also threatening the king on h1.
That's the main worry for me. That king on h1 looks very uncomfortable. And actually, when we looked at it, this sacrifice, the whole point was you're going to get the dark square bishop and play against black's king, but
we're not getting that in this position.
And again, we see this like rushed play. We don't see the subtleties with king h1, rook c1, just holding the pressure. It's like things get resolved too quickly, and sometimes they don't favor the player who's trying to resolve the matters.
After the move bishop c1, it's already a little uncomfortable.
Bishop c6 was played, actually.
Yeah, bishop c6 was played. The move d4 is always going to be up in the air, and the knight on e2 is just really, really good. It's in the middle of the opponent's camp, and it's controlling so many key squares, d4, c1, and normally a knight on e2 is almost unsustainable, but with the knight here on e2, it's actually controlling white's position.
You're pretty much controlling the c file. You're going to support your d4 pawn. I feel like white has to play like queen a3 here, and not because d4 just looks so scary for me.
Right, I agree, but I mean something like queen a6 or queen a3. But queen a3 takes is simply a clear pawn down for the black pieces. I mean, even the move rook c8, simply defending this bishop, allowing me to play d4 in the next move, looks like a winning endgame for black. The knight is very, very, very strong on e2, and it's supporting a pawn that, quite honestly, is just going to roll down the square, around the board.
Yeah, so I think the question is, what is it that? What was white's idea? Did she miss something, or what happened?
Not sure. I mean, I think at some point she might have misevaluated the position, still trying to believe on the bishop on b2, underestimating the resources of the opponent.
Perhaps, but again, the knight on e2, pawn is going to move to d4, and this position looks very bad. And I believe Cristian has some more updates in another game for us.
Crazy, crazy things are happening in one of the key matchups of the day between Awanda Liang and Rui Fengli. In this position where we left it off, a move such as f takes e6 would have been normal, but after e takes d5, you have to accept the queen trade. Queen takes d5, queen takes d5, knight takes d5. I'm going to place this knight in the center, and Black still maintains compensation for the pawn because of the open center, open position, and his bishop pair, but he's going to have to fight for a draw. He's going to have to fight to prove that that compensation is enough for a draw. Instead of that, Ruifeng Li went completely ballistic, and after f takes c6, he played the move d takes c4, e takes f7, king takes f7, knight to e5, king goes to e6. Surprisingly, this king on e6 is actually fairly safe because of the absence of the light square bishop for white. Queen to c3 was played. I think this is the current position on the board. Rook to c8 most probably is going to come because it's a very natural move, attacking the queen, putting some pressure. Knight a to c4, queen to d5, centralizing the queen. I expect these moves to be played on the board. They're very, very natural. And we're going to see whether white is actually going to be able to cope with black's initiative. Bishop to c5 is coming. Bishop to f3 or h3 is always on tap because of the king on g1 and the action of the rook on the g file. Objectively, this position is almost winning for white. Practically, there is a very, very long road ahead for both players. And it's a very mined road.
I think it's hard to call anything natural in this position once you put a king on e6.
I think that Ruifeng's approach, especially considering his tournament situation, makes a lot of sense. I mean, even if you don't win the event, you want to finish in the top spots. Just remember that the prize fund at the top is significant. And in this case, I think that defending a pawn down position for the rest of the game against a wonder just seems torturous. He'd rather mix up the game. No, he would rather mix up the game, put the king on e6, challenge the position, and try to muddy the waters. Obviously, this is not very going to work against the computer, but I think that Ruifeng has the worst possible style against the computer anyway. So he is just trying to muddy the waters, confuse a wonder. Both players are ticking down on the clock, and he wants to just put the pressure there on the board psychologically for his opponent to find the best move. It's a risky approach, very risky. If he's gonna, he might just fall on his own sword in this kind of positions, but that's the risk that you take when you play this kind of variations, when you play this kind of chess. It pays off sometimes, and it just doesn't some other times, and we'll have to see if a wonder is able to navigate this treacherous waters properly.
Is black to move?
It is black to move.
I mean, if you're going to end up in an endgame, might as well have a king on e6, right? No, I mean,
I guess so.
I understand this approach. I mean, you're putting the pressure on your opponent to find something, and I mean, your opponent doesn't have a computer.
Hopefully.
Makes things really scary. But I'm not sure, actually, when looking at the position, can I always just take on g4 and start exchanging things? Like in that line, we're looking at, what was it, rook c8?
Rook c8, he wanted to play knight c4, and I think this is why you're playing the move queen d5, is because now you cannot take on g4 so easily, at least, because after I take with the knight, I'm going to be threatening this guy, and in many cases this check and the knight's coming to f2.
Yeah, the queen d5 move is quite annoying. So after queen d5, can I play, do you have a threat?
That is also not so clear if you actually have a threat. You're not threatening this one, you're not threatening this one.
So can I just develop? Are you threatening bishop f3-esque moves?
I think if you're threatening bishop d6.
Okay, so I'm going to play bishop f4, now that you told me that.
I'm not sure that it prevents bishop d6, though.
But now I can take on g4, perhaps.
Okay, I'm not sure.
There's so many pieces on attack. Okay, so hold on.
But I can take on d6 here.
Yeah, but you have rook c4.
Yes.
Do you though?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, a move was played, so let's...
Rook d1 also, man.
Take a break from speculating. So knight d5.
Such a mess. Knight d5 is probably a mistake, and I can say that with confidence and certainty because the computer was not recommending as a stop choice, which would have been a natural move otherwise. And immediately my mind starts trying to calculate the move queen c4, of course. Sorry, queen c6. And he played almost instantly.
Whoa.
Queen d4.
So I'm assuming king e5, knight c4 is made somewhere. Yeah, I mean, okay, that's a pure basic calculation. Are you going to play king d4?
Yeah, I don't have a choice.
I mean, you're not going to survive bishop f4. Come on.
Why?
Let's be real. Bishop f4, make a move.
Bishop c5?
Oh, you did make a move. Okay, so rook c1.
Rook d1. Let's go.
D1? You want to sacrifice everything? Wait, you don't even want to take on D1. Look at that. Look at that.
I can take it the next move. Takes here, and I think I'm just winning.
Yeah, that was a check.
That's just
No.
winning for black.
I want to play rook ac1. I don't want this.
But
Okay.
what is your threat after
Bishop
rook
b5. Bishop b5. There you go.
Well,
I
now-
I came up with a threat.
Well, now that you told me, I'm gonna play f6
No. Bishop f3. Let's go for the checkmate.
for black.
Black, yeah.
So you,
Bishop e5, king d3, check.
okay. Queen c5.
Rook takes g2.
King f1.
Well, aren't we having a bunch of fun here?
Okay,
I think white's winning.
what's happening?
No, but bishop f3 was ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah, but your move was not much better.
no, it wasn't.
Your move was just
It
absolutely
wasn't
losing.
much better either.
What,
I have to
about
agree.
queen to f8?
Ah, defending. Oh, right about rook c8.
Which is the most natural move.
I mean, the most natural move in the position. You might as well look at it.
Yeah,
Ah.
because when I look at this position,
Ah,
just
but-
natural moves is what comes
But
to mind.
bishop e5, guys.
King d3?
Take and
Oh,
no,
it's check!
it's a check.
It's check! I wanted to play rook c3.
Oh no, you can take queen c5 and then you have rook e3, rook c3 mate.
No, king e2, king e2.
No,
Oh my god.
we cannot calculate. So this,
This
is
is
why
too much.
we don't play chess.
This
we
is
do
too much for us. This is
Okay,
why we're in the
queen
commentary
No,
booth.
queen d4 was played.
No, I know queen d4 was
okay,
played, but I
okay.
wanted to calculate queen c6. What did the computer say on queen c6? Let's just. We have so many games to look at. Christian, queen c6, did it win or not?
Computer was saying queen c4 in this position was winning. Queen c6, no. King to e5, knight to c4, king to f5.
Oh,
Wait,
f5, yeah.
Wait, rook f1. Oh, you have bishop f3.
That made a lot
I
more
cannot
sense.
Take.
Rook f1, bishop f3. And
That made a lot more sense than what
okay,
we were talking about.
just for the sake of it,
Okay, come on. Of course, it's winning for white.
I will go b3, bishop b2, rook a d1. It's just
positional,
checkmate.
So positional.
But he did play the move queen to d4, after which the best move is just to go back.
Oh, so we're gonna have a
Knight
threefold
to f6.
repetition.
That seems very likely.
This might be a threefold
Not
repetition.
gonna be a threefold repetition.
Though I think in this position after knight d5, if they repeat this position, he's just going to go either queen c4, either queen c2 to attack the pawn on e4. Nevertheless, after king takes e5, queen takes e4, king to f6, you still have to find moves such as knight to c4 to actually
Wait, what was
win
wrong
this
with just
position.
taking with the rook?
In this position, after king takes e5, rook takes.
Much more natural, right?
Okay, the same.
Okay,
Okay,
we
but I
need
was-
to stop using the words natural
Like
in this
and-
position.
Okay, but taking on g4 and being up 2 pawns, I can finally say that is natural. I am up 2 pawns.
I agree.
I don't have to sacrifice my material.
I agree. Actually, queen d4 was played instantaneously.
And knight f6 was played as well.
Which was it?
Oh, yes.
Wow. These guys are actually playing quite a powerful chess. But
Not
we'll
like
see.
us, we just blunder everything.
I think queen c3 is going to play. He is going to be played, and then I expect black to still think in this position, because I think he's going to realize that after knight d5, queen c4 or queen c2 to attack the pawn on e4 is going to be possible.
I have a feeling white is gonna deviate in this position.
I mean,
Let's see what happens.
can't I just play something like bishop e3? It just
In what position?
immediately.
Yeah.
Bishop to e3. Okay, I
Back to
will
back.
exchange, and then I'm going to say that, okay, my king on e6 now is very, very well placed, and I'm just going to go rook to d8. You're still only 1 pawn ahead as white, and I do have the bishop pair, I do have the centralized king.
How about
which
I get
is
rid of that bishop pair for you? Knight takes g4.
Knight takes g4, rook takes d4.
Really?
Really?
I mean, your knight on a3 is a little bit out of
I
this
don't
game.
have knight c2.
And this is your extra pawn, which is not such a powerful pawn, to be honest.
Okay. If the computer
Not-
says
not
so.
impressed.
I still visually would prefer. I mean, it's hard to calculate all the way from there, but if I was given this position, which we were looking at, and I think I would just prefer the move knight e3, just to block the e4 and protect the king a little bit.
But I can always go bishop takes a3.
You can just
for
take on
example.
a3 and you're never going to
Yeah.
win. Yeah, I agree. Bishop takes a3 is an important resource, and then you're basically eliminating my extra pawn. So I wonder has to find queen c3, huh?
Well, I mean, he already found it once.
Well, he has to repeat.
Right. But, yeah. I think white is going to be
It's a
deviating.
tough game. I mean, bishop e3 is definitely very tempting.
We probably didn't see knight f6.
It's possible. It's sometimes difficult to look at moves like knight f6 because you don't expect the retreats, also the repetition, because you can say, oh, well, I can play queen d4 very quickly, gain some time. If the best move is knight f6, I can always just repeat and figure it out later.
But, I mean, obviously he didn't see queen c4, otherwise he would have repeated and played it by now. Because you don't
Perhaps.
try to make up time.
Well, he already played queen c3, so I'm not sure about your theory. Because queen c3, knight d5 was played, and here I really do expect him not to play queen d4
Knight d5
anymore.
was played.
Yeah, knight d5 was played, you can see that very quickly, and then, okay, queen c6 we know doesn't work, but still incredibly tempting. And queen c4, which is the correct move, to me is not terribly difficult, because king e5, and I mean queen e4 doesn't make any sense. Because now I have to live down a piece, and I have to somehow justify it. But taking on here, I mean, king e4, I just cannot...
F5.
Sorry, king f5, I cannot possibly believe in this. Bishop d2, rook f1, that cannot possibly be true.
It's not natural.
It's not natural. And if king f6, I simply take on g4 and...
I wonder if you can try bishop d2 there, maybe it's too much.
I just take... But
No, I understand what
when you
mean.
calculate
Right.
and you look at the position and you look at the variation, you don't think bishop d2 doesn't win. You just take on g4, you make sure you're not losing anything, you count the pawns, and you play it. And I think that queen c4, I think, is not the most difficult move to find. As tempting and as funny as the lines after queen c6 are, speaking from a purely chess point of view, queen c4 is definitely very logical once you've played queen d4 and realize that your opponent had to go back, because queen c4 not only does it pin the knight, it allows me to take on g4 in many variations, it allows me to take on e4 in many variations, and it protects indirectly the knight on e5.
Well, what I was saying is he didn't see knight f6, so he's not just repeating moves,
Right,
gaining
right.
time to play queen c4.
Okay,
So
maybe.
he is gonna try to figure it out, and with that, black is gonna try to not repeat with knight d5. But I think black is in a situation that he just has to let his opponent figure out what to do, because if you don't play knight d5 and I mean, there I think I already want to take on g4, no?
Yeah, you want to take on g4
and your
sort of
king's only
variations.
6. Once I get rid of your attackers, then your king's only 6, and that's
It's not where he wants to be.
yeah.
All right, let's take a look. This
Let's
is
go
the
to Akshita's game.
Okay, we can go to Akshita's game. Let me find that one.
So when we left off, she had with that very big advantage. She played that rook a3 move, and we see a lot of developments in this game.
Black has
At least
definitely
visually.
committed to the attack on the king side, but
And
it
with such,
seems
she has
absolutely
to-
hopeless.
Black is completely busted.
I
Wait,
mean,
whose turn
there
is it?
is no
I
threat.
mean, you're just losing every pawn.
Well, Black's really has no threats in the position. I mean, I'm gonna play.
I think I still have to go g5. Well, I cannot go g5. 95 is hanging.
I don't
But
even.
let's see how we got here. So rook a3 was played. Rook went to f8.
Queen
So we
G5.
saw this position.
Okay, we saw this fuck. Knight db6, a very greedy approach, but okay, if it works, it works. King h1. I'm
So it's
not
playing like a combination of the
sure-
move that we liked.
Not sure which move she's preventing with king h1 though. Like,
Well, f3 in the future, like you want your queen to be free or rook to be free.
okay. But if you're gonna play, she wants to play f3. That's what it is. She wants to play f3
Okay.
and prevent f3 from her opponent.
Yeah, the bishop on g7.
That doesn't do very much. Queen h5 and queen d2. So here, Black's only resource for the entire rest of the game is to eventually take on h3. It doesn't work pretty obviously right now, because after king g1, I'm gonna be able to simply interpose a queen at some point, and that's the end of your attack. So you need to prepare it by transferring one of the rooks to the king side, which is why Tatev immediately thought of the move g5. Unfortunately, g5 just runs into knight takes e5,
That's just game over.
and after the knight reaches to g4, there goes your only resource in the position, and that's pretty much game over. I don't see any other move that actually helps Black's position.
Actually, at first when I looked at the position, I thought, wow, queen d2 with a nice move. It's like a passing move. You're letting your opponent figure out because you don't know g5. And then I realized bishop h3 was already a threat. But and she has 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes.
Well, Agata has no time at all. She's played something because she's running something on her score sheet. She's played the move bishop g7, which kind of
defends the pawn.
Yeah, defends the pawn, but now White just has to find a way to make
I have a
progress.
feeling that the pawn is going to queen soon.
Yes, I kind of feel the same way.
Like,
I
what
mean,
if I go d7 right now?
I don't see a defense. d7, the thing is you can never take on d7 because as soon as I make a train on the d file, you're just going to lose a piece. So you have to now deal with the fact that this rook is coming to d6. And the thing is, if I sacrifice my rook for the bishop,
I think the knight is coming to d6.
Something's gonna come.
Something's
gonna
to
land
d6.
on d6.
But even on the worst case scenarios, right? Let's talk about worst possible case scenarios. I sacrifice the rook on d3 for the bishop on e6. That's the game. You have no threats.
It looks like the worst case scenario for black.
Yeah, you just have no threats for the rest of the game.
I mean, here
you can't take on h3.
We're expecting a clear
result.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean d7 is completely crushing in this position.
And I see in Annie's game, queen a6 was played, and I think it's blocked to move.
In this position?
Yeah, and I think like here you can go bishop b5 even maybe.
Bishop b5 and d4 is an idea.
Or rook c8.
I wanted to play rook b8.
Just harass the bishop.
Harass the bishop. I'm a little scared about the move bishop e5. But so perhaps rook b8 wasn't the best idea.
I like bishop b5 and ask the queen where it's going. I just want to put my pawn on d4 as fast as I can.
I'm going to put it here.
So what? So d4?
Yeah. Well,
oh, no, d4.
Well, I'm not sure. Here, you sacrifice an exchange, but this king is very weak. Oh,
yeah, I mean, I did not mean to do that. That was an accident. So maybe rook e6. Can I play simple?
Well, we'll find out because she played something.
I think rook e6.
Rook e6. All right. Now I am threatening the move d4 with a tremendous amount of power.
If I didn't have that stupid g6 pawn.
Well, it's a big if. The bishop can go to e5, perhaps cutting the communication between the rook and the knight.
Perhaps. Which is why I really don't want to have the g6 pawn, so I can take on g3 and play rook h6.
Unfortunately, here maybe I can just play.
Then queen b7. Rook c1. Rook c8.
I don't know. The game is not as clear as I wanted it to be. Let's see. Rook e6, bishop e5. Okay, not super clear in this position. I think that in this scenario, black is up a pawn, but anything can happen. I mean, she must be with a clear to decisive advantage.
Really?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, the pawn is so strong.
But I think she has to play very accurately.
But she has to play accurately. I mean, once the bishop reaches e5, the rook here is being cut from the defense of the knight. The knight is really that bastion that gave black the advantage.
Which is why I wanted to play bishop b5 and make sure the knight stays there.
Right. The problem is the queen is harassing her pawns. Bishop b7, bishop b5, queen b7. Bishop on e5 is very well placed. It's not as trivial as you would think. I mean, black has to be better. There is no doubt about that. But how much better, I'm not sure. Because it's not so easy to make progress. But perhaps here I can start with the move queen c4. That's...
I don't like her time management, I have to say. Oh, queen c4, that's
Queen
very
c4
nice.
I like, because now you don't want to trade because you can see this pawn. Although this knight...
getting trapped.
My knight getting trapped.
So
rook f2.
Yeah, we're praising this knight, but this knight...
Rook f2 just wins, actually.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. All right, so not a trivial
Okay, let's try
position.
bishop b5.
You want to play bishop b5? I will try queen b7, attacking
rook d8.
Rook d8.
It's just a little bit sketchy, I'll admit that.
Because the bishop, I don't know, I really want to trade those bishops. I just want to make some way of trading those bishops. It's not so clear how to do so. I think the position is still double-edged.
I mean, I just want to put a pawn on d4. Actually, here I just want to play f6.
f6?
Wait, it's your move, so... I mean, okay, what are you going to do? That's my... You might play rook b1.
I want to play rook d1. I'm not sure which one. I'm going to put this one because...
And then pawn d4?
Pawn d4. And I was hoping that with gaining some...
Actually, I was wondering if rook e7 traps your queen?
Whoa.
No, you have rook d5.
I don't think so, because rook d5, and then suddenly black, the pair of bishops, right? This is fine for...
yeah, that's annoying.
This is actually winning for white. Well, not winning, but very...
Yeah.
Very
Okay, so
good.
can I try something else? d4. No, I want to put my pawn on d4. Now I'm threatening f6. I think I'm threatening f6 at least.
Let's try rook here. Or maybe now you can play bishop c6.
Maybe
I don't know.
Just defend.
I'm wondering if I really had to allow this bishop to e5. Let's go back to this position a little bit, because I like the bishop on e5. It cuts off the e file and it makes black's task so much harder. Now, what I could consider, unfortunately, I don't have the time to do it. I really wanted to push g5. It's this, as you keep saying it, this stupid pawn on g6 doesn't allow my rook transfer. But, well...
Oh, yeah, in fact... Oh, let's try bishop... Oh, that makes rook is in. Okay, bishop e5. Queen b7, rook d8. Some rook d1, I'm assuming. So maybe now g5.
That is a little brutal. I'm not sure it works.
Bishop d5. And
yeah, bishop takes d5. We might be getting a little bit crazy. Also, pawn takes. I'm not really sure what you're going to play.
Oh, you cannot take on e5.
You cannot
just keep blundering everything.
Well, it's a tough position. And this is what I was trying to say. This is a very tough position. Annie Wang with only 9 minutes and 55 seconds on her clock. This is not trivial. I think after bishop e5, there's still a lot to be playing for. This is a 3-result game, unlike, for example, the Akshita game, which I think is just winning.
Do we have anything from Emily's game?
We have some developments, guys, in
Which
the
game?
between Awander and Rui Feng.
Oh, let's go back to that.
Awander did play the move Queen c4, and right now Black is in deep trouble because I'm not really sure what he calculated when he played this move knight d5 so quickly. I'm thinking potentially a move such as bishop h3. The problem is, okay, I'm going to take with the queen on e4, bishop c5, king to h1, and now you can no longer take my queen because I'm going to give it queen takes g2, rook takes g2, and then I'm going to regain it during the next move. So this is just going to be a completely lost endgame. I'm trying to figure out where he went with his calculation that he just blasted off this move knight d5 on the board in such a quick amount of time. After queen c4, king e5, as you guys were mentioning, rook takes c4, and this just wins back the bishop. This is just going to be 2 pawns for nothing and a king completely exposed in the center. We're waiting for Black's move, but this doesn't look good for him at all.
Maybe he missed queen c4.
It's an easy move to miss. I mean, there are so many possibilities in the position, and there's the thing. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
I mean, it's easy to make a mistake in this kind of position.
Yeah,
so this is not the kind
both.
of position you make a mistake, you're like, oh my god, how can I play such a move? I mean, very easily. Like, you know, you're threading a thin line.
Well,
so.
definitely. I mean, this is the kind of positions where you go in, you know fully well that you're risking. And when you risk, that doesn't mean that you're going to play every accurate move. When you are, when you lead your opponent a path, what was it? That 2 + 2 = 5.
That was Tal.
Tal said that.
Tal was saying that.
Sometimes you're the one that makes the mistake, right? I mean, it's not a big.
Get him in the dark wood where 2 + 2 = 5.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, yeah.
And I think we have a little variation on the saying since
I know the saying. I don't know what the exact saying is.
Well, I learned it in Spanish.
I can prove it to you. The 2 + 2 = 5 or something.
I learned it in Spanish, so I don't actually know what the translation is, but it's along those lines that you're basically making the game so complicated that only one can survive. And in this case, that doesn't
Unless
mean
it's
it's
a
going to be
computer
good.
and it ends like in zeros.
In zeros.
But why did he play knight d5 so fast? Twice.
Well, the second time he was just
Yeah.
trying to put pressure on the clock on Awander. I mean, that's clear, because look at Awander's clock. He only has 12 minutes. It's clear that the position is resolving, because the more we analyze, the more difficulties we're finding for Black. But imagine that he didn't have to move queen c4, that he has to go for something either like queen c6 or repeat. And then there's incredible complications, and the clock is going to be tremendously important. He took a practical approach. It was a mistake. I understand it. It'll backfire.
So I think once you don't see queen c4 first
Bishop
time, you're not
h3
going to
was
see it the
played.
second time. Okay.
And queen e4
But
is
now
what?
after queen e4, I'm not really sure how he's going to continue the game, because bishop c5, king h1, okay, it looks like you're gaining a queen, but after bishop takes g2, queen takes g2, rook takes g2, knight c6.
No, I have to say that this variation takes almost no effort to calculate from the white perspective, because once everything...
Wait, with the rook.
Oh, sorry. With bishop takes knight c6. I don't have to worry about anything interposing. Knight, what was it, king d7 or king d6? Doesn't matter.
I think king d6 looks worse because
King d7, let's say.
knight
Takes.
d7.
Well, you're just down a piece. I mean,
Oh, it's a full piece.
I don't see how you recover the knight.
Piece and a pawn.
Huh?
Piece and a pawn.
Yes, and a pawn. Well, but the thing is that mentally these things are very easy to calculate, because you know that even if the knight is trapped, I'm taking on h6, I am an extra pawn up, the king on d7 is very weak, so I don't really have to worry about that whether the knight's trapped or not. I don't really care. I'll figure it out when I get to this position.
Right.
I know that the advantage is decisive even if the knight is eventually taken. And that's what makes calculating this line so easy.
Maybe he missed bishop takes g2 first without bishop c5.
Huh?
Okay.
And now who wants a medal?
Okay,
It's
I
not
do.
bad.
Okay,
Hold
this
on,
is
hold on.
not
Knight
this is
F3?
not difficult.
Knight f3, of
Of
course.
course, knight f3 and
Game over.
I mean, you're winning the rook, right?
Yes, it's game over.
I think Rufeng is at a point that he just has to make some kind of move and to let his opponent figure it out.
Yeah,
Right?
well-
Because he cannot really salvage this anymore.
Well, he played bishop h3, so it's up to a wonder to figure out if he can
Right.
find move queen e4. But he's also kind of running out of ideas as white. If you don't play queen e4, what
So
are you going to
basically,
play?
your line is force. Like, you're
Pretty
forcing your
much.
opponent to find this idea.
I mean, if you don't play queen e4, how do you defend g2, or what is your
G3.
move?
There
no,
are
but
some
g3,
ways. There are some
g3
ways.
now. I don't have a bishop to take on g4. Like if
Oh, so you're going to take
I'm
my
going to
horse
take
in?
on e5, and perhaps I'm losing. I don't know, but
8-0. Christian's going to tell us it's all equal.
No, but this is already very scary because now I actually cannot take the bishop back. Perhaps the attack is strong and blah, 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 but I have to figure it out. And this is double-edged. Whereas the other variation being up 2 pawns and the better king was very clear. I think that, no, if you don't find queen e4, then the position just becomes very
No,
wild.
but I mean, there's no way Wonder doesn't find it.
That's the thing, when you're playing a wonder,
He's
so
a wonder.
frustrating. He sees everything. Well, not everything. But queen e4 is not difficult to calculate. I know that's what he's looking at right now. A crucial game here for the standings. As I wonder, if he defeats Rufeng Lee, will only be half a point behind Caden Trove in the tournament.
And, I mean, even he does have 9 minutes on the clock. First of all, if you find queen e4, it's all fours, you're going to gain
Yeah.
the time back. And once you get the winning position with an extra piece, it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
So going to
So
make up the time.
queen e4, he just needs to make sure of a lot of variations. For example, this bishop g2, of course, that knight f3 check works. Rook g2 is very easily refuted because I can actually just play king h1.
No, it's the same line. You can take and play knight c6.
I'm
No?
not sure.
Ah,
Bishop c5 check, and I've tricked you.
look at that.
I've tricked you because I'm going to take your queen with check, and if you play
I
bishop
wonder if that position is
e3,
even that bad.
probably not. But after bishop e3, I now take your queen instead of taking the bishop.
Yeah, but then I take one. Okay, I mean, this is ridiculous to be analyzing this.
No, of course, but after rook g2, the problem for black is, of course, that after king h1, you've run out of checks, and your king on e6 is just going
So
to
your
die.
king's on e6. And that's where we can end the sentence. Your king's on e6.
Your king on e6 is not going to survive for very long. After the
No.
move queen takes e4, variations are still scary looking, but
Anyways, this is like something that needs to be calculated. You don't just play queen e4 and hope for the best.
No,
You know,
definitely not.
it's like
no,
candidate
no, no.
move.
This is a good time to spend the few minutes that a wonder has remaining. This is a critical position.
Yeah,
and
he
there you
took.
go. Queen takes e4 by a wonder Liang. Nothing less to be expected from America's youngest grandmaster in history. Showing his class, I think this has been a very sharp game that he's handled very well so far. And after queen takes e4, Rufeng is going down.
Definitely. And he was losing the same way he wins.
Yeah. That's
Almost,
very
right?
Almost. Except that I'm not entirely sure if I wonder even sacrificed anything.
No, actually, he's always been up
Up
material,
material,
right?
yeah.
Well, he's going to temporarily sacrifice the queen. Oh, let's take a look at Akshita's game once again because there was such a big time difference to see if
Absolutely.
anything has happened.
The
Things have
queen-
happened. The pawn
the-
has disappeared.
The queen somehow has taken on a5.
It's not a pawn I cared for.
Not really.
But now I can play d7 and threaten the
Take
queen.
a couple of look at what b3 happened, which
I mean, she's just playing so solid, which I cannot blame her for it because she has so much time to
Yes.
do what she wants.
so king g1. This prevents bishop takes h3 from coming with a check. Queen g6 is the capitulation of black's attack. h5 g4 is so slow and so irrelevant that it doesn't really matter.
I mean, you have to. Like, what else is White gonna do?
Yeah, I agree, but Petrosian would have played
Who?
who? King f2, king e2, king d1.
I never heard that mispronunciation before.
Well, you get used to it. Petrosian, as we say in Spanish.
Also Armenian.
Really?
Close.
Really? Well, there you go. So after the king transfers to the queen side, I mean, obviously black can resign, but this is unnecessary. Black's
So she
attacks.
took.
So
So
she
White is
took.
playing like she has all the time in the world, which
She
she
does.
so
Rook
now I think
dfa.
this d7 should be winning somehow.
Well, d7 threatens
Queen.
to queen, so I'm not sure what the move is. Nah,
So
d7
rook
is
d8
first.
is the only move.
Well,
And
I
then things
can,
land on e6.
What if I just take on c5 also?
you can also just take on
I
c5.
just
Every
wanna-
every move wins.
Right.
Every-
It's just a matter of
completely winning. And Agata has
finishing the game.
40 seconds
I mean, she's just gonna play on inertia until like
until she reaches.
either move 40 until she resigns. What about it? Anyway, game that was a very interesting game. So I see my move was played. Every time I come to this game, I see my moves played. So that makes me
Bishop
very happy.
b5, bishop b5, and the queen, instead of retreating or pushing to b7, I was thinking with the idea of capturing the pawn on d5, putting some pressure in the structure, retreats to a5, which does pin the bishop here on b5. Rook c8,
So what do you do if I go rook b1?
rook b1. Well, it's no longer a pinned bishop, so I can just move
No,
it wherever.
but you cannot move it wherever because you have bank rank issues.
I do have background issues, Tatev, now that you mention it. So rook b1, for example, I cannot play bishop d3 because I just lose to rook takes c5, rook b8 checkmate. Well, checkmate in a couple. So the question is where I move the bishop. This probably should go to... I mean, the move... interpolating the move a6, a4, I don't see how it really helps me at all.
But hold on, actually, what do you even play here?
Well, I was thinking of just playing bishop e8. Problem is that after just taking on
I was thinking the same thing, and then I realized the queen is hanging.
Let's not do that. Queen takes c5, rook
Can I
takes
start
c5.
harassing your horse?
Yeah, the horsey on e2 is not very happy. Also, the rook on b8 seems to be giving a lot of counterplay.
Maybe f6. And
I'm not so sure you're going to be very agreeable with that move after bishop h3.
yeah, I mean, the two bishops are becoming kind of
They're
annoying.
becoming a nuisance. I think that Maggie's coming back into the game. This move rook b1 is certainly unpleasant. It's up to Annie to find out what to do against it. I really like rook b1.
I mean, rook b1 looks very natural, but rook c8 also looks natural because
You're pinned.
right. And I think we have development from Christian.
Yeah.
We do have a development in one of the games that we haven't paid a lot of attention to, but it's extremely important towards the standings in the junior section. We have the game between Bhavy Liu and Akshat Chandra. Akshat, who is on 4 points, if he wins this one, he's going to be tied with a Wonder, because we suppose a Wonder is going to win his game, only half a point behind the leader Caden Trough going into the last 2 rounds. So this is a very, very important matchup. And in this position, this is where we left it off. We were discussing bishop takes e3 is a potential move, and just have my pieces better placed than white's. Bishop e6 was chosen. Bishop takes c5, d takes c5. Now the structure is completely different. I opened up the d file. My structure is a little bit damaged, but still very, very solid. I'm going to play b6. All of my pawns are going to be protected. And you have a weakness on the pawn on d3. Knight to e3 was played, queen d7, queen b3. Black is just simply trying to double up on the d file, put pressure on the only weakness in white's position. After rook a8, d4 was played. E takes d4, e5, knight to d5, c takes d4, knight to e3, rook takes e3, and it just seems like right now white is getting slowly outplayed, because after the following exchange, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, and then I'm going to continue hunting your pieces for exchanges. I'm going to try to divert this game into an endgame. The problem is your pawns are going to be quite overextended, and they're going to be very easily attacked by my pieces. You're also facing this very unpleasant pin on the d file. So if Akshat finds this, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, queen d5, which I do expect him to find. Let's not forget, he only has 2 minutes on the clock. But the position is fairly simplified. Not a lot of pieces on the board, not a lot of tactics going on. After queen d5, he should want to divert the game into the endgame. The possibilities are going to be less. He's going to not blunder anything, and most probably going to put a lot of pressure on his opponent. Yet he still has 2 minutes on the clock. That's not very good.
And I think that's going to be decisive. And we've seen him in games where we said there isn't a lot of mistakes to make, but it required accuracy, and he didn't have the time to do it. Against Caden and against Rifeng? No. He had 2 end games. No, against Mika. No,
against Mika.
Against Andrew Tang.
Oh,
so
yeah,
he had 2 end
Andrew
games.
Tang, yeah.
Where again we said it's going to be an end game, not a lot of room to make mistakes, so he's going to make moves quickly, and he did, but he didn't find the accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely against Andrew Tang. But that was an important half point he dropped in a winning position. We have a huge development in a game that
Speaking of
perhaps
Andrew Tang.
not the most relevant game, but let's take a look. We left this game a lot.
it's Michael Brown.
95.
My pick to win this tournament.
How's that going for you?
Excellent.
D takes C5, C5, and this is a very interesting decision that Andrew has taken, sacrificing the pawn back with the idea of achieving the move C5 and the development of his pieces. But the pawn majority on the king side has to be respected. Michael started moving his pieces towards that side of the board, and we got kind of a crazy position here. You can see the king on H8 might be targeted, but
Cannot put it on G7 for obvious reasons.
yeah,
Knight
this
F5.
starts to become a little crazy. But here we got this following sequence: Rook D6,
Wait, what?
Knight C5, giving up the knight, takes, and after.
Wait,
Wait, why
what?
am I not up a piece?
You have a piece.
Well, I think he just simply missed the move Rook D6.
Oh,
Because
Rook
that
D6 was
forces
winning?
that forces the
Oh,
Oh,
knight.
because
because
the
this
double
is-
attack. I mean, what is
Can't
it?
I play
Actually,
anything
no.
better than
You
what
can
he
play
did?
A5.
A5, A3.
Yeah.
And then C3. At least I'm not losing a piece.
This doesn't look very.
Can
Okay,
I?
it doesn't
Can I
look good,
stay-
but-
take.
No, can I
take.
stay on the B file? Can I play Queen B1?
Queen B1, C2, right?
Let's not forget E6 is also coming.
Okay, so Queen B2.
No. I'm going to take that pawn. I don't want to let that pawn go all the way to C2.
Wait, what does Black play here?
Knight D3 is an option.
93. Now I can take on C2 though.
But why would I want to let your knight
because
go
I'm
to
going to
D3?
take on D3.
No, but now
Knight
Knight
C5.
C5. No.
Wait, what?
Knight C5, Knight D C5,
Oh.
Knight 7 C5.
Well, perhaps not the best resource. But anyway, getting into this position was already kind of ugly. Bishop B5 and
It's
then
just
well,
up a
C4
piece, right?
was a strange move, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean C4. Can I just play Rook B1 even?
What is he missing after C4? Because no, you cannot play. I think this was his idea. You cannot play A3 or Rook B1 because of check on C5, and you have the move C3 next. But Rook D6 just kills your counterplay, and this is an extra piece.
I mean, you
and
cannot even take back on D6. Oh,
You can.
Yeah.
You can. You have this idea of checking on D4 and taking on A1, so I have
Okay,
to be a
but
little bit
Queen
careful.
C3 or something. I mean,
Queen C3 is just what? It's just an extra piece.
it's peaceful. What to pawn? I mean, yeah.
No,
this
it's
is-
just winning.
This was just.
This has to be winning for White. This just a terrible position of the king on on H8, which is actually almost dead, and there is no compensation for the piece. This is an absolutely winning position for. Michael
Let's
Brown.
not spend too much time.
Yeah, let's
on
not
this
spend too
game.
much time. This game is
Let's
over.
go. We have our important game. So Akshita first, because I feel like that should be.
Finished.
Perhaps
think.
not, because. Oh yeah, this. Okay, I see a pawn on this. Okay, this.
Well, White
uh,
is up 3 pawns.
Only 3 pawns.
Only 3 pawns.
It's the worst case scenario for White. Only
She's,
have 3 pawns.
she's eliminated the powerful light squared bishop, which had the only.
Let's see how that happened really quickly.
Well, Queen C5. Oh no, D7 first, as you were suggesting, and then Queen takes C5.
So good.
I'm not so sure of what this gains Black, this trade, because
Making
after
moves not to flag. I mean,
perhaps
this is
because after
just-
Knight takes C4, you still cannot take on D7. As after the trade of the rooks, I'm going to have Queen C8 check and take whatever rook lands on D7. Bishop F8, Queen C7, and that's another pawn. And this is a lot of pawns, and this is completely winning. As well, that's not surprising, right?
No.
Okay.
No. So I just wanted to see if this is almost over. And
Pretty
it
much.
should be after Knight G4 or Knight
And
C4.
Rook C1, King H1, B4, Knight G4.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to Andy's game. Let's see if Rook B1 was played.
Rook
because-
B1 was played.
Oh, Rook B6.
And Rook B6.
Oh,
Wait, what happened here? Oh yeah, Rook B6 now
I like Rook B6.
defends the bishop.
And closes the B file.
It does, but Black's pieces now seem to have lacked a harmony, because you can see that White can even consider the move Queen takes A7 now. Not saying it's the best move, but I can consider the move Queen takes A7 in certain positions. I at least gain my pawn back, and I do have to remember that bishops are very powerful. A bishop on B5 doesn't cause me a great impression.
No. Yeah, and after Queen A7, you're threatening A4, and then there's that pin again.
Yeah,
yeah, this looks very annoying.
Queen A7 looks like an annoying move. I'm not sure what black plays here. Because A4, as you were mentioning, and Queen A7's on the board. Maggie has played the move. It looked very logical to me. Queen takes A7. This looks not great for Annie, especially with the fact that she has less than 6 minutes to figure out her next 13 moves. It's a lot of moves to be made.
I mean, I think the very next move is hard to figure out, let alone 13 moves. And you always have this back rank issue, so it's not easy for you to do anything.
Something's gone wrong. I'm not entirely sure where she went wrong, to be fair. But something has clearly gone wrong in this position. I think that after Queen takes A7, Maggie's taking over the initiative. She has to be very careful still of any tricks on the H file with Knight takes G3.
So
but I can't even see how you kind of...
I mean, the thing is, even if you do that, then I take Rook H6 and
It's
take
not
an
mate.
King G2, yeah, I mean...
It's
and
not
then,
mate, yeah.
I mean, you haven't really done anything except for winning my bishop.
So what is Black's next move in this position?
I don't know.
I mean, the Knight's trapped. It doesn't have any moves. The bishop can't move because of the pin. A4 is a threat.
Our evaluation just changed so drastically. We're like praising this knight. We're like, this knight is so amazing. And I was like, this knight cannot move.
As soon as this bishop came to E5, you started
This is
to
a
see...
medal moment for you guys.
Ooh.
Oof.
To save the game?
Can't be more than save
I
the game.
cannot give you everything.
No, it cannot be more than save the game.
You
It
did
cannot
not-
possibly be more than save the game.
You didn't give us anything, like, let alone everything. Rook A6, I want to say. But
Okay, but Rook A6 is a slightly worse endgame.
is it?
Yes, for sure. I mean, you go Rook A6, you
Okay,
trade,
well, let's try to get our
and
medal.
Rook B2, and I think White is the one pushing for the win. I mean,
Can I go D4?
It's
or
a- it's-
F6? No, I have F6 here. What are you saying?
F6. And this bishop's surprisingly bad.
Just like the knight. Surprisingly bad. Why is everything bad?
Perhaps not so clear.
What if I just go Rook D1?
At the end?
Okay, so this is the position where we're meddling.
We're
Okay.
meddling. I already have one, so I'm not sure I really want to take the opportunity from my co-host here to get her
No,
own.
I got one today. I found knight F3.
There you go.
But I don't
That
think
was a
Chris-
very small
yeah,
medal.
it's okay. It's still a medal.
Tiny medal.
Okay.
Wow, here Black to play and some fantastic resource.
Queen G1.
No,
That's what my students do when I put up a position and I'm like black to move. They start like first move is like sacrificing the queen for no reason. Actually giving up the queen.
Oh, wait a second. G5 works here. Because
What?
this queen is... I'm threatening... Am I not threatening knight takes G3?
Go back to school, Alejandro.
Oh my god. But
F
what-
takes G5. What is that? I don't get
Oh,
it.
because the bishop is still defending. Oh my god.
No
I'm
medal.
gonna have to
I
give
think
back
you have
to my
forfeit
medal.
your
I have to
medal.
give back the medal I earned earlier.
Put that terrible move back. Okay. So what is the threat? The threat is A4, so we must stop A4. So the queen has to do something, go somewhere. And it's just so hard. I'm so glad I'm not playing tournament.
What a tough... I mean, I don't know, actually. This looks really bad for Black.
Are you guys giving up?
Yes. No.
Okay.
No.
Just tell us.
Okay, so in this position, the move is F6. The only move to keep the balance.
What? How does that
F6.
help Black?
You're attacking the
Well, the problem is the bishop doesn't have a very good square. The only
Really?
square is probably on
A1.
A1.
What's wrong with A1?
And then I'm going to continue closing it up. D4.
And after A4?
And after A4, I will go Queen to H5.
Okay, but this is impossible.
This is the
to
most
find.
ridiculous line I have
It's
ever
a
heard
medal.
of.
That's why I gave you a medal.
That's
yeah?
still, I still don't understand it. If I
Yeah,
play
but if I
Queen
take
takes
anything-
B6,
Queen takes B6. I will take.
and then King...
Oh, you have Queen H4 at the
There we
end.
go.
You have Queen H4.
And you have a Queen H4.
So maybe you should have taken on B5 instead. Okay, then you're getting mated.
This is game over.
Okay, what if I took on B5?
Okay, let's take on B5. Knight takes G3, King G1, and then?
A takes B5, you mean?
Yeah.
A takes B5. I'm going to take King G1, Knight to E2. Well, where do you put your king? On F2?
You're
Oh, we're
gonna...
getting mated again.
Nope.
Okay,
Wow.
this
Defend
is
this knight.
never gonna happen. In any game, in any tournament, in history of chess, it's not going to happen.
When we have a medal as a stake, yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yes.
I'm not giving you
This
medals
is the
for
most
anything.
ridiculous line I have been shown the entire tournament.
And we've
the entire
seen so
tournament.
many
This is the most
ridiculous
ridiculous line. Who's gonna find F6, bishop A1, D4, A4, queen H5 only move, threatening a perpetual.
Gotta look for counterplay.
So definitely after the game we're gonna get them. Like, why
did you miss this?
How did you miss this? So obvious.
Well, maybe she'll find it. She's not gonna find this. I mean,
no one's gonna find this.
F6 and D4 is.
Maybe a Wonder would find it. No, a Wonder would find it. Speaking of a Wonder.
Speaking of a Wonder, we have. Is this the game? Because I don't even recognize it. It looks like the game.
Well, I see extra piece, so I think our line.
Yeah, and they went for this line specifically that we were talking about, and the knight is now on F7. White's just up a piece in this position.
It's not the first time we're seeing a line up a piece.
But on the finally on the board, he is up a piece. I don't see any compensation.
Yeah.
I mean, the knight will get out eventually. I mean, you're threatening knight takes H6.
Yeah.
I don't think this is any compensation at all for black. This just looks like an extra piece. I think it's swift sailing now for Wonder. He's done the hard part. He's up a piece. It's not a difficult conversion from here. The pieces are going to come out, and there's no way you can create threats against the white king fast enough for me to be worried about anything. It's just way too much material.
So we have 2 games with extra piece. So I feel like we're going to have like results after results. So let's go back one more time to Akshita's game and see if we have results.
Just leaving it out there, F6 was played.
Oh.
If Annie finds D4, Queen H5, well,
you're going to have to give a medal.
But I will be impressed, and I'll be very happy because it shows the quality of the players here in the junior and the girls' championship. I mean, this kind of resources under pressure with time. If she finds D4, Queen H5, that's a great testament to her talents because that's a very, very difficult resource to find in great pressure in the position.
And our inability to play chess.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I wouldn't be ashamed of playing a game and not finding this. I'll be like, well, I'm not that good, but I mean, if Annie finds this, that's great for her. I think that'll be absolutely fantastic.
You're saying their ability to play chess, and I was like, we didn't find it, so our inability to play chess. So Akshita's game, do we have a result coming? I mean, they're so low on time, and this should be over very soon. Oh, G4 was played.
It doesn't actually help her. I mean, after takes on, I'm assuming this was played. Yes, it was played. You probably want to take on G4, but I'll take with the knight. And you can't sacrifice every piece and expect to checkmate me. Well, you can, but it's not going to lead anywhere. No, okay, the game's over. She played H4, which actually doesn't make much sense.
I see a move in Annie's game. She played Rook A6.
She didn't find it then.
Which is good enough.
For what?
Actually,
For equality?
For equality.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was the only move. But okay, here, I think
F6 was the only move.
But I think there's a big difference between this endgame that we were looking at and the other one because
bishops on A1.
There were bishops on A1, which any move like Rook B2 is going to just shut off the bishop, even if it's temporary. So yeah, this actually looks much more logical than whatever D4
but
crazy
most
is.
importantly, you took care of your back rank issues, which was constantly
and I think that's what the difference.
Right.
You've played F6, and now that you've solved the back rank issues, you can really think about exploiting the powerful position of some of your pieces, because sometimes you were just tied down to the fact that you cannot move the bishop because of back rank and etc. etc.
And I still feel like it's very double-edged. So I start foolishing D4, D3, and I mean, I don't think this position is simple at all.
Even with the reduced amount of material, I think both sides have to be very careful. This knight on E2 sometimes is very close to being trapped. The bishops are still powerful, and the king on G8 isn't that safe either. So there's a lot of play still in this position. Anyway, only with 46 seconds.
Yeah, that's my main issue.
Yeah, now Maggie has a decision whether she wants to keep the queens on the board or if she wants to trade them.
So Queen B7 forces.
Queen B7.
I might repeat with Rook B6.
No, you can't because D5 is hanging.
Okay.
So
I have to play Bishop C4. You cannot take Bishop D5, so I can take with a check.
I mean, from a practical point of view, I would almost prefer to play Queen B7 just to keep pieces on the board with my opponent.
Yeah, she did play Queen B7.
Yeah, my opponent has no time. Why wouldn't I play a move that keeps the complications on the board?
I don't know. If I take like Rook A2 and then Knight G3, and I don't know if these complications are starting to favor.
Look,
I understand what you're saying from a practical point of view.
You gotta risk. And in this case, I think this is a good risk to take.
But I feel like when you're risking and your opponent's moves are like only moves, it almost helps them.
Well, she's going to have one only move, but after that it's going to be still difficult to find
Bishop
moves.
C4 is the only move. I don't know why she's thinking. Like, what else can she do? Your pawn's hanging, your bishop's hanging, defend.
Oh, finding only moves when you're sitting on the desk sometimes is easier than finding only moves when you're sitting there.
Yes,
Bishop
so that's
C4
why I'm sitting here now.
Well, now I have choices. I mean, I have so many ideas in this position. I'm almost not even sure which direction
rook
to
A2
look
actually,
for.
it's not a move because f6 hangs.
Yeah, so I can consider one of the rooks to d1. I can consider queen d7 and follow it up with a rook b7 idea.
Just encouraging me to push my pawn.
Not even sure what to do. f5 even comes as an idea.
I think this position is just super double-edged.
Super double-edged. Everything is very, very dangerous in this position. I think that the fact that you're up so much time gives a huge advantage to be able to think in the critical positions. Maggie has many options here in this position to keep up the pressure.
Right.
Yeah, it's a tough position.
Yeah, I don't know what she's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go back to Emily's game.
Absolutely. And we haven't looked at it in a while, but she managed to lose a pawn. How does this happen? But she was up. She had a beautiful position. Yeah, I was looking at this position. She managed to get in her pawn all the way down to c4, which is something that she wanted to do. The knight established itself on d4, but it's not a permanent fixture. Queen c5 allows the move b3s, which is I'm not a huge fan of, but you can just take on d4 and make a draw if you really needed to. Rook c8 takes on c4.
Well, I mean, black is, I feel like in tournament situation, she's in must-win position.
Well, yes, but bishop takes d4 just loses a pawn. I'm not really sure what she was thinking.
Okay, no, that I understand. Well, maybe here I'm already losing a pawn. No, I have to go a5.
White's not threatening anything.
I'm trying to take on a6.
Well, besides that, I mean, there is no other threat. Right? I defend the pawn on a6 and...
Yeah, I was thinking like I don't have a way to defend because I'd have to defend with a queen and c4 hangs, but I realized, wait, I don't understand bishop d4.
Bishop d4 makes no sense. That just gives up a key pawn, and she's just going to suffer the rest of the game. That's what it comes down to.
This was puzzling.
This was very bad.
So, okay, let's go back to Akshida's game one more time. I see a lot of... Is it her move? Yeah, knight f5 should just end the game. Unless there are checks. There are no checks.
Knight f5, but I'd actually just probably put the...
Rook on h5.
Can I just take on f4? Taking on f4 is just... kaput, right?
So we're reaching move 40 in this game.
Yeah, which is also kind of irrelevant.
And do we have a result in Rufeng's game?
No, I think they're still playing. But the situation hasn't improved much.
He's trying to play king h3 and like to give you a perpetual.
He's a clever little one, very resourceful, but that has no hope of working. The simplest move is rook g1 and just scare the king away when it does reach the 3rd rank, and that's just game over. I mean, the king has to go to h5. The only saving grace for black is that for now the bishop doesn't have any good development squares, and that you're attacking.
What if I go to h3?
Wait, what?
What if I go to h3?
Really?
Check.
Here?
King h4.
And I take on h6, even if I'm down a piece. I mean, even if I sacrifice my piece back, aren't you just lost?
Yes, but you're giving away the piece, at least.
Okay, so what should we do then?
Well, we'll see what happens. So Wonder has played rook g1, king h3, and has played the kind of clever move knight h5, and this is completely winning.
Knight g5 was played?
Yeah. Rook g3 here, takes on g5 here, and I'm assuming the idea is to play rook g1.
And checkmate.
And who's checkmating who? This looks completely winning. I mean, you're up 2 pawns, black's king is...
Yeah, rook h3 looks devastating.
Yeah, it looks devastating.
What move are we on? We're on move like
35. This is going to be move 35. I really like this idea by a Wonder. 2 pawns, you finish your development. Black's king is suffering. Just looks winning to me.
Okay.
No, the problem is that you have 2 pieces on dark squares. You have the rook on f2 and the bishop on c5, so you're not going to be able to save both.
You can't save both of them. I mean, this is a nicely calculated variation that was very good.
So this should end very shortly.
This will end very shortly.
So if he plays rook g1, which instantly...
Yeah, he played rook g1 already, so rook h3 check, and rook h3 check, pre-move, bishop e3 pre-move.
Oh, you're threatening bishop e3 and mate, so I don't know what your pre-moves.
I mean, it's just winning. You cannot defend all your pieces.
Okay, and Michael's game? Since we're talking about positions with extra pieces, and this still looks like an extra piece.
It looks like an extra piece, not too much else to say about it. I mean, it's white to move, so I can take on f6 if I felt like it.
Probably doesn't want to allow
What?
before
D4,
and
knight,
queen
queen
d4.
d4.
Yeah, don't want this. Don't want to play with an extra piece.
In an endgame? Nah, that sounds terrible. No, this is completely winning for Michael
One game
Brown.
we haven't looked at is Joshua's game. Let's see if Joshua can finally do something in this tournament.
He's up a pawn, but it's very difficult for him to convert it, as his bishop on g2 is not great, and that king on e5 is definitely very
I don't know
active.
whose position I prefer here. Well, you have 92, I guess. Well, 92 I'll take. and,
92 you
yeah,
take,
yeah.
and
Yeah, this does not look very happy. It's
Yeah.
like a very good knight versus bad bishop again.
yeah, this bishop is just terrible. I mean, I can play maybe bishop h3 and probably I'm fine, but not more than that.
Okay, this is like move 50, so this game is...
It's gonna go forever.
Yeah, this is
I agree.
not something I want to look at. Okay, let's go back to girls section. That's Maggie Fang, anyway.
No, Maggie Fang is, I think, the game we should focus on, as 30 seconds is all that Annie has played. She actually made the last move with 1 second on her clock.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop c4, she played a4, a tricky move. Rook c6.
I don't know about this move. I don't like rook c6.
And
Yeah,
this
but now I can take on e2.
This is the current position on the board, and after taking on e2,
Wait.
no, you cannot because checkmate.
Oh, okay.
You cannot
Can
take on
I-
c6.
Okay, so my mind is...
But rook e2, what is the problem? What is the problem with taking this horsey?
this looks...
Take and
This
take.
looks lost.
Well, 2 bishops are very powerful. This rook's hanging right now.
Your king is still...
No, this is winning. It's absolutely
But
winning.
how did we get here?
Well, she played d4 here.
No, let's go back to that rook ac6 move. That move I do not like at all.
Well, because you're releasing the pressure from a4, obviously, and that, I have to agree, rook ac6 doesn't
But
cost...
why couldn't I just take on a4?
No, bishop f6, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about. So why can't I push d4 then?
Why can't you push d4? That is a much better question, actually. You are scared a little bit of some tactics, but I can't see anything specific right now.
I have 1 minute on my clock, so
Are
I'm
you
not
scared of anything?
Yeah. I just-
No, I agree with you.
now I'm threatening rook a4.
Now you're threatening rook a4. More importantly, you're probably going to threaten d3 at some point. The bishop on a1 is now blocked. d4 did make a lot more sense to me.
I just hate this rook ac6 move because I'm just pinning myself. I understand you cannot
Yeah.
really take it, but then it makes my movement a lot more difficult.
No, I agree. And this is currently the position, but I don't see any problem with just taking the knight. Perhaps the engines do. I personally would just take that knight off the board and play a winning endgame.
Yeah, I mean, that looks just completely lost.
And she does. She takes on e2, and he immediately takes back. There's not a lot of choices there. But obviously, queen takes e2. I don't see any reason not to. And, well, I'm even gaining a tempo against your rook here on c6. This looks about 0 compensation for the material. This is just a winning position. The 2 bishops are so much more powerful than 1 rook.
I mean, I don't even see... I mean, where does the rook go? Okay, you can play rook d6 maybe. Yeah, you can play rook d6, try to push the pawn a little more maybe.
Well, she played rook c7. I don't think it matters, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't matter where you put the rook. 2 bishops are 2 bishops. They're completely going to overpower a rook, no matter what position it is.
Okay, let's go back to Akshida's game. I see some craziness happening and I'm expecting a resignation.
Next move, because
I can just... No, I'm not going to take. I'm going to play king h1.
just the king h1 and that's
Queen
it.
h4 mate.
Well, you're also up like 3 rooks, so...
Oh, rook and a half.
We're gonna have. So the game is pretty much over.
It's a very important win because
Yes.
Maggie's
also
gonna
gonna
win.
Maggie's gonna
Definitely
win.
gonna win.
And that setups the game, I think it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow they're going to face up.
Between Maggie Fang and Akshita Gordy, the 2 people with chances to win the tournament, because Emily, down a pawn today, is not going to win against the Perva. The tournament is going to go to either Akshita Gordy or Maggie Fang, really. And the only chance Maggie Fang is to win tomorrow against Akshita.
Yeah, because if they draw,
Then a lot of things have to go right on the last round
yeah, basically it's a guaranteed tie
for Akshita. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Emily is not going to win for sure.
I don't think Emily's going to win today. That seems very unlikely.
And so I see some more moves in
Fang's game.
Fang's game. I see.
Let's look at the finish, as I think Warner has played a fantastic game today. bishop takes, rook g1, rook f3. A little bit of this typical Rui Feng desperation. I know it very well. He finds a lot of tricky moves in lost positions. But after rook f5, this clinches the game as you defend the bishop. The knight is currently under attack, and so is the bishop. There's just too much material hanging and no compensation whatsoever. The game is over from a practical point of view. We're just waiting for Rui Feng to resign.
We're waiting for sale or resignation, so we're expecting a lot of results coming in.
Coming in very quickly, yes.
So actually, Wander puts himself in a very good position as he's only half a point behind. I mean, he's doing what he can.
Yeah, he can. He needs to finish strong. He still has a very tough road ahead. I believe he's still playing against the Grandmaster or two in the last two rounds. Akshat, I think he's still playing. And Michael Brown, who's not a Grandmaster but has the rating of 1. And
the abilities of 1.
Yeah, so it's still a tough path. I wonder, half a point behind Caden, but it's going to be a Wonder, Akshat, or Caden. One of the three are the only ones that have some realistic chance of winning the tournament. But Caden has it on his hands, entering the last 2 games with an extra half point, and against players who have not shown the best chess here in St. Louis.
And I believe Christian has some more developments for us.
In one of the games that will not influence the standings in any way, the game between Ulrich and Cervantes, we got this position in which Rachel is just completely winning. This endgame is completely winning. She played the move rook to a7, king to h8, and in this position she should just take on g5, and get the king out of the third rank. King to e2, put my pawn all the way to a6. Then I'm going to move my king on the queen side or potentially on to e6. I'm even going to allow you to take on f3. Whenever you take on f3, I'm going to move. I have my pawn on a6. I'm going to move my rook on the 7th rank. Then I'm going to play a7 and then rook b8 followed by a8 queen. That's just going to win the rook. Instead of that, after king h8, she hurried and played the move h5. And after rook to a2, she had to agree for a draw because her king is completely stuck on g3. There's no way she can make any progress anymore. So one move, endgames are so important and so volatile. One move and you can spoil a winning position.
Wow.
Chess is a brutal game.
That was tough. That was very tough.
I mean, we do see a lot of endgame mistakes from the younger players. And
lack of experience. I mean, that is just lack of experience. That's what it boils down to.
And we have some more moves in the Wonders game, and we have signatures, I believe.
We have a few resignations. Andrew Tang, as expected, has lost.
And Agata lost.
Against.
So actually, Gordy keeps her 1 point lead over at least 1 point
over everybody
lead
else.
And I believe Rui Feng also, we have a lot of games finishing.
Yeah, Rui Feng has resigned. Andrew Tang has resigned. Agata has resigned. And we have a few games still.
So Maggie's game, most important one we really want to keep an eye on.
Definitely. I mean, this is the Maggie game that...
Wow, 2 minutes versus 1 minute. But I think that's irrelevant because...
the 2 bishops. Just the 2 bishops.
Annoying 2 bishops. So at some point we do want to come back and take a look at that middle game and see where Black went wrong. Because we'll just look at, just by visually with that Black's position was just so great. With that 2 bishops weren't such a big deal, but here we are.
Here we are, and the 2 bishops are going to overwhelm the rook. It's still some technique, of course, but it shouldn't be too hard.
Let's go back to Akshat's game while we're doing this. I mean, we're going to have a lot of interviews back to back, but while we do that, we're still in time trouble, and Akshat, I mean, has been in time trouble probably for the past 2 hours.
Well, he's currently in as much time trouble as his opponent. As you can see, material's still equal, but the queen has penetrated to b1. On the other hand, Bove, with his last move, knight d4, has allowed himself an idea of playing e6, opening up the opponent's king, and we've talked over and over again that in major piece endgames, the only important factor is king safety. e6 is a very serious threat. This knight c5 is currently pinned. He did something. Queen e4, I think he played.
Really? Oh, but can I just exchange everything?
Exchange everything how?
Oh, my knight's hanging.
Your knight's hanging here on d4. There are options, of course, here for white. I don't have e6 because you just take with the pawn. I don't think this is very dangerous. Taking on e4 has the problem that the knight's hanging, and that f2 is also hanging.
I mean, with a little time on the clock, we'll see what happens because I feel like they're going to make some rush decisions. But in the meantime, we do have Michael Brown recovering from his very tough loss from yesterday against Akshat here in the studio with Christian.
with one of the victors from today's round, one top seed that is having difficulties in this tournament. Michael, take us through the game today. It seemed like quite a smooth victory for you, a nice bounce back. Take us through the game.
Yeah, so I kind of figured that I'd try to change it up here. So I've never played the Catalan before, and so I saw Andrew kind of played usually the same system. So I was very surprised actually when he took on c4, move 4. And then when he followed up with knight c6, I was actually it was kind of like a blessing in disguise, because I actually used to play the system with black. Actually, I still have, most recently in March. And so I remember I had a game where I played the queen a4, bishop e2, queen b5 line. And then it was the pawn sacrifice, but it's hard for black to get anything going. And I was on the black side of that in the game, and it was only because white overextended that I was able to get an advantage. So I thought, okay, let's see how it works out from me on the white side.
And you played queen a4, bishop b4.
Mm-hmm.
What was the critical moment? Did you know the theory here?
I
Were
knew.
you still in theory?
I knew up to rook fc1. That was what I knew was theory.
Rook fc1. You gave up a pawn, but you clearly have the better pieces, the nice center. His knight on c6, the bishop, the Catalan bishop on c8 is having some difficulties. Knight a5 was played, e4, knight f6, knight to e5. Very normal, natural moves so far. When did you feel you're taking full control over the game?
So yeah, here I was struggling to come up with a plan, because I know he has his idea of knight d7, and the point is c5 is a big problem. So something like doubling up, like rook c3 here, I thought could be knight d7 could be very annoying. And the problem is I really don't have a good place for my knight to go. And if I go like knight ec4, something like try to get rid of it, then you can play bishop a6, and he can trade off all the pieces, and because I'm the one down a pawn, trading pieces is just no good. So that's why I played queen e3. That way I make room for my knight on d3. That way I also stop c5, and I keep the pieces on the board, so I'm keeping the tension in the position. So I thought queen e3 was a nice move. But
absolutely, a very nice preventive move against all of black's ideas. Queen e3, knight d7, knight to d3, e5. Were you surprised by this pawn sacrifice of his?
I was more or less expecting something like this, actually, because at this point, Andrew was spending a lot of time, so I think he was having difficulty coming with the plan himself.
What if he just puts the bishop on b7 just to defend?
Yeah, I was thinking I'd just play like rook c3 or something and double up on the c file.
At some point, I'm considering as black just to play c5, give up the pawn, and try to simplify and make a draw.
Right. Which I was surprised why he played e5 instead of c5, because e5 if gives me chances. So I was expecting some prepping of c5, but when he played e5, I was very happy to see this.
And at this juncture in the game, after knight b4, knight g2, I think it was right about now. After queen b2, he played this unexpected move, c4. Mm-hmm. Did he miss rook d6? Do you think he just missed rook d6?
I think he missed rook d6, because e6 is already such a huge threat, and that's usually what black is afraid of, but rook d6 just...
So e6 in this position doesn't work because of...
e6 here.
f6? Ah, okay, f6, and then whenever you take back, you have queen c5 with c3 following.
Yes, that's right. That's why I didn't play this, yeah.
And if you try to exchange the queens, I think you just take a knight c2.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about this, but yeah, rook d6 made sure that I just wanted to make sure his queen never got on c5. So rook d6 also prepares e6. So thinking of knight sacks, knight hf5 or knight 4f5. The idea is take the queen to e8, can play e6, and so I just had all these ideas that I was thinking in the game. So then when you played knight c5, that was just a piece. And
this is just game over after that. Everything went smooth for you. Michael, you're back with a win. What are you going to do in the what are your expectations from the last two games? What are your goals?
So goal is I have another white tomorrow against Bovie Liu, so I'm hoping to do well there. And I think it's just this tournament kind of started off a little slow and a little rough, but just try to stay strong and play my chess. I think this game was really good because I just kind of didn't really try to do anything crazy I just kind of played, as you said, a smooth game, I think, and tried my best to stay where I'm good at. So,
Michael Brown, guys, always a positive attitude. It helps.
he's an important person there.
Happens when you live in Southern California, you always have a positive attitude.
Or in St. Louis. And here we have an important. It's important for Akshat that he's made time control. I think
yeah,
that.
but he's gonna be in time trouble in like 20 minutes. So
Yeah,
it's temporary.
At least for now, he's been able to survive it. We have the following position on the board after a bunch of maneuvers happened. And the bad thing for him is that it's not very easy for him to make progress. That being said, I do prefer the black position over his opponent. As you can see, there is 3 versus 2 on the queen side that I can start putting some pressure on, as we see on the analysis board.
Maybe like 96, 65, or somehow. Like, how do you want to put... like, I was thinking 90, 65 and 94, but I feel like that's not how I should continue.
Right.
I would have placed C6, B5, but good luck with that.
Yeah, can we put the analysis board up since we're looking at the position?
Well, we're going to have an interview soon, so...
Well, there you go. So we were talking about this 3 versus 2 on the queen side with the idea that, well, black does control the d file. There's ideas of queen d1. Trading off into many endgames will be very dangerous here for white. I think that Akshat still retains a significant edge after time trouble, and it's going to be a matter of seeing if he can outplay his opponent enough to convert it into a win, because objectively I think it's an unpleasant position for white, it's a bad position for white, but he has his resources, and the most important thing is not to exchange queens. I think that as long as the queens are on the board, it makes black's life a lot harder in making any kind of progress.
And I mean, he is the grandmaster, so we'll see if he'll be able to put the pressure and make. I mean, one of the keys is to make your opponent make decisions.
Yes.
And that's when your opponent goes wrong, because if you make things easy, then if you make their moves easy,
everybody can figure them out.
Right. But once they're at the crossroads, like Arunian said, right, forcing moves are easy to find, but once you're at a crossroad, you have to choose between 1 and 2. That's when things become different. And that's when you see like the strength of a grandmaster being able to put this little bit of pressure and constantly make their opponent make decisions. But in the meantime, we do have the clear leader in the girls section, still Akshita Kordi, winning very important game, as we said, collecting as many points as possible going into that round, before the round against Maggie Fang. So she's here with us with Cristian to talk about her very important game today.
The dominant leader in the girls section, Akshita, you've been playing a masterpiece, a strategical masterpiece, this one.
Thank you.
Everything went according to plan, no complications. Take us through the game.
Okay, so this is actually my first time playing this H3 Bishop E3 setup. So basically, the idea is at some point you can play G4, maybe prevent F5 too, so you keep that option available. So she played E5.
And also you're not developing the knight on F3, potentially even put it on G2.
Yeah.
On E2, sorry. B5.
Then A5, yes, I placed C5.
Was this still your preparation? Yeah. C5 still your preparation, knight to A6?
Yeah, yeah, I didn't have bishop D7, but I thought I could still play knight D2 and have the idea of knight C4, and if knight C5 I could take and try for bishop B5 to exchange light squared bishops. So she played...
I really like this decision of yours of just exchanging the knight, giving the dark square bishop, which is one of the most important pieces in this opening, but you're gaining so much control over the light squares on the queen side, which seemed like it gives you a very, very stable advantage. A4, knight to E8, bishop to B5, bishop to C8, and now you gave up your second bishop. Tell us how you got to this decision.
Actually, I saw a similar position in my preparation, but it was actually the exact position, except I didn't have my pawn on A4 and my knight was on F3. So it's instead, if she didn't play bishop D7 but played knight C5, I would take and still play bishop B5. But this position seemed better even, because I already have A4, my knight's on D2, and I thought I had a clear plan of playing knight C4, D5, and then just simply castling.
D6.
And, D6, and then putting one of my pieces on D5. And the dark square pawns also seemed very weak, like A5 or C5 I could possibly fall at some point. So I thought this was a good position.
And you followed through with your plan. Everything you said, you made it happen on the board. Did you feel at any moment in trouble? By the way, I really enjoyed this move, rook to a3, defending on the third rank, very important, and preparing the assault on the pawns on the queen side. Did you feel threatened? Did your king felt threatened at any moment during the game?
No, I never actually felt like that. It seemed pretty simple to protect my king side. If I just play like king h1 and f3, then I don't think she has any attack, and my pass pawn is pretty strong, so I didn't feel like any threats.
And after that, everything went according to plan. You won a very, very nice game.
Thank you.
Tomorrow you're playing Maggie Feng, who seems to be winning her game, so she's going to still be within striking distance. What is your strategy going into tomorrow's game?
Well, I'm just gonna play my best, really all.
Well, guys, the leader in the girls section, Akshita Gordi.
Full point lead with only 2 rounds to go, but she's playing the girl following her the closest. It's going to be a tremendous matchup tomorrow between Maggie Feng and Akshita
Our
Gordi.
commentator's dream come true.
There you go.
And we're going to have an interview with Wonder, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to showcase that amazing land he just showed me while Akshita was being interviewed. So
Well, to be fair, I think this is Joshua Colas' plan. He has played the move bishop e6, and I think this is just absolutely great. The knight on f7 cannot really go to e5 or g5 or h6 because it allows the move bishop c8, and you can't really defend this pawn. You might have to go for this, and then after king b3 survive this endgame. This might be the best chance that he has, but after takes, the problem for black is that after b5, this pawn is just running. It's going to cost you a knight, and this looks
Wait,
lost.
is it? What if I take? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay.
And so the idea is that after knight d8, I'm actually not going to attack your pawn. I'm going to zugzwang you and take advantage of this knight. For example, bishop g8, king b2, king d3, king takes a3, king c3, and now notice how you're actually running out of moves. Now, very importantly, after the move king a4, I have this move bishop c4, preventing you from actually playing anything useful. The knight can't move, you move the pawn, you basically lose the endgame, and if you play king a3 after bishop b3, you're actually completely zugzwanged. And I think this is just lost, actually. This endgame might actually be
I
lost.
think Wonder is impressed by your line.
Thank you.
More so than I was. I just mocked you.
I think it's a nice endgame, and I think Joshua is, if he finds this variation, which I think he has, will win a very pretty end of the game.
And very important, he does have 0 points, so I'm sure he's desperately looking for a win, and this would be a very beautiful way to end the game. In the meantime, we do have a Wonder with us who's now only half a point behind Kaden, and he's here in the studio with Christian.
Well, Wonder was definitely impressed with your line, but we are very, very impressed with Wonder's game today. Wonder, congratulations for the all. You beat one of the strongest competitor in this tournament. Take us through the game.
Yes, I'm not really sure what happened in the opening. He started thinking very early on. And I've played this bishop b5 check quite often. I think I've played against him before, in fact. So, I mean, I'm not really sure if he was not expecting it or something else. Yes, after c4, g5, I assume he prepared this or something. But, yeah, so this move, bishop f1, is kind of rare. The main line is bishop e2. I think Carlsen played it.
Bishop f1?
Yeah, this was still like kind of my prep. I didn't actually have many lines here, so during the game I was trying to work out some alternatives, but in the end it kind of turned out all okay.
So can you explain us what the difference is between bishop e2 and bishop f1?
I think it's basically the game. Like if after d4, like I had c takes d3, then white can play f4, bishop g4, queen d2, knight c6, queen takes d3, I think. And I mean, black can't castle, and it's kind of good for white. But after, with the bishop on e2, the same line doesn't work because if we go just to c takes d3,
with the bishop on
e2 it's
it would
attacked,
be attacked.
yeah.
F4 wouldn't work because of bishop takes d3.
Yeah. So that's kind of the main difference, I guess. But I didn't expect c takes d4, so here I was kind of on my own. After knight d3, yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting to play queen takes c4, but I decided after 20 minutes that I shouldn't give up a rook.
Show us your calculation in queen takes c4. We were looking at it also, and we couldn't really understand what's going to happen. Because we knew you were calculating
king d7. The main problem I had was after bishop e3, black has rook takes g5, which actually I noticed like really late. So then I kind of got scared of this variation. But I guess I have to play like something like queen b3 to keep the variation going. I wasn't really sure, because I know that after bishop e3, rook g7, queen b3, queen a4 check is a huge threat. So, I mean, maybe he has to go like king e8. I'm not totally sure. And then like bishop e3, I guess. And I mean, it's really unclear, but I feel like white should be better. But then I just decided to go for kind of simple bishop takes d3.
You spent too much time. You forgot about rook takes g5 for a lot of a lot of that time.
So then I decided, you know, play it safe. But in this variation, it also got very complicated.
Right. And in this position, he played this move, d takes c4. Were you even considering this move?
Yeah, this was kind of my main variation because I feel it's most critical. It kind of poses actually a lot of problems to white. If I don't play the right way, I feel like even he could be better. So, to be honest, after knight f3, I viewed d5 kind of skeptically, but I realized it's actually kind of a serious option.
And he played so queen to c3, and he played this very, very quick move, knight to d5. Were you considering any other options for black?
Just to I'm not maybe really sure. Like if rook c8, then knight c4.
And then put the queen to in the center. Try to play this game.
I'm not sure. Like I think he has to kind of try and grab the initiative because I think I'm just kind of up a pawn.
Oh, you definitely are. You definitely
maybe can I go like b3 or is that? I'm not
maybe
sure.
Bishop here.
Bishop e3. Ah, okay. Bishop d6.
Right, the computer finds some complications, but with the queen on d5, it's the king on e6 seemed a little bit safe. Much safer than with the knight on d5 and the pawn on e4 being under attack. You found this very nice move, queen to c4, and after that, the game is over. Like, there was absolutely nothing he could have done. He tried everything possible in the position, but you just diffused all the bombs along the way, and you won a very, very nice game. Congratulations. You're breathing down the neck of the leader right now. You're only half a point behind him. Tomorrow, who do you have?
I play Akshat. So.
Very difficult road ahead, but it's easier than it was yesterday. Guys, Wander Liang.
Not sure if easier is the word, but definitely proving his mettle here. I wonder with a great victory against the top seed Rui Feng Li, who falls down to 50% in the tournament. I think he cannot be happy with how this event has gone for him.
Definitely not. And we're saying he was winning those brilliant games, but unfortunately he couldn't keep up the momentum going. And on the other hand, Wander is keeping up the momentum going. So we have a lot of results already. I think we're half of the games at least are done. And we have reached the first time control. So I think we're going to let the players take a deep think and figure out what's going on. And we're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll continue the coverage of round 7 of the U.S. Junior Championship.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're joining us, this is round 7 of the 2017 U.S. Junior and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship. I'm Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Alejandro Ramirez. And we just approached, well, we're a little past the first time control, so the players are taking their time trying to figure out what's going on in the position. We already had several results coming in. We only have one game left in the junior section, Akshat game, which is going to be very important for the standings. And in the girls section, we actually have 3 games, and 2 of them very crucial for the standings. In the meantime, we did have a result while we were on the break. Joshua called us through his game. He didn't play that really pretty.
No, he did, but he actually.
Oh, did he?
Mika came up with a brilliant defense at the end, so perhaps they can take us through what happened at the end of the game in that variation.
Right, and we do have Joshua with us. He is here with Christian to talk about his game.
With Joshua Carlos, who's been struggling in this event. Joshua, this is a nightmare event for you, but you are on the scorecard, and this is a clean sheet for you. Take us through the game of today.
Today, I think I outprepped my opponent just a little bit until after he played Queen C8, move 10. Yeah, here I was still in my preparation. Rook D1.
So take us through the ideas of this specific line.
So here it's funny because if he plays bishop takes C4 instead of Queen C8, I have knight D2 with the idea of playing knight E4. And here I was looking at bishop E6, knight E4, knight D4, and I have this nice subtle move of king H1. And here, you know, my plan is to play rook D1 followed by E3. So if he plays like a move like bishop F5 to try and put some pressure on E4, I have E3, bishop takes E4, knight takes E4, knight F5.
And the spin is so annoying.
Right, right. Rook D1, and this is all my prep. Queen E7, bishop takes F6, bishop takes F6, and rook D7. I was hoping he'll go into that, but unfortunately he didn't. But yeah.
If you take knight takes
exactly,
F6, this is just game over, double attack.
Right.
He did play Queen C8, rook to D1, knight to D7. Take us through the critical moments, critical junctures of this game.
Here, I think I knew I was better slightly because I have knight D5, and you know his pieces look a little funny. But he defended pretty well. I was trying to find, you know, the best advantage. I'm not sure if you guys saw anything at any point of the game, but here I think I was...
Towards the end. We only analyzed the end game because there were so many different games being played. Let's go through the end game. I think Alejandro had one idea at a particular moment. No, too late, too far. Alejandro, where was your idea?
No, the move knight d8 wasn't played. He played the correct move, knight e5 to c4, because Joshua, I think you had this brilliant Zugzwang idea.
Right, bishop g5, yeah. Bishop g8, excuse me.
Bishop g8, yeah. And now the knight is completely trapped, and
king b2.
King b2, king to d3.
But perhaps it was still a draw anyway if the king didn't go to b2, but that's a different issue.
Right.
Okay, so he did play the move knight to e5. Bishop to c8, and after that everything just simplified, petered into a draw.
Right.
Joshua, you're back on the scorecard.
Finally. Yeah.
Finally, you're a much stronger player than the score reveals. What is your strategy going into the last 2 rounds?
My strategy is to continue to play, you know, try to play good chess and take my time, and you know, tomorrow I have Caden, and I know he's doing pretty well, but I'll still try to give him a fight.
Yeah. Joshua Colas trying to play the spoilers role, guys.
I definitely hope for more than a fight. I want to see Joshua score some points. Definitely a talented young player here in the studio with us, but he hasn't found his form in this tournament. He finally does draw a game, which, well, at least can give him a little bit of respite, some confidence.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're in this situation. You cannot score any points, and I think that's half a point. It's what the doctor has prescribed. But I want to take a look at a game we haven't paid any attention to since we had so much going on in every other game. The game between Carissa Yip and Ashrita Eswaran. So I think we just looked at it in the opening and we said Black had a better side of a, well, I can't even call it a knight or a Sicilian.
Yeah.
So we haven't looked at what happened at all, and we can come back to it. But let's take a look at this endgame that we have right now. It's and
Well-
we've seen some very interesting rook endgames in this tournament.
So this position really boils down to one thing. Can black take on h3 in time to create counterplay? Because otherwise I'm really just going to queen my pawn. Now, you cannot really play rook b3, b6, and you cannot take on h3 because I just play the move b7.
And you don't have rook b3 because check and rook b6.
Right, you don't have rook b3, so you have to go check, but simply the move king b4 should be winning, and you cannot.
Well, queen versus rook, we have. I mean, if it
But that's
comes
a-
down to that, we
this
have
is a
to see
ve-
if it's going to happen.
This is a very basic queen versus rook. I mean, queen versus rook is very basic because the rook almost impossible to defend, where the queen can just make any move and you're threatening to win. So those games are very, very simple. But so if you don't have time to take on h3, I would assume this is more or less lost.
Can I check?
You can check, but I actually am not sure what you're going to play after the move king b6. You don't have the move rook a3, which you would love to play, while the move rook h2 simply loses to, among probably other things, the move rook a3. I defend my pawn, and I'm going to Lucena with a king on b8 and a pawn on b7. Actually, I probably don't even have to go be that fancy. I can put the king on a7 and just run the pawn. And that is pretty much completely lost. I think this is just winning for Carissa. Maybe the computer finds some kind of defense, but I think Carissa's on route for 2 in a row.
So she. Okay, I see a move.
I see a move. I mean, I think she has to play rook b3. It's the more practical attempt because rook a2, rook king b6 seems so easy to me.
So I wanted to try after b6. I wanted to start with a check and then take, but that also doesn't work.
Well, I can play king b4.
Right, and then you still have the rook. No, I wanted to take and then play rook h1, but you still have the very annoying.
Yeah, this
check
check,
and rook b6.
king wherever, rook b6, and I promote to a full queen. Well, not e5 because that was a check, but you get the idea. King f5, rook b6, and you can't stop my pawn from promoting.
So this game should be over soon, and Carissa is finally winning some games. So when she said I'm gonna do what I was, even though I don't know what it is, I'm gonna keep doing it, I guess.
Yeah, we were critical of her opening, but it seems like she has managed to outplay her opponent in the endgame. I was pretty curious because I looked at the game quite a while ago, and I mean, she somehow won a pawn and entered this kind of endgame, which should be closer to a draw than to a win for white. And I'm wondering why she didn't, at some point, at least attempt to eliminate the a7 and b5 pawns, because it seems kind of wrong to go for this g2 pawn when you can try to eliminate pawns.
She probably hoped that she would bring her king to the king side and then take on g2 and h3 quickly and give up her rook and go for that kind of a draw.
Well, because I mean, at this juncture, right?
Can I take and play 2 versus 1?
I will go rook g4.
Yeah, the problem of this takes is rook g4.
Actually, that's
rook
not a
g-
No, it's no problem,
It's
rook
no
b2.
problem. Rook b2.
Well, you can play king e2, king f3.
No,
No, but then
sure.
I start.
You can do something like this.
Let's go with the pawn. Right.
Go with the pawn.
King f3.
King f3 to defend g2. Otherwise, you have no winning
Oh, but now rook
chances.
b4. Like, what are we saying?
What are we saying? What are we talking about? We're
I
almost
don't know.
losing.
Yeah.
So
We're very good at that.
rook takes b5 was an easy draw. I mean, this rook.
I mean, 2 versus 1 is just such an easy draw.
Completely, especially with the pawn on h4. I'm going to put the rook on b4, and it's just an obvious draw. What Akshita did of keeping the pawns alive makes very little endgame sense. You want to remove as many pawns as possible from the board in order to achieve the draw as easy as possible. Truly, the move rook a4 doesn't make sense.
Maybe she thought she has some kind of a fortress.
I don't know what she was thinking, honestly. Because even after rook b5, you were saying rook g4, right? Even this kind of moves is a draw, right? Check and rook g3. Even that endgame should be a draw.
Probably. So you want to run, take on g2?
Yeah, I want to run around with the king, take on g2, and I mean your pawn is nowhere near fast enough to win the race.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an easy draw as well.
So she created some difficulties for herself.
And we've seen this over and over again in positions that should have a clear result. They either don't give the coup de grace or they don't seal the draw. And this is what's going on. She trades erroneously this pawn on g2 for the pawn on a7.
Yeah.
And now this endgame should be losing.
Hold on, let's go back a few more moves.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the position?
Yeah. Well, no, this is not the position. She checked. The king decided not to go to b6, instead to go to b4. And this is clever, because after check, here, if you take a check again, you have king b6, and you don't have the rook to the third rank.
So let's go back to move 46.
The problem is rook a3 is a huge threat.
The problem is my stupid king. Because you always have rook a6, rook b6.
Yeah.
So what is the threat? Okay.
Well, rook a3 is a threat. Rook a3 just wins. I put the rook on a3, rook on b3, push the pawn.
So let me try something else. So let me check you.
Okay, that's what happened in the game.
Okay, so king c5.
Let's just transpose back to king a5, which was eventually what she played.
Ah, okay. Because after king c5, I feel like I can play rook b3.
I'm not so sure about that. b6.
And my idea was, that's not working, as I can see, was to play king g5, but you just have
rook a4.
Rook a4, yeah.
a4 or
rook a5. I think anything wins.
Anything wins. I mean, even b7 is winning, actually, in this position.
So this position is just winning.
Yeah, it's just completely winning. So it doesn't quite work. The endgame that we have right now is currently this one, after which...
Wait, whose turn? It's White's move? So she hasn't moved yet.
She hasn't moved. She can just play b7 and the game's over.
But b7 after rook a3, does king b6 also win or no?
Let's see if doing it the hard way, because I mean, promoting the queen is just a win.
I just don't want to.
Let's say I don't think that wins. I don't think king b6 wins.
Yeah, I don't think so
this
either.
might actually
check.
No, this king is way too far away. Let's see. King c5, king g5 is not helping.
I can even go h3. I can even go h3.
Well, I didn't want to play h3 check, but
king f5?
actually you're on time.
King f5,
well, I mean, I can play rook a3 at any time, so.
And what is just a draw, right?
Yeah.
Rook a3, rook takes b7.
Oh yeah, sorry. But I mean, I didn't want to play king c5. I wanted to play, and I think she did play b7.
She played b7, yeah.
Okay.
So in this position, I'm not sure that actually that.
Wait, why can't I go king c7?
King c7. Okay, now you're threatening this and this, so I'm going to play king g5. I still think this is a draw. The king is way, way too close.
No, it's
right.
It's a very obvious draw.
Very easy draw.
It's a very obvious draw.
Is it?
Yes.
Very easy.
Not even.
Yeah, because if I check you, you're gonna go king g4.
Yes.
And then if I check you again,
then you're gonna go king g5. You very tricky grandmaster over there, trying to incite me to play here rook a3. After which white should be winning with a lot of difficulties because
I think it's still a draw.
Yeah, maybe it's still a draw. Actually, the pawn is too fast. Yeah.
Right. So we're expecting check king before, and I feel like that queen versus rook endgame is gonna happen.
Well, but that is a lost endgame.
But well, I think that's what's gonna happen, and the game's gonna go on for a while.
It will go on for a while. I agree with that.
Let's see some updates in Emily and any game, and at some point we did want to go back and look at. So this game, some strange things happened. So maybe we can start going through this game, and then we can go back to Annie's game and see what happened in that middle game, which was really interesting.
Well. We're obviously White's up a pawn in this position, and she has the winning chances. But she managed to make her life very, very, very difficult. For some reason, she became extremely passive with rook c1, rook f1. Exactly the contrary of what you want to do. A5, and she weakened her position further and further until she found herself, after time pressure, unable to defend all of her pawns. Rook e2 is a very strong threat. The rook has to stay on f1. The queen has to stay on e8 to defend both a4 and e4. She's really out of moves. So queen e7 was played, and now I cannot take on a4 because check wins the rook. So rook e2 first. But now it's black that with a passed pawn on a5 is playing for a win.
But your king is weak, so I think that's going
okay,
to be
objectively the game is a draw, but...
Can I play queen a5 here? Am I missing something?
Queen a5, you will lose to rook e1.
Oh yeah, queen e4.
And then you might get mated. Probably. I guess. Okay, this is not something you want to get into. This king should die.
But will it?
Who knows? Queen d5 is actually a better move. And here after king g8, black is, I guess, pretending that she has some kind of idea, but after check on...
I'll check you're going to go king g7.
King g7.
No, I can play queen a7.
Yeah, I still can't play queen a5. So perhaps check is not the best. But I can play e5 here. The game should be a draw.
Ah, okay. Rook takes a5, queen e1, and you're losing.
Well, yeah, clear. This is clear, right?
Yes, even to me. Even to me, it's clear.
So, I mean, it's still a little bit of pressure here that Purva is facing, as she has pushed the pawn to e5. I mean, there are many scenarios that are going to be scary for her, especially, for example, the move queen c3. She now does not have the move queen a5 because after check, I take on a1 in the next move. Obviously, I cannot take the rook because the queen's hanging. And after queen c3, I'm kind of wondering what she's playing. Again, you cannot take on a5 because of check and queen takes. So queen a5 threatens this rook.
Queen c3.
Sorry, queen c3 threatens the rook on a1, threatens the pawn on e5, kind of forces the rook back into a passive position. And, I mean...
Do I have tricks? My tricks?
I'm taking on a1 with check on almost all scenarios. So you don't have the time to play something like queen d8 and queen f6. You just don't have the time to do that. So
I want to play rook b1, rook b8, but I don't think I have anything.
Rook b1, and then clearly the endgame after taking on e5 with the queen takes check, and putting the rook behind is a known draw. But
I mean, the fact that it even came to this.
But the fact that it came to this is very scary for white. Not to mention that I don't necessarily have to play that. I can try to be a little bit more ambitious and risk. But when we know that when we risk, bad things might happen. Well, here I might consider taking on e5 and playing the queen endgame instead of the rook endgame. Well, I want to play rook e1 at some point and exchange these rooks. But I don't know. I mean, I do think that Purva is in a lot of trouble.
I think Cristian has some updates for us.
In a very important game between Bove Liu and Akshay Chandra, we see how black is simply blackmailing white with the queen exchange, because any endgame is just going to be completely losing for white due to the bad structure, the very powerful knight on c5, and the overall activity of my pieces, of black's pieces. He played the move queen to d1, queen to f5, knight to e6. Once again, the knight, very, very powerful defender next to the king, and now all my pieces are ready to attack your king. h4 was played, queen to f1, king to g3. We have this position on the board. Akshat is still thinking. We see he has 10 minutes. His opponent has 10 minutes. A very, very unnatural thing to see. We usually see Akshat with 1 minute against 40 minutes on the clock. But this is going to be very interesting going into the last couple of minutes. He can play a move such as g6. The knight is very badly placed. The knight is very restricted. He doesn't have absolutely anywhere to go. He can go knight h2, knight g4, but whenever this knight moves, the king becomes suddenly much weaker. So after g6, a move such as queen f6, and potentially knight to g7, we see that king on g3 is not optimally placed. I'm going to put my knight on f5 or on h5, and this is just going to be a game over. If Akshat sees this, he's going to put a lot of pressure on his opponent. The only thing white can do is try at some point to play e6, sacrifice the exchange, and get a perpetual, but that's not going to be easily done.
I think Akshat's been playing very well. He knows how important this game is for the standings. He knows that he still has a rough path to the end. He still has to play, I believe, a Wonder or a Refang?
He's playing Wonder tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's still a very tough path to the end. He wins, he's half a point behind Caden, still within striking distance, still with the hope that something, or someone rather, can stop the player from Utah from just clinching the tournament. And he needs to put on that pressure. He has a good position. He needs to bring it home.
And as we mentioned, the Grandmaster showing his class and building up his position little by little, making his opponent make decisions.
Yeah.
And at some point, those decisions are going to become a little bit tougher. So it's Akshat's turn. So he has, what, 11 minutes? I was wondering, actually, in that position that Cristian was mentioning, can I try g6, queen f6?
No, knight g7 is very logical.
Oh, I don't have e6.
No, you definitely don't have e6 for knight h5.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
the
queen
problem.
is
That's
hanging.
what I was hoping for.
It's not yet completely winning because I have this defense of putting the knight on h2. But after a move such as queen d1, you have to play king to h3, get out of knight h5 or knight f5. Still, let's compare the coordination between the pieces. All of black's pieces are having a very, very powerful goal of attacking the king and attacking white's pieces. White's pieces are scattered all over the place. very, very defensive. This is just going to be a very, very difficult situation for white.
And I'm wondering if that position, Christian, at the end, if I play the move rook d3.
Rook takes d3.
Queen takes.
Queen takes d3, and you're probably going to... Well, if you take on b3, I might go queen d8, queen takes c7.
Ah, so it's not so clear just
So what
yet.
I'm going to do, I'm going to defend this guy first. Maybe just centralize my queen. Knight e6 next move. Then your b3 pawn is still going to be a weakness forever. And even if we exchange the queens, this knight coming very, very quickly in the center, knight d4 or knight c5, your king is very far away. You have a lot of weaknesses. This is all about the structure and the passivity of the king on h3.
Thank you, Christian. Definitely
I
that
like
answers
that
my
queen
question.
d5 move because you're stopping knight g4, you have queen h1 at the end.
Yeah, I like it very much as well. The centralization of this queen might be key, but I mean, still...
and the queen on f6, like, it looks scary, but
Yeah.
it's once I put a knight on e6, it's just completely out of the game.
So here, actually has a lot to consider. I really like the move g6, knight g7, because it has all this double attack potential on the board.
It's quite forcing too.
Yeah,
right?
and because you don't want to move the queen back. You feel like the queen belongs on the king side, but it doesn't have that many good squares on that side of the board. Even the defense of knight h2 is sometimes a little unnatural, since the knight on f3 is controlling so many squares. It's already developed. You don't want to put it on the edge of the board. g6 looks very natural to me, but of course Akshat, even as natural as the move is, will take quite a while in playing whatever move he can find.
The problem is he doesn't have any other way to make progress. Like, you can shuffle your pieces around c1, queen to c1, queen to f1, back and forth all you want, but at some point you have to change the character of the game.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think g6, knight to g7, attacking the king on g3 is the only way to do it.
Absolutely agree with what you're saying, Christian. But of course, we have to be very critical of both time management. It's unreal.
We're always critical.
But it's unreal that they've only played four moves since time control, and they're both already approaching time pressure again.
I mean, I always find this part very difficult when, especially, like, I have the same issues as actually with time management. So when you're reaching time control, like, you're playing very fast, and then when you get the time back, like, you don't realize how little it is. You finally feel like, oh my god, I can finally sit down, breathe, calculate, and then once again you spend too much time. It's like an addiction almost. No, but it's very hard to manage because, like, the pressure comes off, and then it's hard to put it back on. And like and the thing about managing your time when you have these issues is you constantly have to feel the pressure. From move one, you have to realize you're you're running out of time. That's very hard to do.
Well, we do have a little bit of an update in the Aperva game, as Emily
Queen
has
C3
decided to
queen
play
B2.
queen b2. Now, the idea is that if I take with the queen, rook e1's no longer an idea, of course, but I have rook takes f2, which should be just winning. Therefore, queen takes a5 is probably just impossible to play. I have to consider, however, a couple of other moves.
This looks like a
Checks.
puzzle from something.
Okay,
let's consider rook a5. So rook f2, now you don't have a threat, and your queen is tied down. So let's see if I can create something.
Something like e6?
Why not?
I mean...
Well, am I running into rook f5?
I'm not sure. I mean,
I don't know who's playing for a win here anymore.
No, black's playing for a win, but...
Is he? Is she?
Yeah, but it's a double-edged position. I'm not really sure what black plays here, actually.
I think I can just take, right? Because I'm controlling the diagonal.
You're controlling the diagonal, but not the one you want, because I'm going to follow up with rook a7.
Yeah. Oh, the queen e3.
And then queen e3.
Yeah, then
No,
but I still don't get mated because I always have...
rook a5 might be a little crazy, but it also might be unnecessary because... no, it actually might be necessary. If you play rook f1,
just push.
rook takes e5 first. I don't like pushing so much because now check and queen f6.
Right.
And sometimes you run into some ideas. I like just taking your pawn after rook f1. So you might be forced to go into this variation calculating out rook takes a5. I don't know what Christian's point of view of this crazy endgame is.
He has one, I'm sure. Thoughts, Christian? Any thoughts?
Well, first of all, I want to point out a very interesting idea. Queen takes a5 was actually the only move to keep the balance in the position. And you guys were discussing rook to e1, king to g2, queen takes e4. But now the king is actually escapes to h3, and there's no way you can continue creating damage in white's position.
I forgot about queen a8. Queen a8 is a
the
threat.
king is quite safe on h3, and I'm just threatening to exchange your pieces. I can exchange your rook. If you move it away, then I'm just going to go queen to a8, queen a8, rook takes a8, king goes up, king goes down, and this is just an easy draw. Instead of that, she did play the move e5, and queen b2 I don't necessarily like. I really preferred your alternative queen to c3, Alejandro. I think it was just much more precise, and this would have yielded a very substantial advantage for black. After queen to b2, rook to a5 is probably the only move in the position, and then I'm going to try to play a move such as this one, or sorry,
What do you think?
this one, king to g2 and queen to e2. Try to get your king out in the play game.
But do you have a threat in that
Queen to
position?
f1, queen to f1, maybe queen to h1. I'm just
You're centralizing my king.
as long as I get your queen to your king to f3, I think I'm going to be quite happy.
It's a little scary
Really?
still, but I do think at rook takes a5 you have to take that leap of faith in this position that rook a5 works, because everything else I think is just lost. I mean, if you don't take on a5, I don't know what you're going to do. You can't give up e5 for free and go into a passive position with the black pawn running to the edge of the board. I think you just have to take a5 and pray. Even if you don't see a conclusion or how to defend your king, you have to go for it.
No, I agree. And I mean, I think rook f2 is going to be played, but again, like after rook f2, you have that one move.
Yeah.
When your opponent pieces are tied down, there's no rook g2 check, and the queen cannot move, so you have one move to create something. And
Right.
I think that move is actually significant.
Oh, it's crucial in this position, absolutely.
So I see in Carissa's game we have some development. I see a queen versus rook, which is what I was predicting.
We were predicting this variation, and so let's just go back.
Ooh, this does not look like...
This looks easy. So after rook b3, we went to this variation. And the thing is, it's not easy, actually, to hold on to the pawn. There's just too many checks, too many problems with the king. I'm sure that there was a better way to play here for black. I'm not entirely sure why she didn't play just queen h5 and eliminate the pawn immediately. Oh, queen h5, rook g5, sorry.
Yeah,
so queen c8, and now this eliminates the pawn.
Yeah, because I cannot go king f5
You
anymore.
cannot go king f5, and the king now just joins the fray. And even though it's almost impossible for a human to beat a computer on a queen versus rook, or basically the table base, it's almost impossible to beat the table base for a human on queen versus rook.
Wait, why?
Because it's actually very difficult to crack the defense against perfect play. Against perfect play, it's surprisingly difficult to win queen versus rook. The problem is that perfect play is almost impossible for any human to achieve. I mean, you're always worried about your rook hanging, and sometimes the rook has to go to a specific square that looks like it should just hang the rook, but for some specific reason there are no checks that actually take the rook. I mean, the table-based lines here are just completely crazy.
Maybe she's an expert in this endgame. But we've had bishop, bishop rook versus rook, and now we have this. We have some
this
very unlikely endgames in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and objectively also, this is actually a win. Unlike the rook bishop versus rook, which is objectively a draw, this is a win with perfect play by both sides. It's just that that is very, very difficult to achieve. Queen f5, I mean, what you really need to know is the Philidor position. Let's see if we even need to reach that far. But
what's the Philidor position?
We'll take a look at it when we get there. But here,
if we get there,
if we get there,
wait, that loses to okay.
To what?
King f7.
King f7, rook g7 is one of the few tricks in the position.
Then king f6.
You don't want to go king f6 because rook f6, rook f7 is a stalemate. But even in this position, the move king h6 is still winning. There's no reason to play king f7 though. There's more accurate moves.
Okay. So this game might. So she took the pawn on move 59.
What is the problem?
Rook g8.
Ah, rook g8.
So
then I have to go around.
Rook g8, rook g7.
Ah, this is a draw, right?
This is a draw.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because it's a perpetual.
Is it? You here, I go check. Here I go check. Here I go check. Yeah, that's a perpetual.
So basically, black is already threatening a perpetual.
Yeah, he's threatening a perpetual. She's threatening a perpetual, which is one of the few tricks. But I mean, any queen move is winning.
Okay.
Actually, but it's actually well known that you shouldn't put your queen here. You shouldn't put your queen on a knight distance to the knight.
That's the worst spot you can put.
It's like, this is actually the worst spot you can put the queen, because this allows stalemate ideas. You should just put the queen anywhere else.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I mean, it'd be really funny to see king of.
No, I don't think Carissa would think that's very funny.
Well, I'm sure she will. But we've seen crazier perpetuals in this tournament.
Yeah,
and I
check is fine. Yeah, she played queen f4 check, which is quite normal.
So
she will go king h5
and then king f7, and then we'll do
rook g7 once again.
Yeah, so king h5 is definitely the best move.
But at least after rook g7 in that position, I have king f8, and I'm still surviving. I'm not going to lose my queen.
So I don't have rook g8.
So, I mean, she's still putting the queen in knight distance. She should stop doing this.
But there is still more room for the king. So wait, she captured the pawn on move 59. So we're okay, 7 moves. So
I mean, she has
a long way to go.
A million moves to win this.
Let's see if we have anything in Emily's game. Oh, she did take rook a5, rook f2, e6, as we were predicting.
So we're going right into this sharp variation where the rook and f2 and the queen on b2 are almost checkmating the.
But we have an engine, so we can survive this.
Yeah, and we might not be necessary because, I mean, as you can see, there is no immediate threat.
I mean, I don't know who should be more scared in this position. It just looks scary.
Looks
scary generally.
It just looks like it should end in a draw, quite honestly, because most of the time one side is going to perpetual the other. It looks drawish to me.
Yeah.
Well, the engine should have the answer for us, but at least with what I can see in the position, I mean, White's king is too weak to actually create any real winning chances.
And so is your king.
And Black's king is just one move away from being safe, and it's just not even close.
Right.
That is just a winning position.
Sorry,
a drawing position.
And what about Maker's game?
Now that's the key question, of course, for the standings. A lot has happened in this scenario, but the pawn on d4 has disappeared. It took some time to get there. But the pawn has disappeared, and that is pretty much all I need to know about the position. I mean, it's just a winning endgame. If I play, for example,
there's a rook on h5, but I have a feeling the rook shouldn't be there.
Probably not, but let's figure out how he got there later. If I play the move bishop c3, isn't this just completely winning? No. Yeah, no, it is. It is. I don't see.
What did you think you blundered?
I thought I blundered takes, bishop rook c5, but I have bishop g2, and I just
g2.
defend everybody.
Yes, and then the pawn is just gonna queen.
The pawn is just gonna queen. Yeah. Right. I don't even have time to push it.
So the time situation again, Annie within 1 minute, so I think Annie is just gonna lose.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, I mean, bishop c3 is not necessary. You can probably just play something else.
Play bishop f3.
Bishop f3 makes a lot of sense. It just attacks the rook, which is low on squares. Queen e3 at some point might also just threaten bishop c3 in a more direct way. You probably want to keep the queens since.
Bishop c3, rook takes d3.
Okay, but that didn't happen. Let's just go back to the game. Rook a5. Well, now the rook's attacking.
But now, like you said, queen e3 or.
I mean, let's remember that with two bishops, right? Two bishops against the rook, 3 versus 3, especially with this structure, is winning for white.
I do remember a certain game from the World Championship that did not.
That did not, but it was. But he won. He had winning chances. You know,
Yeah, he had a winning move. He didn't play it.
He didn't play. So I'm perhaps actually.
On the bright side, if he did play it, we wouldn't see the queen
h6 brilliancy. There are a couple of ideas here for white.
I like your queen e3 move.
Queen e3 at some point.
Threatening bishop c3.
And many times you're threatening queen e7 as well.
This looks devastating, actually.
Yeah, I agree. Queen e3 looks winning.
You don't have queen b7. Queen e3 just looks winning.
Yeah, queen e3 looks winning to me.
Do we have anything in Akshat's game?
That's a great question. Where is Akshat's game?
There. No, he didn't play.
I thought this queen was on f1.
No, the players are basically just shuffling the pieces. Actually, didn't go for that g6 idea, and as I was mentioning, you cannot make progress if you don't go for that g6 idea. But they're shuffling the pieces. They're basically in the same situation as 3 moves ago. With that being said, they only have 2 minutes each left. So.
Well, it seems like Bove has really made sure you cannot play the move g6 in this position. But the king on h2 is much safer than it was. Yeah, I think the king on h2 is much safer than it used to be on g3. I think that this has gone wrong for action.
Yeah, I feel like white has improved his position and black didn't.
Black's going backwards is what I'm worried about. I mean, a lot of the strategical trumps are still there. He's still favored on a queen exchange. The pawns on b3 and a4 are going to be permanent weaknesses, but he hasn't made any progress. He has not shown any significant improvement in the position.
White is not doing anything, though.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. That black retains the advantage, but it's not. I mean, who cares? I mean, you're going to be better the entire game. The thing is, Akshat at some point needs to increase the advantage if he wants to win. Bobby is just waiting.
The question is, how is he going to do that?
Bobby is just waiting.
Yeah, and that's all he needs to do, basically.
Yeah.
So
but I have a feeling Akshat is doing the same thing. He's waiting as well, and he's waiting for his opponent's mistake, which might not come, and then he's going to find himself in trouble.
Yeah, as far as trying to win. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, it seems like we are going to see this endgame in Maggie Fang's game.
How did this happen?
Well, for some reason she decided to go for it after bishop f3, so this allowed black to immediately capture the pawn.
But again, like, we have this situation when things are being forced for no reason. Constantly, like every round.
I agree. This is very bad technique. This endgame should be winning because the weakness on f6 is pretty considerable. But it's going to take forever to win this. Forever. I mean...
Say it again.
Forever. I mean, this rook is for now controlling the bishops, and the bishops don't have a lot of good squares. I need to be very careful not to trade off too many pawns.
I think first instinct I want to play h5 the next move.
For black?
Yeah. Actually,
well,
F5
sometimes might be a problem, but I mean, this was so unnecessary, quite honestly.
I'm going to exchange some pawns and then give up my rook for a dark squared bishop and call it a day.
This was atrocious technique.
I mean, I just think, honestly, I think queen e3 is just winning. Like, on the spot, just winning. Like, I don't see a move after queen e3.
Here?
Like, this is after rook a5. Like, what do you do?
Well...
Like, you take on a4, maybe?
With what?
Rook. And, like, hope... No.
No, I mean, you're getting made a check on...
Oh, yeah, queen f8 check.
Queen f8 is going to be made. You have to go here, but I have rook c2. Threatening checkmate here. Yeah, bishop f6 is a threat. No, come on, this is completely... Queen e3 was completely winning. I have no doubt about that.
I mean, that position you even had bishop... okay, you didn't have... Like,
Queen e3 is just resigns.
I mean, this is very puzzling to me.
Queen e3 and black resigns.
I mean, even if not, like, black is a bad king. Like, I want to keep pieces on. Like, why is this necessary? I just...
You're checkmating your opponent.
I'll just play bishop d... Oh, you can play bishop d1, there's rook d5. Okay.
But it doesn't matter. Just play queen e3 and checkmate your opponent. Why are you dragging this on into an endgame? Why?
So we can be here for
another
a very
2
long
hours.
time.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is the evaluation of the situation. Maggie Fang has decided that your commentators here are not working hard enough. But this is going to be a very long game. With increment, this might just take forever.
And we have a result, guys.
In what game?
I'm assuming
in the game Carissa versus Ishwaran. In this position, by the way, I want to point this out. Carissa was playing a little bit with fire. She played the move king to f7, and now if I go rook g7, you have to play this move king to f8 to escape this stalemate pattern. Instead of that, she played rook to g5, queen to h2, king to g4, queen to g2, king to f4, queen to f2, king to e4, king to f6, rook d5, king f4, and rook queen c4 came on the board and ended the game prematurely, I would say. I'm not really sure what Ashrita missed. If she would have went king to d4, we would have been here for a little bit longer.
Well, I mean, we're going to be here for a long time anyway, so we'd have more games looking at it. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Well, there's two games, really, that are going to take a while. The game between Apurva Verkut and Emily Nguyen.
I do not like what happened here. You do not have rook a7, and that's a problem.
Okay, rook f6 was played. Takes on f7, looked natural. Takes.
Okay, so now you're threatening mate in 2.
You're with queen f2 check.
You have two
and
two
queen
mates.
f1, or just going at it from the first rank, yeah?
Okay, so what to do here?
Well, look, queen a8, actually queen a8 is fine. King h7 and rook a1.
Okay, we have rook a1.
Queen f2, king here, and this is a draw.
Okay, so we have rook a1 was this was played.
This all was played.
Oh, okay.
King h1 is just a draw. The queen's going to retreat to g2, and that covers everything.
So actually, should we have about this result because now she's a point and a half ahead.
A point and a half ahead of Emily. And we'll see if Maggie converts, because if Maggie doesn't convert, which I would not be shocked about.
No, I don't think anything should shock us at this point.
No, not at this point. I mean, queen e3 was winning in one move. And now we have this endgame in which anything can happen.
And do we have updates in the upshot game? Probably not.
Absolutely
Actually, they have no time, so
they have to have updates.
Should have some moves.
They have moves, but no updates. It's funny how that works, but nothing has actually changed.
Wait, so I'm threatening your pawn, am I?
Which? Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I think so. But couldn't. Oh no, you couldn't take because the rook was hanging. So here you're threatening the pawn.
So knight d4, I'm assuming, or maybe I shouldn't assume.
Knight d4 looks a little.
I mean, if I put like knight f5, maybe I can
checkmate
your
your opponent.
I mean, what do you do after knight d4?
I was thinking queen d7.
So knight f5. Oh my gosh.
Late. It's late in the broadcast, guys. Not so easy to play knight f5 in this position. This is why I played, and this is what happened actually. Knight d4, queen d7 followed precisely, so the knight doesn't hoppity hop over to f5.
This happened. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm assuming the knight just retreats to f3. Now your queen is not in the correct diagonal.
So maybe queen d5 after.
So perhaps queen d5 after. Yeah. I mean, it still is an unpleasant position, obviously, for Bove. So he needs to be very patient in this kind of positions. It's the knight on c5 is very well placed because I can always put it back on e6 if I need defense. So that's actually a really good plus here for Akshat. Queen d7 and the position is still unpleasant. Knight has retreated to e2, perhaps with the precise plan of avoiding the move queen d5, which now runs into knight c3 with a double attack.
But maybe I can try like rook d2 now. Well, that's okay. So actually,
we're gonna keep going around and around in this position. I mean, obviously it's unpleasant for white, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
In the meantime, we do have Carissa with us who won her second game in a row, and she's in the studio with Christian.
With the top seed of the girls' event, you had some difficulties in this tournament, but you just won consecutive games, two consecutive games. Take us through the game.
Not really sure what to say. I guess I was really confused after e5.
Early on.
Yeah, never seen it before. And then
some sort of an early Najdorf, but she allows you to potentially put the pawn on c4 sometimes.
And then when she got in d5, I thought it was probably equal. Yeah. And I guess it should be a draw, but when she took on b4.
That was move number
21. Yeah, taking on b4 and then takes. Rook takes, and then I get my pawn back, I guess. It seemed pretty sketchy for black here, especially after e4.
Well, you simply have the more active pieces, and her king is a little bit stuck on b8. Potentially you could create some mating threats even. e4. And then you just took the pawn. And I had a question. We were wondering, towards the end of the game, we felt like she messed it up at some point. Do you know where that happened?
Not exactly.
Did you see a better move for her at any moment in the game?
Not really. I thought she probably just played the best she could. Is it like still a draw here?
Well, after king d3, we were just considering
b5,
taking on b5. We thought this would be an immediate draw.
Yeah, because after rook g4, I think there's rook b3 and rook g3 at least.
Rook b3 and rook g3 would have been one. Rook b2 as well, just to attack the pawn on g2. It just felt like if we exchange these two pawns, then it's just going to be a draw. If you don't manage to take the pawn on h4. But after rook a4, she gave you some chances, and you took full advantage of them. King to c3, king to f6, rook to d7, and after that you managed to promote your pawn and convert a very important victory for you, at least from a morale point of view.
Yeah.
One question I have for you. Did you go to Maggie's birthday party?
Of course.
You were invited?
Yeah.
Guys, only us. Only us. Guys,
Can you,
back to you.
Can you believe it?
Yes.
Yes, I can also. Well, we are going to keep an eye here on the Bove Lu versus Akshay Chandra game, as it is the most important game in the junior section as far as standings go. Akshay really needs a victory to keep the pressure up on Caden Trove. Meanwhile,
we have a very slow development, but we do have a very exciting tournament, and this tournament is actually the beginning of series of the tournaments in the St. Louis Chess Club, the summer of chess, as they call it.
Yes, the summer of chess.
So we already had the Paris and Leuven leg of the Grand Chess Tour, and we had the coverage here, but the tournaments took place outside of the country. But now all these tournaments are returning to the US. So right after this, we have the match of the millennials, which is going to be a very exciting event. It's going to be the millennials of US facing off against the millennials from around the world. So we have two sections, under 14 and under 17, 4 US players against 4 players from all over the world in both sections, playing in a Scheveningen system. I believe double round robin. That's going to take place from July 25 to 29. Right here in St. Louis, again, we're going to be having July 26 to 21, I'm sorry. So we're going to have live coverage once again. It's going to be a very exciting event. We're going to see some of the players, I believe, from this tournament will be playing there. And we're also going to have other top players like Jeffrey Zhang and Sam Savian, I believe, will be playing there. So it's going to be a very fascinating event to follow. And right after that, in August, the Sinkveld Cup is going to take place. And,
absolutely.
And the Sinkveld Cup followed by the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz are the two tournaments I'm so looking forward to. And as we mentioned before, Sinkveld Cup started off as a small tournament. It was a 4-player double round robin. It was Magnus Carlsen, Gada Kamsky, Hikaru Nakamura, and Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
And now it has become one of the legs of the Grand Chess Tour, the first classical event of the Grand Chess Tour. Once again, Magnus Carlsen is going to be in St. Louis in the same place where this tournament is taking place. Magnus Carlsen is going to be here playing, which I'm so looking forward to. I've seen him at Olympiads and like other tournaments, but like I've never seen him like play in person, just playing a full game from beginning to the beginning to the end. And we're gonna have our U.S. champion Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana. We're going to have 3 Americans, so you can pick whichever one you want to root for. And follow that is going to be the St. Louis Blitz and Rapid, which is the tournament I think everyone is looking forward to, because we had the breaking news that Garry Kasparov is coming out of retirement to play for his first rated tournament in 12 years, which is like so unbelievable for me. I cannot wait to see Garry Kasparov play. We did see him play in that exhibition match after last year's U.S. Championship, where he played the top 3 finishers, of course, our top 3 players in the U.S., Hikaru, Wesley, and Fabiano. But this time he's going to play a rated tournament. It's going to be both Rapid and Blitz.
And he's facing some impressive opposition.
Unfortunately not Magnus, because Magnus already picked European tournament. He doesn't want to play in St. Louis for too long, and he's going to be missing out on playing Garry Kasparov.
But I'm excited about many matchups there when Kasparov is playing the St. Louis Rapid. And if you are a historian, if you love chess history, wow, I am looking forward, again, for the 3 games that Vishy Anand will be playing against Garry Kasparov here in St. Louis. You really can't miss those. Those take me back to when I was beginning to play chess, and I saw snippets in the newspaper of the Garry Kasparov versus Vishy Anand World Championship matches. I remember that dragon that Kasparov played against Anand that shook the world. Wow, Kasparov playing the dragon in a World Championship and winning brilliantly. I mean, what an amazing event we're going to be having here with Garry playing again.
And as we were talking about for our generation, like for for our generation, even right now, Magnus Carlsen for our adults' life has been the nominating players. But for me, Garry Kasparov is still the best of the best.
That was the inspiration. I mean, when we were just starting out to play chess, I mean, Magnus Carlsen, he was just a little kid, just like the rest of us. And Garry Kasparov was the dominating force in the chess world. And just being able to see him live
Just
is
unstoppable
amazing.
force. I mean, like when you're in the same room as him, you feel the energy
absolutely.
of him playing, and he hates to lose. Like you can see the disappointment. Even when he was playing in the exhibition, in the anything he plays, you can see the intensity. Like he hates to lose. He's gonna give it all. He's definitely preparing. And you can find all the information on grandchester.org. There are recaps and from the Paris and Leuven legs of the tournament. So Magnus Carlsen is leading the tour. He has 25 Grandchester points. So if he wins the St. Louis, if he wins the Sinquefield Cup, I think that's going to guarantee he wins the Grandchester.
Barring something atrocious happening in London, which is the final leg of the tour. That tournament is going to start early December. That should be true, but hey, that's an important tournament that Magnus has to play here. And let's remember that a lot of people have claimed the Sinquefield Cup for themselves. We have the historic result of Fabiana Caruana with the best result in chess history.
7 out of 7.
7 out of 7 to start off with, and the best final result of a tournament in chess history is still Fabiana Caruana's from that event, in which he finished with an over 3,000 rating performance. Wesley So had a fabulous tournament last year. He clinched that tournament for himself.
He just won everything last year. He won London, he won Sinquefield Cup, he finished second in Leuven. I feel like in Paris he didn't do too well.
He didn't do great, but he finished strong enough. Right. And let's remember that also, even though Magnus Carlsen won the 2014 edition, he hasn't actually won it since.
But
sorry, 2013 edition. He hasn't won it since.
Of Sinquefield Cup.
Of the Sinquefield Cup. Right. He played here twice, and Levon Aronian took one of them.
And he didn't play last year because he couldn't, and so he'll be returning, and Wesley So will be trying to defend his title. Fabiana Caruana definitely will want to repeat his results. So all the information is on grandchester.org, and you can purchase tickets to come and see Magnus Carlsen and Gary Kasparov play live. We have live coverage and next door in Kingside Diner, so this is definitely an event you don't want to miss. But coming back to our tournament, I see we have some developments. I believe a Purva's game finally ended in a draw.
Yeah, Purva's game ended in an expected draw. That game is over. We'll probably have one of the players here with us soon. And in the position between Akshat, Chandra, and Bove-Lu, you see they're just playing with seconds. You have the position on the board here.
So they're just playing on increment.
They're playing on increment, basically, and this is more dangerous for for white than it is for black, because obviously the king on g3 is not ideal, and it wouldn't surprise me that Akshat's experience in time pressure proves valuable. Immediately there is this threat on the knight on e2. It can't really move because there's also problems with the pawn on e5. The position becomes better and better and better for black. But still some pressure. Queen f5 was played, taking advantage of the fact that this would allow queen takes f7, but and against knight g5, I'm assuming that he has the move rook e3, defending the knight. So still holding on, Bove-Lu still holding on.
Yeah, but it's starting to look a little bit suspicious.
It's been looking suspicious for a long time. That's pretty true.
So what is the move after queen f5? What's the best move? Knight g5? So can I play queen g5, or I don't want to already?
I don't like knight g5.
No, knight g5 I agree that I don't like. He took on e2. Whoa.
No, he didn't. Queen e7 was played on the board.
Oh, sorry. For some reason it auto-updated erroneously. Queen e7 makes a lot more sense. Just defending the pawn here on f7, keeping up pressure. Now I expect this knight to be defended with rook e3, and indeed that is what has happened on the board. Still a lot of work here for Akshat to do.
How is he going to make progress here?
We've been wondering that for a long time, and I
true.
think we're going to keep wondering this for some time.
Maybe he can start trying like c6, b5, or try to create a pass pawn, even though I don't think that's how you want to go about it.
The problem is with the queen on e7.
Rook on h1, and he's threatening a cheeky move on h4. It is almost a checkmate, but I mean, obviously Bove is going to prevent it. Either rook e4, queen g4, or queen e4. Look like the candidate moves to me. Pretty much any decent move defense against this check.
And do we have anything in Mega's game? So we have those two games left.
Those are the only two games that we have left at the moment.
Yeah, and both very important.
Nothing big is happening in the Maggie Fang. She's
well,
still trying.
Actually, I would argue against that and say that white, the fact that white hasn't been able to coordinate her bishops means that she doesn't know how to play progress. Because the king should already be on the 4th rank. This king should already be putting pressure on her opponent. It shouldn't be stuck on f1. She already had the chance around here to start pushing the king. King e3, king e4, play g4 at some point. Start putting pressure against the opponent's position, because that's what you need to do. You need to create some checkmating patterns. You need to put pressure on the f6 pawn. But she hasn't been able to. She's actually being pushed back. This is not a good sign for Maggie.
Wait, why didn't you play bishop d2?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I'm full of great questions. And unfortunately, our 50-move rule doesn't apply here because there's so many pawns on the board.
There are
and
so
one
many
of them is going to move at some point.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very long game here between Maggie Feng and Annie Wang.
And what is Akshat up to? So Akshat or Bobby,
Well,
someone's
Akshat just blundered.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
Akshat just blundered because after rook to e1, I have this cheeky little move, knight to d4, and this is just going to petter into a draw instantaneously.
Why?
You're going to take on e3, I would assume.
Yes.
F takes e3, and how are you going? I mean, this is just completely draw.
Why is this completely draw?
My king is perfectly safe. My knight is centralized. There's absolutely no way you're going to be able.
Wait, I'm
to
sorry. You're
create
telling me
any
that this
sort-
position with the weak e5 pawn and weak b3 pawn, the idea of putting a knight on g5 solidifying the position is a draw.
Well, knight g5, queen
oh,
c8.
queen c8. Oh,
Which
that's
is why
a
we
huge
shouldn't
problem.
have allowed the pawn on.
That's
No,
h5.
it's a very easy draw.
Queen c8.
Oh,
is
he
a
played
huge
knight
problem.
f4. So we have the same position with the knight on f4.
Which is still
The same
Good.
thing?
Yeah. I have a hard time believing it isn't.
Oh no. So this means if they try it,
he's going to keep the knight on e6, hoping that white would take on e6 and then he can take with the queen, still make use of his majority on the queen side. But if he doesn't do that, then once again, after the rooks have been traded, my king is 10 times safer than it was before, and it's going to be much easier to make the moves, maintain the balance, and not blunder something immediately. So this is definitely a huge morale victory for Bove in this endgame.
I understand what the computer is saying, but from a human point of view, I mean, I still think that black is better. I mean, you have threats against the e5 pawn, you have threats against the e3 pawn. He played the move knight f8. You can see ideas of knight d7, which are not easy to achieve because of e6. I'm assuming the problem is just queen f5.
But queen c5?
But once again, this is much easier than with the rooks on the board.
Okay, so queen c5?
Queen c5?
I don't think that's even a question. Yeah, queen f5, queen c5, okay.
King f3, I'm assuming?
Or king f2, anywhere, king anywhere. I'm just
F2.
going to defend the pawn. Let's
King
see,
f2, really?
King f3. King f2, I think
king
it's...
f2, just not the natural move.
And if f6?
No. King f3. Okay, I go king f3.
Oh,
and
you
if
want to
f6?
rook queen c8?
F6?
Moves. Yeah, I have queen c8.
You're starting to feel a little bit of pressure here. Perhaps queen to e4?
Wait, what?
What?
Can I take on e5?
With what?
Ah, you have knight d3.
If you take with the queen, then probably I'm going to take back. And the problem is...
Yeah, you're king, playing without a king. King
knight
down.
to d3 or knight to d5. Knight to d5 I think makes a lot more sense. Just centralize my knight. You defend, then I go up. This is not going to be easy in any way, shape or form. No, I mean, this for me it's very obvious that Akshat did something very wrong in this position.
I mean, he just didn't find a way to continue.
Well, training the rooks was probably a big mistake, honestly. I mean, even if you think that this is better for black the way I do, I actually do think this is better for black, even though the computer says I'm wrong, so I know I'm wrong. But if I had to analyze this position on my own, I would think black's better. That being said,
I think he thought knight move is impossible because he just thought taking
Right.
on e3 is bad, and then he's probably surprised to see this happen on the board.
I don't know. Even if this is what I was kind of saying. Even if you look at this position, this is much worse version for black than just keeping the rook. I think I would never have traded the rook simply to gain a structural advantage. Because
right, I understand.
Yeah, this is already very difficult, and you can start to see that the idea of queen a8, queen e4 is always a problem here for black. It's making progress is almost impossible. I always have to worry about e6 as well.
So if we can get like a closer shot of the players, see what they're doing. Queen c3.
Queen c3.
So, but here e6, no? No.
I'm not sure if I want to rush that move.
Why not? Oh,
E6
well, I mean,
I
you
thought
have
you
to
can take.
Oh, and then take on d3.
And then I was going to take on b3, which might still be okay for white because... no, actually, I'm not sure if it's okay for white.
I'm not sure you have any other option though.
Can I take on c7?
Take on, oh. Well, that that simplifies matters. Take on c7 seems pretty good for. Well, not pretty good, but it
Okay,
seems
he did
like
play e6.
He has to play
he has to
e6.
play e6 at some point. If
Well,
you're allowed.
he's losing a pawn otherwise.
Right, that's true. So e6, you have to take on e6, otherwise e7 just wins the game.
Yeah, I don't think
no reason to take with the knight. Obviously, he's going to take with the pawn, but I don't see a follow-up. The structures has been more or less fixed, and this king is so weak. I wanted to play queen takes b3 and take advantage of the fact that after taking and taking, you don't have a good check because on many occasions I can retreat the queen. But simply taking the pawn here after queen takes b3, knight takes c7,
and my knight will land on b5 and then.
or d5 even.
Yeah. Then
Once the knight lands on d5, especially like it there.
I don't think I can stop your knight from landing there.
Well, I'm going to start preferring
The
white in
question is
time
who's
pressure.
better.
Yeah, I'm starting to prefer white in time pressure. Objectively equal position, but I'd rather play with the white
So,
pieces.
I mean, all of this is happening.
Yeah. I mean, black has an immediate bailout. You can just take on e6 and
No,
game
he
is a
took
draw.
on b3.
But he took on b3, takes on c7. I mean, that's totally forced.
Well, it hasn't happened, but I'm sure it will.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
you don't. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, Akshat cannot be happy with the development of this game.
No. I cannot be happy with everything that's happened. But I mean, there are certain endgames that are very dangerous. If, for example, I do this, and I exchange the knight against the other knight, and I can take with the h-pawn, there are some positions that you can try to win. You imagine if you avoid perpetuals, you put a queen on f7, you push the e-pawn, and because of the back rank threats, it's going to be difficult. I'm not saying that Akshat is worse necessarily. I'm sure that he has more than one way to bail out after knight takes c7, but he might have to take one pretty soon.
I think I might just. No. Can I. Did it take? Yeah, of course it took. So
Of
maybe I
course.
have to play queen f7 or something, but then you have queen d5 at the very least.
Queen f7, let's say.
So I think you go queen d5.
You can also have queen e5. I'm not really sure there's a problem with just defending everybody.
Do we have knight d7?
Knight d7, I can just move the queen somewhere that keeps the defense of the pawn. Queen b5, for example.
What
No,
about
queen
queen
b5, knight
d5?
f6.
What about queen d5?
Instead of this, queen d5, yeah,
This
this
is
is
the move I
probably
wanted to
much
play.
better. And the queen f7 was played. I can see that long range move. Queen d5 looks fine. For example, if you take knight d7, I mean, white's not
I'm
really...
not even sure who's better, king f4?
Yeah, I actually don't know either. I
Yeah,
mean,
that knight is very annoying. And then king f7, king f5, right?
Yeah.
king f5.
Yeah, and this looks very bad.
This looks really bad for
Yeah,
white.
you're like
I
in
mean, this
Zugzwang.
pawn is going forward.
Like, you're in a Zugzwang. Like, are you gonna let my king on d6?
No.
Like,
No,
what's
this
the
looks very bad.
Queen d5 is... Yeah, queen d5.
So queen d5 maybe I shouldn't
And
take.
was played on
Maybe
the
I
board.
should play knight d7.
Immediately?
Yeah.
Does it change very much?
Your king is much closer.
And then I'm threatening maybe knight f6.
Because
or
I don't.
so.
I
And
can't
you don't
play,
have knight d5.
I can't play king g4 because I wanted to trade queens and go queen f5. But
What else?
yeah,
What else do you
knight
want?
f6.
You want the world.
Yeah, but I mean, after e4, also this position.
So I mean, but this is like a complete turnaround. Now Akshat is the one who has to find moves.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I think so. Queen d5 is in the position. Akshat needs to. We play knight d7. No, I have to agree with you.
I'm
The
finding some good moves today. Very, very
the
happy
position
with
is not
myself.
easy. It's still a double-edged game, I think, because of the presence of these pawns. It's unclear if they're going to become a weakness or it
What
can become
about
a strength.
knight to e6?
Look at that.
Look at that crazy variation from the Romanian. What has he played? He played something. Queen a8 check. We're not going to go into any craziness. I think we're done. I think the players
Are
are
we?
done with today's game.
We are.
We are, for sure.
There's only so much we can handle emotionally.
Yes, this has been a roller coaster game. I mean, knight
I
f8.
expect knight f8, queen d5, knight d7.
Well, but
Queen
king
a8.
h7 doesn't help, right? Because I can at the very least just check you again, and you have no choice but to repeat. g6 looks
Yeah,
almost
so
suicidal.
knight f8, queen d5 is happening, I
Yeah.
believe.
Actually, can't go too crazy. He knows that he needs to keep Kate in space, and
I know the tournament situation requires him to win, but you cannot.
you can't
just-
force this too
no.
much. I mean, it's already...
You don't want to end up losing.
No, you don't want to end up losing and throwing away any potential chance. I mean, second is not what anybody's playing for in this tournament, but it's still better than third. You don't really want to spoil your chances in this game.
Because they are playing for a lot,
They're
actually.
playing for a lot of money. And after queen d5, I mean, I don't think he should go crazy. He's repeated knight d7.
Yeah.
We see queen
Is this
a8
3-fold
check.
already or no?
No, not yet. But if he plays knight f8, yes. If he plays knight f8, the game is...
Well, he has to I mean, okay, king h7, queen e4, I can play g6.
No, I think the game is going to end in a draw here between Babelu and Akshat Chandra. Definitely a wasted opportunity for the local player, Akshat Chandra, who lives a few blocks from the chess club. He's going to be very disappointed with this result.
So he would still be a full point behind Caden.
He's going to be a full point behind Caden, half a point behind a wonder.
Oh, he played king h7.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really change much because now I can play queen e4. Which
I mean, if you
would
play
be
g6 here, I'll be...
suspicious.
Yeah.
Very
I think what he wants to do maybe is just to go king h8. And after queen a8, knight f8, and now you don't have queen d5 anymore.
Why not? Oh, because my knight's hanging.
No, I mean, you have...
But I
queen
can
d5.
play queen d5 right away, no?
You can play many things.
You can just play
you
queen
play
d5
queen d5 here.
Queen d5, queen e7. He just wants to keep the pieces on the board and not have to repeat the position completely.
And that's how you lose
Lovely.
chess games.
Lovely.
That's how you lose chess games. After queen e4 was played, we're expecting Akshat to play king h8 just to keep the game alive, but whether it's justified or not, that's a different question.
Is definitely not justified. White's pawn structure is simply superior in any endgame if we exchange
there you
the
go.
queens.
Yeah, and you have a pass plan. He played king h8.
King h8, and the problem is that once you bury the king on h8, which he has played, it's one step further away from any possibilities in the endgame, which means that certain transitions are going to be pretty dangerous.
What about queen a8? And if you do dare to play the move knight to f8, maybe I can just go knight e6, force the exchange of the knights, and then with the queens only on the board, I'm definitely not worse. I'm going to put my queen on f4, defend the pawn on a4, and then potentially I can start pushing my pawn on e4.
Okay.
Yeah, because pawn endgames...
Any pawn endgame is almost losing, I think.
Yeah, because the most you can do is play b5, and then we're going to play another queen endgame down a pawn.
So that might be a possibility. I also was thinking what your threat is.
Knight f6.
I mean, you're only threatening this guy, so I could just move it back.
No, I cannot take on h5.
I cannot take on h5 because I check on f8, and if you
h7.
play this, well, king h7, I wanted to play knight f4.
Oh,
now,
we have a result in Maggie Fang's game,
and
so
now
let's take a look what happened.
Oh, that is surprising. I thought that game was going to go forever. And they agreed to a draw in this position.
I mean, this looks
draw.
Yeah.
This looks like it's draw.
It's a draw, but
what?
I still play.
I mean, I think she just gave up. Oh, but now we have a 50 move rule because you cannot.
You can have a move, yeah, but I mean, I would still play for 50 moves.
I mean, I'm so disappointed by Mega's approach.
She's
in a must win situation, and then now wait, what is the Akshita has 6 points and she has 4.5.
No, this was a must-win game for Maggie.
And she had the winning position.
She had a winning position. She just didn't feel like calculating. She went into an endgame for absolutely no reason, and she drops a crucial half point in this tournament. I cannot agree more with you, Tatev. I am very disappointed in the way that she handled this game.
Yeah, this is not how you win tournaments. This is, I mean, you have no right to play like this.
That
like,
seemed
no
to
excuse.
be her attitude throughout the tournament. She never pressed more than necessary, and well, she never took any risks.
You have to take risks.
But she didn't have to take risks today. She
was
just had to
winning.
convert. Yeah, she just had to. Actually, she did take some risks today. She played that line with b4. Like, the position was complicated. All she had to do was convert.
And a very easy conversion that was with the move queen e3 that was just completely winning, perhaps.
Yeah, it wasn't
we can
like
ask her what she was thinking at that moment, because transposing into the rook endgame against two bishops is already iffy, and she didn't really try very hard in that endgame.
Very mellow attempt. Very mellow attempt in the endgame.
I mean, we're talking about pressing, but it's not like she had a slight advantage. She was pressing. She was just completely winning in that position.
I agree.
Like, with the rooks, with the queens, it was just, I don't know, just like find a couple of moves and the game is over.
But the endgame has to be winning.
I mean, that's the thing.
I cannot believe that endgame is a technical draw. It has to be winning. That her attempts were just
not
very flaccid. Yeah.
I have to agree with both of you. First of all, a very disappointing handling of the position where the opponent king is weak and she doesn't go for the kill. And I am very disappointed at how she handled the endgame, because it's not that the opponent defended very well and was able to hold the draw. She just put no pressure whatsoever on her.
I mean, like, the king just never came off.
Just never came out. And you have two bishops. You can easily block the opponent rook and just push the king forward.
Especially when your opponent has such a visible weakness on f6, which means the king cannot do anything. So your opponent's stuck. You just play until you stumble upon a win, and if you don't, then you don't. Then what can I say?
You play 150
Not even stumble
moves.
upon. Try like.
You just have to try. This is a very disappointing.
Two-result game.
This is very disappointing. Let's return to the Akshat game, because a lot has happened. So Akshat managed to exchange the queens. I'm not sure I would have allowed this, because the king now comes.
So we got the same position, except black is up a temp.
Yeah, because the king didn't come to f5.
Yeah, so you're
There's a very big difference, but still, after the move e4, I would rather be white.
I cannot. I'm
You
having
can't
a hard
move.
time finding a move.
I would say
winning
with the time situation on the clock, white is definitely in the driver's seat, because I think something like b5 has to be played at the right. You're paralyzed. Your knight is paralyzed to the defense of the b6 pawn. If you go d6, then I'm gonna go king f5, king g6. This looks very scary, and I'm not really sure what else you can do. I think b5 is the only move. I'm going to take this pawn, or maybe I can even take it like this with knight to c7. Keep the pawn in
Christian,
front
what
of each
about
other.
the move knight f6? I just
In what position?
Ooh, this position.
After e4?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to take.
And I take with the pawn, and after g4 I'm in zugzwang.
Well, you have to play b5 once again, but
Okay.
the problem is, okay, we're going to queen, both of us.
No, but that
have to
endgame
play
was
this
winning.
endgame all over again.
Well, this is not a very pleasant endgame by any means.
No.
I'm
No,
going
the
to take one
pawn,
of the pawns.
yeah.
Like, I'm going
Yeah, you lose the. Well, yeah, I cannot
Actually, you
take
cannot
on
take,
a6, so.
but I could potentially just go king f5,
King f5 is just
king
winning.
g6.
No, that's just clearly
This
winning.
looks very, very bad for black.
So knight f6 doesn't work.
b5 was played, by the way.
Okay, but
So-
now I take, right?
I can just simply go knight c7.
Oh.
Preserve the pawns on facing each other.
So what is he gonna do? King d6, king c5, king b4? Or something?
Well,
He has
I'm
to.
going to take. If you go king c5, I think king f5 or even e5.
Oh, e5 looks very dangerous. I mean, e5 looks extremely dangerous in that position.
Wow.
King f5 also looks very dangerous. You have to go back.
What
You're
a
gonna have
turn
to go
of
back.
events. What a turn of events. If
Well-
Akshat loses this game,
Yeah.
That's not going to be a happy action.
Nope. But you cannot blame him for trying, at least.
no, you can. You can blame him
Okay,
for trying.
that's true. Actually, at some point you can.
Yeah, knight c7. I think. Well, it's the obvious move, right? You just net the pawn for free instead of allowing some kind of trickery. You probably have to put the king somewhere else. I mean, he did play knight c7. King probably wants to move somewhere that's not checked, because I don't really want to go to the queen side. And that's the thing. You probably want to play something like king f6.
Did he miss knight c7 or something? Like, what's going on?
No, he had no moves. That's the thing.
Was
He had-
knight 7 played?
Yes. Yeah, and king e7. And I think he wants to put a knight on
f6?
on b5.
Wait, what?
It's late. Knight on c5 to keep this knight.
Okay, and then play like king d6 and then
Some-
put you in a zugzwang or something. But I can never be in zugzwang. I have a million pawn moves.
Well, I mean,
he's trying for
He's
some
trying
sort of
something, you know?
blockade.
yeah, he's just trying to blockade the
Okay,
opponent.
so now he's just trying to survive. Okay.
Of course, he's just trying to survive. There's nothing. He's definitely not trying to win this position. No,
Wow.
knight c3, king e6, and I'm assuming you're going to move like g3 to preserve a couple of tempi on the back. This is going to be a tough defense. This is going to be a tough defense.
Not what we're expecting.
No, definitely not what we were expecting. But this game's still going to go on for a while.
Yeah, and we actually thought another game was going to go on for a while.
We
but
were wrong there. Yeah.
Yeah, so it ended in a draw, and we do have Maggie Fang in the studio with Christian.
The top seed of the girls' event after a very, very difficult draw. Maggie, you must be disappointed. You had the win in your hands. You complicated matters at the right moments, but then something happened. Take us through the game.
Like that, it was like pretty equal, and then when she allowed like 2 pieces for a rook.
All the way down to bishop c4, a4, and then I think the critical mistake was this move d4. Were you surprised by this attempt to block the bishop, but unfortunately forget about rook takes c2 and just 2 pieces for the rook? That seemed like a decisive advantage.
Yeah, I was surprised at d4, especially like rookie.
And you took rook c7, then we shuffled the pieces a little bit, and we reached this position after you captured the pawn on d4, rook to d6, bishop to f3, rook to a5. I think in this particular moment you decided to go into the endgame. Did you consider anything else? Did you consider this move, queen to e3?
I thought he could he take?
Take what?
Rook takes
Rook takes a4, but then maybe you can penetrate with the queen on e7. And then the problem is she cannot go up because queen to f8 is just a checkmate in one move. And if she goes somewhere around g8, I think you can just simply play the move rook to c2, defend the rook on d2, but more importantly, you're threatening to go rook to c8, and that's just game over. How low were you on time after that?
I think I had like 9 minutes. I felt like 8, 9, 8.
And throughout the endgame, did you feel like you had chances at any moment to destabilize the structure and potentially try to create some weaknesses?
I was trying to bring my king up, but her rook on a3 was like blocking everything, like blocking my king, and I always had to like protect my bishop or like pawns. I couldn't find a way.
You are now 1.5 points behind the leader, but you are facing her tomorrow in a must-win situation. What is going to be your strategy going into that round?
Just play good chess and hope I do well.
Maggie fan, guys?
Well, definitely not the result we were expecting, as queen e3 was pretty much finishing.
And not hard to find.
Not hard to find. So after knight d5 check, we do have this position currently on the board between the last game of the day. A disappointment no matter what happens, even if
actually disappointment all around. We're just so critical here.
Well, it doesn't really matter what Akshat accomplishes, even if he does hold on to a draw, which is the maximum he can possibly hope for in this position.
But when you draw like this, like you feel better because you held the draw. And you're
I'm
like,
not sure about that. I mean, he was in a must-win situation with the black pieces against the lowest-rated player of the tournament.
Yeah.
He needed that win to keep the pressure on his closest opponent.
And he was playing so well too.
He was playing so well. He had the advantage. He had the chance to press. He even had this move g6, knight g7 that Cristian was showing us that put real pressure on his opponent. He's the grandmaster. He's supposed to be outplaying his opponent, not the other way around. That's exactly what happened today. Bove, from an inferior position, has outplayed Akshat, who overstepped his limits.
I can't say he outplayed Akshat. I feel like Akshat outplayed himself.
That might be true. And now Akshat is going for some variations that I have my doubts.
So if I give up the g4 pawn and go after your a pawn...
That's what we're going to have to find out. King d4, knight takes g4, knight c4 might make this into an interesting pawn race, as I have to consider both.
I think he played king f4, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, he might gain a little bit of time before he decides going into something like this. I mean, white is the one that has the option of trying to play for a win. So I expect that you at least give it a chance.
Well, actually, the girls section is over, and so let's take a look at the standings and see what we have going on entering the penultimate round, round 8 tomorrow. So we do have Akshita Gordy now leading by a point and a half with just 2 rounds to go. So if she draws, then
actually, if she draws tomorrow and Emily doesn't win, the tournament's over.
Even if she draws tomorrow and Emily wins, she's guaranteed tie. So all she needs is a draw tomorrow. And so she has Maggie Fang and Emily Nguyen, point and a half behind. Apura Verkut, Rachel Orlik, and Annie Wang with 3.5. Talia Cervantes with 3. Carissa Yip moving up with 2 points. And 9 and 10 plays we have Ashrita and Agata with 2 points each. So actually, let me take a look who they're playing. So who they have? So Akshita has Maggie and I'm sorry, she played Maggie. She has Apurva and no, she has Maggie and Apurva left.
Maggie and Apurva, who has not shown very good chess in the past couple of days. I thought today's game where she was just up a pawn against Emily, she was going to push forever, and instead of that, she just lost 2 pawns and was facing a difficult situation. She managed to save that game, but I mean, that was not a very good, impressive showing.
And Emily has Rachel and Carissa left, so.
Rachel and Carissa. Well, Carissa's making a comeback, so that's very dangerous.
And Rachel drew today.
Yeah.
Which she was white
against Talia.
Was she the one on the winning side or the
She was definitely the one on the winning side today.
Right. Yeah. It was up opponent games. And Maggie has Akshita left, and she has Ashrita left.
Yeah. So tough matches for everybody. I especially think Carissa is confident again. She's won 2 games in a row. So that's not going to be easy. Whereas Akshita, I think she just has a tournament. All she needs to do is play well tomorrow. I believe she has the white pieces, which is a huge advantage. If she finds some kind of solid drawing line...
I thought she was white today.
Was she white today? I think
she was white today and Maggie was white today. So one of them has to be black tomorrow.
Yeah, so we're actually going to figure that out. They can help us out figuring out who's white and who is black, because that changes things. I mean, if Akshita is white,
but it feels like for Akshita it doesn't matter. She just wins every game. White, black, so this doesn't every game. I just feel like Akshita is really playing the best chess here.
And we have a result on the Bove Lu against Akshat Chandra. A draw has been agreed in this final position. And instead of trying to risk the game with something along the lines of going to d4, going after the a5 pawn, but giving up the king side, Bove says, enough! Enough is enough. This craziness has to stop.
We do appreciate it, and it has been 5.5 hours. And I think when you've been playing on increment for so long,
it's tough. It's
your
very
nerves
tough.
just give out.
But as I said, Akshat has to be very disappointed with this game. He knows he had the better position. He knows he's a stronger player. He knows it was a must-win situation, and he was unable to convert. He is currently 3rd in the tournament since Awonder was able to pass him by defeating Ruifeng Li, and he still is a full point behind Caden Trove with only 2 rounds to go.
So we have a lot of turnarounds in the tournament, but we do have the Grandmasters on top. So somehow they climb back on it. We have Caden Trove leading the tournament, Awonder Liang, Grandmaster elect, should have just a matter of technicality, and we have Akshat in 3rd place.
Yeah,
so the only Grandmaster struggling is Ruifeng.
Who is, by the way, not that even 50%, he's not that far away from in terms of standings. Yeah.
Right.
So
and we will have the standings shortly, but right now just from our memory we're talking about what is going on. Actually, I can just take a look and see. So no, he's pretty far behind.
Behind Cheka, but that's I think about it, right?
Now Michael Brown caught up with him.
Oh, Michael Brown caught up with him. Okay. Yeah, Nicholas Cheka has also had a good tournament, but he has some rough rounds here going on to the last stretch of the event.
Yeah, and Caden Trove, as we're saying, has the easier route, but
we know anything can happen. Caden Trove needs to finish and wrap up this tournament as clean and precise as possible. Tomorrow he has an important game. He's playing 2 players that are not scoring well in this event. Both Mika Braden and Joshua Colas have simply not found their form here in St. Louis, and it's a perfect opportunity for Caden Trove to clinch the tournament with 2 victories if he achieves them in the last 2 games and qualify for the 2018 U.S. Championship.
And we might have like the girls' tournament might just end tomorrow, basically, and we might just have a clear winner.
That might be very possible.
And I mean, at this point, it's very likely that Akshita is going to win, because it's very unlikely she will lose a lot. Like we talked about, like so many events that have to happen. And actually, we do have the standings for the junior section, so we can see exactly where everyone is entering round 8. So we have Caden Trove at 5.5. Now only half a point ahead of Awonder Liang, who's catching up. So we have Akshat and Nicholas with 4.5 each. Ruifeng Li, Michael Brown with 50%, 3.5. Mika Braden 3 points. Andrew Tang and Bobby Lu 2.5 each, and Joshua Colas with half a point.
Yeah, tough tournament there for Joshua. But it's what we were talking about. Grandmasters are at the top. Caden, perfect position to win the tournament. It's not so much that he has half a point, which is already huge over Awonder Liang. It's that he is playing a much lower rating of average of opponents than a Wonder or Cheka or Akshat.
And he has been the most solid, the best prepared, I feel like,
Yeah.
but I really enjoyed Rufang's games in this tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, it kind of backfired today. Rufang not as theoretically aware as his opponent, Wonder Liang, today. He lost a brilliant game. I thought Wonder played very, very well, very
I really like that
precisely.
game.
And sometimes that happens. Just you lose precision in an ultra-sharp position, and your opponent plays very, very well the way that I wonder that Wonder can beat anybody on a good day. And today, that was definitely a nice game from him.
I agree, and this is the second time we're seeing Rufang suffer in the theoretical battle.
Yeah.
And actually, I was very impressed by Caden's preparation today.
Yeah. No, he had a beautiful preparation here against Cheka. Not specifically against his opponent, but just that effort, that study, that homework that grandmasters do, knowing their variations, knowing exactly what to do, even in very sharp and obscure lines. Great job here by Caden Trove.
And just he remembered just enough. Like
yes.
He remembered Rook D4, and that just happened to be enough. Like maybe if his opponent had spent more time. Actually, even the computer doesn't offer anything in that position.
No, I don't think they were offering anything. Rook D4 was just a very important move, and I don't know if somebody can come up with a resource, but at least from a glance that we were looking at, definitely not the theoretical depth that we have when we analyze a variation properly, but it didn't seem like we found very much in that position.
No, Nicholas came playing this obscure line, trying to surprise his opponent, and actually ended up surprised by this Rook D4 move.
Never a good sign. Never
right.
a good sign.
So, I mean, we see the Grandmaster preparation and the experience and the class of Caden Trove.
Yeah.
And our round is officially over, so we have one last interview with Akshat Chandra, who played the
marathon game.
5.5 hours, so we do have him in the studio with Christian.
With one of the top seeds of the event, Akshat Chandra, who had a very, very rough game today. Akshat, take us through the game and what you thought were the critical moments in this very, very exciting and tense battle.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty solid early on itself. I mean, okay, that's what you get in the Italian. I was surprised by his 18 move e5, so I was just thinking if he just takes back on d4, I mean, it's close to equal. I was calculating take, c takes, e5, I mean, c takes, and then e5. I wasn't so sure about this position. But yeah, after e5, I think I'm just better because he's got some weaknesses. And yeah, I mean, that was pretty much how it went for a long time. Like, I was just pressing in a better position, but I didn't see any forced win, although I'm sure there must have been something.
There was absolutely no forced win, but you did have a very important moment, I think, somewhere around after you managed to penetrate with a queen and force his king all the way down to out to g3. I think it was somewhere around, yes, right here. After king to g3, did you consider this move g6? Try to change the character.
I thought it was weakening. For example, queen f6. Yeah, I thought about this, but I thought, like, okay, like king h3, he always has e6 ideas. I thought g6 might be weakening in the long run.
I think this was one of the only moments where you could have changed at least the structure. After that, he played the move h5 immediately, and it seemed like making any progress is going to be a very, very difficult task.
Yeah, but still, I mean, once I got rook h1 check and like his king's kind of stuck on g3, I mean, maybe there's no forced win. I just have to keep like maintaining the tension. But it was hard to come up with just like a waiting move as well.
Absolutely, and it seemed like he defended very, very well.
Yeah, he defended well. I mean, I lost my objectivity at one point, and okay, fortunately at least I came to my senses and just bailed out to a draw at the end. But
towards the end, you decided to force kind of your hand with this move king h7 and king h8, and in this position, queen to g8. Did you assess?
Yeah, I knew it was probably.
Did you know you were slightly worse after?
Yeah, I figured because I can't move my knight because it has to keep protecting b6. I mean, I thought I could maybe run my king to the queen side, but he has king f5, king g6. It's very fast for him. So initially I thought I'd be okay, but then I realized I have to look for a draw here.
And you managed to secure the draw with very precise play. Akshat, you're still 1 point behind the leader. You had a good chance to cut that lead. Tomorrow, who are you facing?
I wonder.
Very, very difficult game. Crucial to the standings. This is going to be a very exciting game tomorrow to follow, guys.
I think tomorrow is going to be a great day, both in the girls and in the junior, because Maggie has to win. I mean, just has to win tomorrow. And in the junior section, the fact that we have number 2 playing as number 3 is always a great game to watch.
I like how the pairings are lining up, and we do have the leaders playing each other in the later rounds, which is making it more exciting. And we do have the pairings for tomorrow, so let's take a look what we have in store for us. So we have Andrew Tang versus Mika Bratton, Caden Truff playing white against Joshua Colas. Great opportunity for him to just win and get closer to clinching the title. Rufeng Lee versus Nicholas Cheka, so Akshat will be white against a Wanderer, and Michael Brown versus Babalu. And in the girls section, we have Ashrita versus Agata, Talia versus Carissa, Emily with white pieces versus Rachel, Annie Wing versus Apurva, and Akshita is going to be white against Maggie Fang. So if she can play one more solid game,
that's all she needs.
Make a draw.
All she needs is a draw tomorrow.
And then she's already guaranteed tied.
No reason to force the issue. Just make a draw tomorrow. No doubt that would be the Caden Trove approach. Let's see if she's going to learn from the Grandmaster here in the junior section.
Wesley So approach.
The Wesley So approach as well. Christian, any thoughts about today's
Final
rounds?
title of the day.
Well, I'm very, very impressed with the way the leaders are maintaining their position. They're taking very practical chances throughout this tournament. Caden Truff made a few very, very secure draws today. I was very impressed with his theoretical preparation in a very obscure line. Akshita Gorti, she's dominating. She's simply dominant. She plays brilliant chess, strategical, tactical, everything you want. It's going to be very difficult for the challengers to catch up. Tomorrow is going to be a crucial round, though.
Today was a very exciting day, very long day. I think the longest day of the tournament we had. But you know, it's all coming down to this last round, and the players are giving everything they have, and we have to appreciate their fighting spirit, even if it means longer hours for us. But you know, they're here to fight. We're here to win, and we're really enjoying their play. So tomorrow is really coming down to tomorrow. We have crucial rounds in the girls section. We have crucial rounds in the junior section. You definitely don't want to miss tomorrow's round. Make sure you're here again, same time, same place, 1 p.m. We will be here bringing you all the action from round 8.